2023. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and join with us for a brief moment of silence, as we typically do at the beginning of our meetings, as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and abroad each day. With them in mind, let's join together in silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Present.
Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
Okay, we have everybody here. First order of business, there's 5 resolutions I'd like to add on to our agenda. We need to do this with a supermajority vote. Resolution 42730 promotes Lieutenant Daniel Kalb to the rank of captain in the police department. 42731 promotes Sergeant Joseph D'Arcy to rank of lieutenant in the police department. 42732 promotes police officer Nicholas Badagliaca to rank of sergeant in the Southampton Town Police Department. 42758 appoints Community Housing Fund Advisory Board for 23, and 42788 is our 5th warrant. I'll make a motion to walk those 5 resolutions on.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, and we'll take those up at the end. Next order of business, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of our regular town board meeting, February 28th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, Madam Clerk, can I ask you to read the communications we've received?
Certainly. We have received communications in the office of the town clerk, public notices from the New York State Department of Public Service, Town of Southold public hearing notice, Village of Northampton listed public hearing notices, financial disclosure statement filings from the listed individual, and emails, letters, and land use applications have been received regarding the following: Bel Air Cove Motel in Hampton Bays, cannabis dispensaries and on-site consumption, change of zone application entitled Liberty Gardens, County Road 39, Southampton, CPF acquisition of Marsden Street parcel, Seg Harbor, planning board matter of Puccio Laundromat, Hampton Bays, trustee matter of kayak race at Squires Pond in Hampton Bays, Conservation Board application for 48 Whites Lane, Southampton, Planning Board application for 38 North Bay Avenue, Eastport, and a Zoning Board of Appeals application for 1346 Montauk Highway, Watermill. The following bid and requests for proposals were received February 28th. An RFP for the lease of town-owned land for the purpose of design, construction, and management of wireless communication structures. March 1st, bid for 2022 Ford F600 dump truck for Parks Department, bid for 2022 F250 Super Duty with plow for waste management, and bid for activity vehicles also for the Parks Department. On March 8th, a rebid for portable toilet rentals, bid for 2020 Eager Beaver 55 GSL 3 trailer for highway. The following report was filed from the town comptroller, the February 2023 monthly financial reports, and that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you so much, Sunday. Okay, we're going to move on to public hearings. We have quite a few today. We have 7. Most of you are here to speak at the 6th public hearing. And after we get through all the public hearings, then there's actually a public portion where people can speak on anything. But at the public hearings, comments are limited to what is before us at that public hearing. This is a hybrid meeting, which means that we have an audience here at Town Hall, but we also have an audience online. People will be able to share their concerns or comments online as well. And Charles Certain from CTV will be administering the online portion. It makes it a little bit challenging, but we'll do our best. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and If you have additional comments, you can always submit them to the clerk. I ask that you turn your phone ringers off if you haven't already, so that we're not interrupted. I also ask for decorum, that everybody is respected. We have a lot of children in our audience today. Whether you agree with something somebody said or don't agree, keep it to yourself. And let's have a respectful exchange of ideas. So we're going to start with public hearing 1. So, Madam Clerk, would you read the first public hearing notice?
Public hearing to consider the grant of a conservation easement in connection with the subdivision of JSC Resources, Inc. in West Hampton.
Okay, Claire Shea will introduce this.
Yes, Claire Shea, Assistant Town Planning Director. I do have the map up here at the farthest on the wall. This is to accept a donation associated with the subdivision for 3 lots of a conservation easement on those 3 lots. It's adjacent to, it is in the Pine Barrens, it is in the Aquifer Protection Overlay District, and is adjacent to other Pine Barrens lands.
When you say it's in the Pine Barrens, you mean it's a compatible growth area of the Pine
Correct,
Barrens? not in-
yes, yeah, exactly. So it's a fitting acceptance for a conservation easement in this case, yes.
Has it been through the Pine Barrens Commission?
Yes, and they recommended the easement portion on this property rather than a buffer because of its importance.
Can you just point out the easement area?
Yeah. There's 3, it will end up being 3 areas on 3 described parcels, and it totals about 68,000 square feet.
Okay. So the hearing is to accept the conservation easement. It's a standard scenic conservation easement.
Correct.
Sorry. Any
Conservation.
questions for Claire?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I have no cards that indicated they wanted to be heard. I'll just ask the audience, was there anyone who wanted to be heard at public hearing number 1 on that conservation easement? Making it very clear. So I know you want to be heard, but not necessarily on this matter. Okay. Charles, do I have anybody online who is indicating they want to speak at the first public hearing?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 1.
Second.
Seconded, Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, public hearing 1 is closed. We move on to public hearing number 2. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 2 on the acquisition of lands of Peconic Bay Development LLC and amend CPF management and stewardship plan to include properties.
Okay, and I think Jacqueline Fenelon, our CPF program manager, I can actually call you that now, it's official, is going to introduce this. Congratulations on
Thank you so
the
much.
title.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we are here considering the project and public hearing for 33 Peconic Trail, which is owned by Peconic Bay Development LLC. Trying to see. Oh, I think it's under there, sorry. Here it comes. So this is a small property. It's approximately 4,000 square feet, but it's right on the channel to Reeves Bay. So this is Suffolk County Tax Note Number 900-12241, and the owners have expressed an interest in selling this to the town for $190,000.
And
So-
there's a house on it?
There is a house. It would be a responsibility of CPF to demolish that house.
And it's a waterfront house? It's
Yes.
probably the only waterfront house in
Yeah.
the town of Southampton at $190,000.
This house has
Correct.
been in a state of disrepair for quite a while.
Yeah, and this was really also brought to us by the community. It's been in disrepair. There was a lot of violations, so thankfully we'll be curing that and dismissing those as part of the acquisition, and allow it to revert passively.
This has been a huge facelift for this community.
Correct.
So it is
As-
on the water, but it's extremely close
Right.
to the water, and we'll let it revert to a natural
Correct.
buffer area.
Yeah, open space wetland area.
Okay.
Correct.
And we'll be remediating the septic system as well?
Correct. Yep.
It's a constrained parcel, I know. This particular waterway has 2 different alewives run. It's reported that they actually have a rare fall alewives run in that.
Oh.
That's what they tell me. So, yeah, this would be a good one to obtain.
Okay, so the 190,000, which seems like a very, obviously, good price for us, we'll have to tear the house down, right?
We will.
We will do the demolition.
The cost will be on the burden of
I
CPF.
would
Yeah.
figure.
Yeah, so before we demolish, we'll do the environmental site assessment, make sure we test the sanitary system. But yeah, it'll be a good asset. It'll really help the community character. It's not really in functional, livable condition right now. And then we'll be removing that sanitary system that's been contributing to that waterway for quite some time.
And how is it going to be left? We're going to put a fence up on the corner there? Just
Yeah,
to-
we'll probably put up a split rail fence
Okay.
on the corner of the property. We'll also post the property that it's CPF preservation. And then, depending on the disturbance from the demolition, we usually passively restore with a native seed mix and then allow nature to take over from there.
Any other
Yeah, and
questions?
this is something that the community has requested for years.
Yeah.
Probably take care of half of our SOS complaints, on this property, so it's really gonna be an asset to that community. The neighbor lives, isn't it the neighbor whose property it is?
I believe they own a
Yeah.
property across the street.
Yeah, it was a young guy who was trying to fix up this house. He just didn't have the resources for it. I've been there with the fire marshal on the code for a number of years. We were going to move to demolish the house, but this works out better for everyone.
Okay, and we do
Sounds
have
good.
one card on this, so, all right. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to the public. I have a card from Jeff Ziegler.
Hi, thank you, Council. My question is on this project. Given the acquisition by the CPF and the development and its proximity to a waterway and potential environmental conditions, I just wanted to make sure that you comment on the secret process in terms of classifying this project.
Okay, I mean, we're removing the house and the sanitary system.
It would be a type 2 app.
It'll be type
Type
2
two.
action, yeah.
Yeah, any permits related to a single-family residential would be a type
So,
2.
for the audience, SECRA is the State Environmental Quality Review Act. Many of you know that. Maybe some of the kids don't, I don't know, maybe, probably some of them do. So anyway, so we have to go through that process, and there's 3 different categories
Correct.
within that process. And type 2 assumes that there is unlikely to be any adverse impacts from the
Yeah,
action.
no further action is required under type 2 actions, yeah.
Okay, I hope that satisfies Mr. Siegler. Okay, is there anyone else who wanted to be heard just on public hearing number 2? Seeing none, Charlie?
Yes, I did.
Yes, yes.
All right, so we have somebody online who is wishing to comment on
Lindsay Cox.
CPF acquisition of this property in Flanders.
Hi there. I am hoping to comment further on, but I wanted to know what the process was. So thank you for accepting me in for a later comment. I appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're here for a later comment, correct?
Yes, the process wasn't, I couldn't chat or anything like that. So I very much appreciate you opening this up. Thank you. I'll
Okay.
chat in a bit.
Thank you. Okay, I will, there's no one else, right, Charles, online?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 2.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, public hearing number 2 is closed. Madam Clerk, would you please read the 3rd public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 3 on the acquisition of lands of Rhonda S. Hessner and Dara Smith Yates Trust and amend CPF management and stewardship plan to include properties.
Okay, Jacqueline Fenelon, are you introducing this? Okay, so this will be introduced once again by our CPF program manager, Jacqueline Fenelon.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. This is the considered for acquisition of 209 Hayground Road. This is a 3.1 acre of land located in Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 983-1-9.6. This is a property that is on a flag lot, but it also fronts, it's north of Long Island Railroad and then fronts on Long Pond, so it's right over here. So we be considering this for open space and wetland preservation as well.
What's the size of the parcel and the cost?
It is 3.1 acres, and it is expressed in selling the property for $2.5 million.
And are there structures on this one as well?
There are not. It was previously used for agriculture, so there was some fencing and some irrigation as well as, electric and well. We actually already addressed that and had them remove all of the remaining materials.
But this wouldn't be an agricultural purchase?
No,
would
this
be
would.
open space purchase?
Correct, yes, open space with wetland.
Is this going to be a park for people or just a natural?
We are
Open
still
space.
assessing it. We're going to allow the property to be reclaimed passively. So in the future, there may be a trail down to the water, possibly, but it would be like a passive trail.
This was a previous tree farm,
Yes.
and so there are still some plants that are, we're just going to let them grow or
Yeah.
let
We're
them
just-
go
Yeah,
back?
we're going to let them grow. We might take a look at, reutilizing them somewhere
Mhm.
else, but just some minor augmentation of the vegetation, but otherwise just let it be. So they've
Okay.
currently taken down the ag fence and the remaining irrigation and materials when it was a farming operation.
How big was the fence, do you remember?
It was an 8-foot-high agricultural fence
Okay,
on wooden posts, and then there was some,
so the trees will be eaten by the deer?
Hmm?
No, okay.
yeah, and there were some, like wire remnants, rolls and stuff like that we asked for them to be removed and addressed.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Fenlon?
No bamboo, nothing invasive, nothing we have to remove?
No.
Just-
Yeah, there's not a large presence of invasive materials. We will, we annually inspect it, so if anything comes up that would need any invasive management, we would take a look at that. Because it is on a freshwater pond, Long Pond, we would definitely take a look at that and make sure, because that's one of our sensitive ecosystems, so we try to make that a priority.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Other questions for Ms. Fenlon? All right, thank you, Jackie.
You're
All right, we'll go to the public on public hearing number 3. Acquisition of that parcel on the poster to the far right. Anybody wishing to be heard? I have no cards. Seeing none. Charlie, anyone online? No. No. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, public hearing number 3 is closed. We move on to public hearing number 4. Sunday, would you read the public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 4, to amend Chapter 312, authorized stop signs at the intersection of Wakeman Road and Gardenia Avenue, Hampton Bays, New York.
All right, Assistant Town Attorney Mark McRedmond will introduce us.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board. Assistant Town Attorney Mark McRedmond. This public hearing involves a request from our highway superintendent to place stop signs at the intersection of Wakeman Road and Gardenia Ave in Hampton Bays. Specifically, there would be one stop sign on the south side of Wakeman Road at the intersection of Gardenia Ave and another stop sign on the north side of Wakeman Road at the intersection of Yale Drive. I believe Mr. Councilman Martell had sponsored the resolution initially. It is essentially to increase safety along this elementary school route, and it does have the support and has been endorsed by our police chief.
Yeah, it's an area where we do not have sidewalks that lead up to the high school. It's a well-traveled walking area to the high school. And we do have a lot of bypass traffic now that goes down these roads, especially from the Dune Road into town, because there's really no stop signs on that road. So the speeds have been recorded at pretty high speeds on that road. So this hopefully will bring it back to the neighborhood feel that it used to be.
Highways in support of this.
Highway is
This was brought
absolutely
forward
in
by
support.
Highway. He actually had requested 2 sets of stop signs on Wakeman, but we had gone through Tom. Tom decided, and we decided that 1 would be sufficient.
So are there stops in the other directions?
Yes.
So if you're coming down Gardenia and you hit Wakeman, there's already a
There's
stop.
already a stop sign at both
And
sides.
same with
right.
Yale
Mhm.
on both sides. And this would also put a stop then on Wakeman at those intersections.
Correct.
Making them 4-way stops. And there's community support for this, right?
Yes, yes.
And did our town engineer weigh in?
Tom did. Tom was actually added to it. He said in addition to the stop signs,
We may have to work some on some site angles and stuff too. Actually, he gave me some pictures of additional work that Highway Department could do to help with the issue we have.
I think there's some trees in the right of way.
Clearing. Some hedges and some trees and.
But the property owners along Wakeman are supportive in general?
Yes.
Because sometimes, though, it sounds like a good thing, but there's a lot of traffic and you add stop signs, you add noise.
Mhm.
You know, because everybody, you have the stopping, the brakes, and then starting up the acceleration and the motors. But if the community is looking for it, I think that's
Yeah.
a positive thing.
Yes, and I can add that L.K. McLean Associates did conduct a traffic engineering study of this intersection, and they did recommend the stop signs.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Redmond? Okay, we'll go to the town hall audience. Anybody wishing to be heard on these intersections with stop signs along Wakeman at Gardenia and Yale? Not seeing anyone. Charles, anybody?
I do have a hand.
Okay. Let's confirm, though, that the person is looking to speak at the
It's
fourth.
Lars.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
So, on
You want
point.
to speak on the other one as well?
Hey, Lars.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. Lars Clemenson, Superintendent of Schools. I appreciate the consideration of the stop sign. As Rick said, this is in the walk zone to Hampton Bays High School and in close proximity to Hampton Bays Elementary and Middle School as well. And the Wakeman Run, there is a stop sign at Lincliff and then again at Bay, but it's a considerable distance where cars can, one, pick up speed, and there's some curvature that does limit sight lines. And so it's a safety measure that we support at the school as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Lars. You're not the only school superintendent here today. We got
Good company.
You got Jeff Nichols from Sag Harbor is here, too.
About number 6, I imagine.
Yes. All right, thank you, Lars.
Thank you.
Okay, Charles, anyone else online?
No, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 4,
Second?
seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4 is closed. We'll move on to public hearing number 5. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 5, to amend Chapter 312 to authorize stop signs at intersection of King Street and Gerald Lane, Hampton Bays.
Okay, and once again, Mark McRedmond, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce it.
Yes, thank you, members of the board. This resolution was sponsored by Councilman Martell, and it also involves a request from our highway superintendent for the placement of stop signs at the intersection of Gerald Lane and King Street on the east and west entrances. And again, it is believed, based on a study performed by L.K. McLean and our highway superintendent, that this would increase the safety along this elementary school route, and it has been endorsed by our police chief.
Has the town engineer weighed in on this one?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And the highway superintendent?
Yes.
Okay. And,
Again, there'll be additional clearing on the sight lines, because that is an issue on that street. But this is one where no good deed goes unpunished. Our previous highway superintendent paved this road. It traverses basically all of the village, and it does not have a stop sign. It's beautifully paved, and Waze has decided to put it on the map. So anybody coming off Route 24 that cuts down Springville can now do pretty much twice the speed limit on this road. And it's dangerous. We do have the walking traffic to and from the school. We have basically the queue-up area for the elementary school where people are starting to time their pickup of the kids in the afternoon. And so we needed to make sure that the people coming out of that development had a fair chance of, regular traffic. And the safety of the kids, obviously.
any questions for Mark or Councilman Martell? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to our town hall audience. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard at the 5th public hearing? Seeing none, we'll go online. Charles, anybody indicating they want to be heard at public hearing number 5? I suspected so.
Just for the record, again, in support of this, it's in the walk zone. PTA has raised this as a concern as well. It's, people get to high speeds on that road. So again, on behalf of the school district, thanks for the consideration there for safety purposes.
Okay, thank you, Lars. Okay, anyone else online, Charlie?
No, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 5.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thanks, Mark.
the moment most of you have been waiting for. Public hearing number 6. Madam Clerk, would you please read the public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 6 on the acquisition of development rights at 7, 9, 11, 12, and 15 Marsden Street, Sag Harbor, and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan to include 15 Marsden Street and amend CPF Management Stewardship Plan to include the properties.
All right, thank you. We'll bring Jackie Fenlon back up. So you all are familiar with this. So this is, the school had reached out to the town to possibly partner on acquiring 4 contiguous lots across the street from the school, across Division Street, on the corner of Marsden, to do athletic facilities, or originally a community park, which certainly to, I think those who proposed it, was athletic fields. I think there may have been some confusion to the extent until we saw the plan, which was clearly athletic fields. We went back and forth over the composition of those fields quite a bit, with some concerns about synthetic turf, and ultimately arrived at allowing a public hearing on a natural field. We held a public hearing on the 28th, the last day of February. It was pretty well attended. I think it's even more attended today. We adjourned it. A number of questions arose at that public hearing. We had some testimony that under SECRA, which is something I mentioned before, this was a type 1 action, which we would have to then make a determination whether we would pause deck it or not. That determination hasn't been made, but we are advised that it is a type 1 action because it's over a certain size in a historic district. That council has told us is clearly type 1. We are in the process of making that determination, whether we will pause deck it or not. If we pause deck it, that means an environmental impact study or statement has to be prepared. It's a lengthy process. So I know the school has had a desire to move this along as quick as possible, but we have to stick to the legal processes, which means that it, a minimum of 2 months from now before we could vote on this, but possibly as many as 8 months if it's paused deck. So I know people have been waiting to be heard, and we're certainly willing and looking forward to hearing everybody. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that today is not the end of this for the town's perspective. It's not the end. It can't legally be the end. It will have to get adjourned. We probably will end up adjourning it for a minimum of 2 months, so we can complete the first phase of SECRA. And if it gets paused decked, it probably will get adjourned for an additional 6 months. So it's a long process, and there'll be plenty of opportunities to weigh in. All right, so with that in mind, Jackie Fenlon, our CPF program manager, will fill in all the details I left out.
Oh, excellent. Yes, so we're here again to consider the purchase for 7, 9, 11, 12, and 15 Marsden Street. So this is on the corner of Division Street and Marsden, right adjacent to the Sag Harbor schools. And then the standalone parcel was being considered for development as a parking lot. So with this, it was a combined value of $8,575,000, with the town possibly contributing $6 million to the sale, and the school making up the difference. Sorry. We did carefully evaluate this, and I have to admit, we looked at secret thresholds. There was already, some concerns that were brought from the community in regards to stormwater drainage, as well as possible, fill that had been brought in and other materials that we weren't aware of. So we were able to review in a little more detail the Phase 2, which the school provided us and is available on their website. So there are some areas of concern that would need further evaluation for that with the fill and material that was brought in previously. We also want to take a hard look at the stormwater runoff because this was a kettle hole. So we want to make sure that we take a look at the stormwater drainage and some of the informal drainage which may implicate this property as well. This is kind of a natural low spot. So we want to make sure if anything moves forward on the property that we fully review the environmental impacts related with that. And then it was brought up, we did review carefully the 25% threshold for any classification as a type 1. And if you exceed that 25%, it would basically classify that as a type 1 action. So we did take time to review that, and I consulted with the town attorney, Mr. Burke, and Dan McCormick in our office, the assistant town attorney for CPF. And we all agree with those combined issues. The classification is a type 1 action.
So, Jackie, I think there's some confusion out there in the public in terms of, some people think the town already voted to acquire the property. So can you speak to how our process works under the CPF law?
Absolutely.
How we appraise a property and how we lock in a price with the seller,
Correct.
subject or contingent to a public hearing?
Yeah, so the general process is that this goes initially before the CPF Advisory Board. The CPF Advisory Board, after careful review, did say that this had merit for possible acquisition and made a recommendation to the town board to consider that. Once that acquisition is vetted by the CPF Advisory Board, next step is to bring it to the town board executive session to see if the town board is willing to move forward with appraisals. The appraisals then guide us into the market value of the property, so then authorization of an offer can be made. That offer letter, and I have it right here, of June 24th, 2002, does express an interest of $6 million, but again, it is just an offer letter. This is not binding. I know when you make an offer on a house, there's no contract obligation that you're going to get that house, right? So right now, we're considering all of this, and I think a very important component is we get the offer letter, the contract was signed by the school district, but the town is not bound by any contract at this point. We have not signed a contract on this, and that routinely happens after a public hearing, which is a very important component that we get community input. So that's the stage we're at now. So there is an offer on the table, but it's still being reviewed, and we're carefully looking at all of the environmental impacts and community impacts for this parcel.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I want to give Councilman Tommy John Scavone an opportunity to here.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Ms. Fenlon, for outlining our process, because the process here has been, interesting, and how the community has been told about our process is not exactly the way we normally do community preservation funds. I've seen certainly a lot about the June letter that was issued by the town of Southampton, and that was an offer letter. Our process involves what we're doing right here. And I want to thank you all for coming out, and thank the folks in the first public hearing for coming out, because we do not vote until we go before the public, have these discussions, and then in front of you, we vote to purchase or not purchase or whatever we're going to do. So this is what we're doing. I understand that in the community that was put out that the letter in June was somehow some kind of commitment on the town of Southampton. It was negotiations, and then you all voted. So to many people in the community, it is seeming like that the process has already happened, and it's not. In fact, you're here today as proof of this. I'm from the community. I graduated from Pearson High School. My father, my grandfather did. My children did. I was on the school board for many years. I live in the community. I am your neighbor. And so I have a vested interest in all of this. And I guarantee you that our board, now I understand, and I understand, our board, we are going to vet this. We are going to get the information. The information will be presented to the public, and we will make an informed decision on this. we're going to. So,
No, it's okay.
so, but Jay, I just, like, it's important. Transparency and our process is incredibly paramount in a free democracy. I mean, it is our system. And as long as it may take, or, seemingly, over the couple of months, these are the paces that we have to do and that we are going to do. Now, on this particular parcel, I know it, you know it as well. There are concerns, and as the supervisor said, we are going to be doing our secret review as we are required. Our attorneys, our legal has advised us that we are going to be doing this. So I just want to really appreciate everybody who took time out of their day to come here tonight. With us also tonight, we have the Superintendent of Schools, Jeff Nichols, one of your board members that I see here. Mr. Reed is with us, so thank you all for being here. And, with that, I just wanted to address you all and kind of acknowledge and talk about some of the things in the community that we're seeing.
And just,
Thank you.
again, just for clarification, so what is before us today is a proposal to partner with Sag Harbor School. This town would bring $6 million into it. The school would bring in acquisition money as well, and also require a fifth lot on their own. The school would be responsible for building out the athletic facilities and maintaining it at no cost to the town, and making those fields available to the public when the school is not in session. So every weekend, every school holiday, and all through the summer, the community at large would be able to use the facility. There are some buffers involved, but not on all sides, I think on 3 of the sides. And there would be an agreement that the parking area, although this town would not have an ownership interest in the parking area, there would be an agreement that that parking area was fully available during the times the park was available to the public. There's also, again, a prohibition on any synthetic turf, even hybrid turf. There's a requirement that the comfort station have a sanitary system that removes nitrogen. It has to be dark sky compliant so that the lighting does not have any excess glare. And I'm sure I'm leaving out other elements. There's some other elements there too. The stormwater management plan has to be
Yeah,
developed. and
sustainability practices.
Signed off, sustainability practices and things like that.
And
I
our
think that's-
secret.
Yeah, because that's sort of like the the 32,000 foot view of it all. But, okay, we do want to get to the public.
Can I
Sorry?
Just briefly,
Councilwoman McNamara?
just briefly, we're a long way into this process. I know the school had a vote on this in November. And, we've had emails since then. I had asked to have this public hearing back in November because I just wanted to hear from the public, because I feel like the longer these things go on, the more, the angst there is. There's division in the community. I've lived through it in my own community. I know it's not a great place to be. As you've heard, we're now months out to any kind of a decision with being to a vote on this. It really is, this was brought to us by the school with a need for athletic fields. And, they asked us to partner with them. And we've gone through this process. And now this is where we're at, where we're looking at months down the line. I know that we had this public hearing, on a tight timeline so you could put up a bond vote in May. It's now to the point where you have to ask yourselves, this is not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I understand. This is a once-and-forever opportunity for the school. You will never see a tract of land like this near the school ever again, possibly, ever. So it's really, it's for you guys to ask yourselves, do you want to wait months out in this process to potentially get to a place where we say we can't, or there's more stipulations on it, or do you want to put up that bond in May and take on banking this land for the school district? That's certainly still in your purview to do, and I have to caution you to maybe think about that, because we are, as was said, months out on this, on even coming to a vote. So there won't be a vote on this today or for months from now. So it's just, I want everybody to go into that understanding. This isn't about not wanting to do for our kids and wanting to do for our kids. 100% I want to do for our kids.
there's just a process that we have to go through now, and where we are in that process, I don't think is conducive to the school getting the result that you want and need for your community. So,
One other thing I want to say too, because it's come up whether you can do this with CPF funds. You legally can do this with CPF funds. CPF funds were created to preserve community character. There are a number of articulated uses. Certainly, open space preservation is the most familiar, but we're also able to preserve farmland. We don't buy the farmland, we buy the rights to build houses off of the farmland. We try to create access to public places. We can purchase historic properties, historic buildings, like in the case of Steinbeck House was recently done, or Sag Harbor Cinema. But active recreation is an allowable use in the CPF program. We can do it, we've done it before. It's not just open space and woodlands and things like that. You can do active parks like this.
So I'm just gonna add to that, that we buy property as park, as passive recreation. Occasionally, we've done it for more active recreation, and that, I agree with the supervisor, that it's allowable. But we've never done it with a school district. And my concern is that we are setting up a precedent. If we're gonna set this precedent, we need to do it perfectly and cover every base, and that's one of the reasons we want the review. It's one of the reasons we asked the school board for more information, the school district for more information, so that we don't make a mistake and set a precedent going forward that we can't correct and can't back out of. I just want to
So,
make that point.
and we do that all the time. I mean, we buy pieces of property that we know eventually, historically, the building will be stewarded by others, and, everything will be kind of taken care of. And we went into this knowing that this was going to be a community park with an athletic field component. At least that's my impression of it originally. How big that athletic field component was going to be, I guess, was up to the final design that we saw later. But we were buying the development rights. The school was going to steward that property. They were going to take care of it. They were going to build out the property. And then they were going to allow the public on it, just like we do at other locations for other things. To me, it was a community park that was going to benefit the school and benefit the community. It was never we got to do this for the school or we got to do it for the community. So I want to make sure that we're staying focused on what the original idea was, that we're building a community park. All the other ideas that have been thrown around are great ideas, but that's something for down the road. That we're concentrating, I feel right now, and I am, on a component that's going to benefit the community, benefit the school, and benefit the kids that live in that community. Whether it be they play ball, or they walk the trails, or mom and dad just want to take a baby carriage to the park, that it's all the same, that this is a community park with an athletic component. It's going to be stewarded by the school, and we can step back and say, great job, guys, this is wonderful. That's what I'm hoping for, and that was the original intent when we pushed it forward, for me anyway.
Okay.
Jay, I'd like to talk just a little bit.
I'd like to get to the public, is it?
Sure. Just real quickly, this months out thing isn't something we just made up. We know that this parcel was used as a dump. We know that this parcel was filled with construction fill. We know that there are detects of a variety of materials, and it's our job to find out what this is and, what kind of ramifications it has for your children and the community going forward if we're going to be a part of it, as we plan on being. So, that's the intent of that is, for safety and community consciousness, and then, to a much lesser degree, cleanup, if it needs it. So we have to go through our paces and do our due diligence there, and that's what this time period is for.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I do want to get to the public, and now is the time. I have an awful lot of cards. I haven't counted them, but we have about 40 cards here, and
84 online.
we have 84 online, and if everybody takes the full 3 minutes, we're here for many hours. So you do not have to use up all 3 minutes. You can agree with the person before you if it shortens your comment period. You can always submit comments in writing. The clerk will let you know when you're approaching your last 30 seconds, and I will ask you to not go beyond 3 minutes. I will probably have to cut you off, so, just because we want everybody to be heard. Now, again, we have people online and we have people here. This is a continuation of the public hearing we had on February 28th. So what I'd like to do is, if you've already spoken, if you spoke at the 28th, I want to hear the voices that haven't spoken yet. We will listen to you and give you a second round, another opportunity to be heard, but I don't want somebody to speak twice before somebody gets to speak once. And I do have a list of everybody who spoke at that first public hearing. So if I'm missing it, board, if you say this person already spoke, I just ask that person wait. We're here for the long haul. So I'm gonna take them in the order that they came in, but if it's somebody who's already spoken, then I will put you first after the people who have not spoken.
And rest assured, we will hear everyone.
All right, and I'm gonna say who's on deck. And again, if I call a name that somebody says they've already spoken, please let me know. So I got Susan Sprott first, followed by Barbara Bornstein. Susan, and did you speak at the first one?
No.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, yep.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Susan Sprott, and I have lived on Division Street in Sag Harbor since 1984. And as we all do, we love our village. I want to thank you, Supervisor Schneiderman and members of the Town Council, for your consideration. And we acknowledge and appreciate, you can hear this, that all of us want what is best for our community. All of us love Sag Harbor. This community does belong to all of us.
Pull the mic down just a little bit more, it'll help the.
Better?
You wanna be-
Thank
yeah,
you.
go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. We celebrate on Main Street, in our schools, our places of worship, at Bay Street Theater, at the church, at Mashashimuit Park, on the wharf, and in times of need, we pull together. We recreated Bay Street Theater all together. We all have dreams and hopes for what more our village could offer and become. It is in this spirit that we ask the board to consider acquiring the 5 Marsden lots with community preservation funds and to partner with Sag Harbor Village to create a community nature park. For it is with and in a park that a community comes to know itself and nature, our dependent source. Passive parks provide natural settings and opportunities for outdoor classrooms for young and old, whether for formal or informal learning. Many East End environmental groups offer such programs. These could complement and support district classroom study and provide all of us an important new educational resource. Or if the community wishes, it can simply enjoy the quiet beauty of a restored natural landscape across from our schools in an historic district surrounded by village homes. We welcome our community to view these renderings of a community nature park, a place for all of us, with environmental and civic stewardship.
30 seconds.
Drawing on existing strengths, building new ones, and nurtured by our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I offer you photographs?
You have to, everything can go to the clerk. All right, I want to call next,
Right here.
Right to our clerk.
that was Susan, right? Sprott. Okay, Barbara Bornstein, and Barbara is followed by, Douglas Newby, you had spoken, right? So we'll come back to you. So what about Howard Mitchell? Have you spoken already yet? No, okay, so you'll follow Barbara. Okay.
I'm Barbara Bornstein, and most of you know me, even though I'm just speaking on behalf of myself today. Most of you know me from being on the board of Friends of the Long Pond Greenbelt, Southampton Trails, even Southampton Trails Advisory Board. So my roots are in preservation. So And that preservation has always been not just for me and my peers, but for the children and for their children. So we're all here for the children, not just the schools. And I support the Sag Harbor School District in finding a solution to its need for an additional playing field that does not involve clearing the Marsden land. I think you, Mr. Schneiderman brought up an initiative to maybe improve Mashashamit Park with CPF funds. And so thereby maybe doing a combination of things, of preserving the Marsden lots while providing, a playing field for the kids if they need that. And it's a great idea. And I also support using community preservation funds in purchasing the development rights to those residentially zoned lots if, we can have a willing seller in order to preserve them as a passive parkland and with not much more added than perhaps a walking trail and a few benches with its vegetation and its wildlife habitat, which has sprung up even though it was a dumping site. It's now become habitat. And to leave it mostly intact would be ideal. If necessary, perhaps Suffolk County would partner in this effort. They have in other areas using funds in its water quality protection and restoration program and land stewardship initiatives. So if we needed extra funds, maybe that's an idea. The precedent of using CPF funds for school, I agree. It would open the door to other districts expecting CPF funds in kind. And I think it's just not a good way to use the funds other than if it was to be the parkland that was originally envisioned. And even if the playing field was natural, I think in the last meeting you brought up the use of maintaining them involves fertilizer, and that's a terrible idea for our groundwater quality.
30 seconds.
So I support some sort of combination of using the funds for maybe improving the park that's already existing and perhaps preserving these building lots so that they're not either homes or, a manicured playing field. And we all want what's good for the kids and their kids and their kids.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Barbara. Okay, Howard Mitchell is next, and then Ian Welch. And Ian, you haven't spoken yet, right? All right.
Are we going to ask people to cycle out after they speak?
That's a good point,
We have-
Councilman McNamara. If you've already just spoken, there are a lot of people who'd like to be in this room. We just asked that maybe you could watch it from a remote location the rest of the meeting to give other people an opportunity to be heard. Okay.
There's two, one next door, I think a camera downstairs is being
downstairs.
set up.
And this is live streaming too, so you can go home and watch it on TV.
Hello, I'm Howard Mitchell from Sag Harbor, and I am all for supporting the athletic needs of the students at Pearson High School, and I think most people would agree with that. When I first heard how this started, it was introduced as it was going to be a park, and then it evolved into athletic field and maybe a park. And when it got to the soccer field, I went out and did a little research. And the good news is that this field already exists. This represents the existing field, 13,500 square yards of open, unobstructed field that now exists behind the high school. It looks very underused and pretty under-maintained. This is a regulation size soccer field, and it is 9,000 square yards. This soccer field being placed in the field that already exists would allow room for lighting, bleachers, a concession stand, all without disrupting any of the existing structures that actually are on the field or near the field right now. So in a day and age where everybody is so concerned with getting the maximum use out of our resources, and we're using our resources efficiently, my worry is that by ignoring this possibility right here, which can be improved for far less money than the millions we are talking about, that if we move towards a soccer field in a new area and spend those millions of dollars, we run the risk of ending up with 2 athletic fields which are underused and under-maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, and the reason why I call the name is so that person can queue up and be prepared to speak. So Ian Welch, assuming Ian has not yet spoken. Is Ian here?
You can take these. You can take them, yeah.
All right, so I'll come back to Ian. So
No, you can take them, it's fine, thank you.
April Gornick, is April here?
She couldn't get in.
She somehow filled out a card. Is she here in the hall?
Someone filled it out for her, she couldn't get in.
Okay, so she's not here. Catherine Levy is here. All right. So what did we find out about Ian Welch? Passing over, he's on a call, right? All right, so then we'll go to Catherine Levy, followed by Clay Sprondell.
Catherine spoke.
Oh, and you spoke at the last one, right? Clay, you haven't spoken. Finney spoke, and Mayor spoke. So, Clay, you have not spoken. And then Clay will be followed by Mayor spoke. So, Jeff Ziegler, you spoke last time. Kelly Ziegler, I don't think has spoken. Okay, sorry, Clay.
Thank you very much.
She did.
Oh, you did speak, Kelly? All right, hold on, wait a second, we won't start the clock yet. Kelly spoke, all right, how about Daniel Marsili Baft?
I have not spoken.
You have not spoken, okay, you're on deck. All right, Clay.
Thank you again. Members of the town board, I appreciate this public debate very much. And I think it's wonderful how much people care about our community. However, the lack of civility and misplaced anger during this debate is upsetting, but it's also sobering. I think much of the anger and confusion is based on misinformation and total lack of information. The town board and the school district should have been following the due process in full disclosure from the beginning. The town board should have been listening to its advisory board, and the school district, should have completed an all-encompassing project feasibility report before deciding to acquire these properties, or even putting it before a vote. Installing a regulation-size athletic field in a kettle hole prone to flooding is in itself an absurd proposal. In my opinion, the Marston properties are not suitable for any kind of development due to the nature of the topography and flooding issues. And speaking of flooding issues, installing a parking lot paved with asphalt is probably the most ridiculous thing about this proposal. The Marston lots act as a giant French drain collecting precipitation from the surrounding area. The proposed parking lot will essentially act as a funnel, prevent natural drainage, and add to an already inadequate stormwater infrastructure. I urge our community and town board to consider the very real issues we face in this community, such as flooding, polluted runoff from streets, and landscaping and outdated septic tanks. Please leave the Marston lots as a community green space, and I urge the district to accept the offer from the town board and use the CPF for Passaic Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, so Daniel Marsili Baft, Grover Pagano spoke, I believe, so we'll put that in the, did Thomas Perry speak in the last meeting? No? Okay, then Thomas Perry will follow Daniel.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Marsili. I'm a full-time year-round resident of Sag Harbor. I have 2 children in the school system. They're in this room, and they're not homeschooled. So coming here and taking them out of school is a huge commitment for them and for the other small kids in this room. It's clear to me that the town council, and of course I followed it closely, is not committed to this project. And parents like me are profoundly disappointed in you as our elected officials. This started as a noble effort that any community would have rallied behind. A landlocked school that needs space for physical activity and sports. Land adjacent to a school in that growing community comes available. A seller motivated for it to go to the school, and a town council committed to partnering with the school system to make it happen. Then, a small group of neighbors started an opposition. They enlisted special interest groups and Manhattan money. They promulgated half-truths and lies. And they surfaced every obstacle imaginable, even levying a lawsuit. And they're still saying untruths in this room, saying that there's plans to do this or that, which they know not to be true. And their website even says that, and it's not true. They're distributing material that's flatly false without apparent consequence. And you as a town council have bought into their rhetoric. In doing so, you have ignored a key majority of your constituents. You have ignored the working families of Sag Harbor. And you have lost touch with our needs. We too live in historic homes. We care about preservation. We fish and clam in the coves and walk the greenbelt, and we worry about our aquifer. And like Save Sag Harbor, we care deeply about our quality of life, but this is where we start to differ. Our definition of quality of life is centered on our kids and our full-time Sag Harbor families. It isn't centered on fancy cocktail parties and summer galas or having national reputation for arts and literature, nor is it about getting our homes published in Elle Decor. We are working families of Sag Harbor. We are the heart of this functioning village. Our life is centered on our school community, and increasingly, you don't know us. You don't know our needs, and we do not believe you have our best interests in mind. So my message to this town council, to our village leadership if they're listening, but it's also for civic organizations and for doyens of literary and art communities. If you want to know what our kids really need, do the work and stop condescending us as if you know what's best for us. For those organizations, there's a place for their voice, and we welcome it on this topic and others. But we need our voice too. Simple
30
as that.
seconds.
So I need to see them meeting with our PTA, talking to the teachers union. They know what our kids need. Come to morning program. There's 100 parents there. You can meet them and talk to them. Go to a hoops game. Go to Spirit Week. Do something to know us. You're losing touch. We know it. And we're organizing because we do not think that you care about what our needs are. And we don't need people saving us, telling us what our needs are. It's as simple as that. So do the work and figure out how to get to a cooperative, productive result with the school system, including
minutes.
not finger pointing like you did last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Thomas Perry I have next, followed by Sophia Perry.
Hello, my name is Thomas Perry and I'm a student at Pearson Middle School. I want to tell you why I hope you'll vote yes on the Marsden purchase. My academics are very important to me, but I know that getting straight A's are not enough to get into a top college. There's a lot of competition and I will need to excel in many areas outside of school too. I love playing sports most, but I'm also the president of the 6th grade class, a trumpet and piano player, a member of the jazz band and math club, a volunteer for Hampton's community outreach, and I really enjoyed being in the middle school musical this year. Pearson has great opportunities for musicians and actors. I also care a lot about animals and the environment, and I don't understand why some people think it's better to build more houses on Marsden instead of a new field, or why they would want a park without a field when we have way fewer fields than other schools, and they can already walk to Mash Park like we do and use all those really cool long trails that already exist. But even though I care about the environment, I also care about that my friends and I are always being driven by our parents to East or Southampton or further to play sports because our fields are being used by other teams or they are too muddy and have been overused. All that extra time driving is time that we could spend practicing more or doing homework or other extracurricular activities so we can compete better with kids from other schools. And all that driving can't be good for the environment either. I know I'm just a kid, but using common sense buying Marsden sounds like what adults would call a no-brainer. Plus, Sag Harbor already voted yes for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
so Sophia Perry, followed by Kerry Perry. Who did that to you, Kerry? Oh, Kerry, you spoke?
That's my husband's fault, but you can move me to the back of the line.
You spoke last time.
Okay, so we'll put you there. Second rounder, so following Sophia is Bennett McEvoy. McAvoy, okay. Bennett McAvoy. All right, you're up, Sophia.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Perry, and I'm here to tell you why the Marsden Street property purchase is so important. I'm a singer, an actor, a dancer, vice president of the 6th grade class, a straight-A student, and a multi-sport athlete at Pearson Middle School. One of my favorite sports is field hockey, and I can't wait to be able to play for Pearson. But almost every opportunity I've had to play so far has been at Southampton High School or SYS. And I was only able to watch the Pearson team play one home game this fall. I'm not sure if you remember being in middle school, but it's hard. I know I'm lucky that my mom and dad both work hard for our family, but I really like it when they can come to watch me play or perform. I also like when we have family dinners every night, so I can talk about my day, but that's very hard when you have to drive so far for sports. It may not sound like a lot of traveling, but 45 minutes or an hour round trip regularly just means fewer family dinners, less time for homework, and a lot of stress for me. And if we can't have home games, then my parents probably can't see me play very much. Sag Harbor already voted in support of this project. I hope you vote again to help Pearson children and families like mine in a way that provides open space for the community too. If you don't, what else will the money be used for?
Jeff, I hope these kids are getting public speaking credit and government credit in their classes. So,
Community service.
Community service and all that. All right, so you're Bennett, right?
Yeah.
So Bennett's followed by, help me, how would you say that? Granny Cohen? Grania?
Oh,
Grania Cohen? Okay, all right, thank you. So,
and Grania, my apologies. You are a school board member as well. Thank you for being here.
okay. Bennett, you are next. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bennett. I am a 4th grade student at Sag Harbor Elementary School. I play soccer, basketball, and tennis. I think a field at Marsden will be a big upgrade from what we currently have at the school. I have to go to the Ross School or Downs Family Park to practice soccer. We even sometimes have our coaches come to someone's backyard if we can't find a field to play on. If you are wondering if we could use the soccer field if we could play soccer at the field at the high school, the field there is in bad condition and is used for many other purposes. The Marsden field would be much better for our Pearson teams to have a home field. My two favorite things are nature and soccer. I am really lucky to live here. I have so much nature around that I can visit, but nowhere in the village to play soccer. It would be really great if you could help our school by contributing towards this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Grania, you're next, followed by Patricia Reed. Patricia? You spoke last time, okay, thank you. How about Ronald Reed? Did you speak last time too, Ron? I did not. Okay, so you'll be next.
Hi, good to see everybody.
Nice to see you.
Grania Cohen, I'm on the Sag Harbor School Board and appreciate your time today. I'm really excited about the Marsden idea of CPF funds for that park. I think it would be a phenomenal thing for Sag Harbor. I mean, I've been a great fan of the CPF project so far. I love the Sag Harbor Cinema, Steinbeck Park. I think there's been some frustration recently in the community, though, that some of these funds have gone to what I think are great historic things, but people are seeing as not really great access for the community. And I think Mash Park would really balance that out. I mean, we've got a great park, but it needs a lot of work, and it's an open space, and it really is the entire community that could benefit from that. So I just wanted to address that first. I wanted to address something I heard an earlier speaker, and I also heard mentioned last week in your work session, about how this was originally a community park and it morphed into something entirely different. So from the school board side, we have consistently said our facility needs for open spaces were athletic fields. They were our conversations from the beginning with Lisa Combrick, the then CPF director. We had emails as recently as 1 week before she sent us the approval saying that funds would be available, specifically talking about athletic fields. So I just want to make it very clear that nothing changed, and that was always the conversation. And we have emails, we'd be happy to share them if they didn't get shared with you already. The biggest thing, I guess, here, I mean, Mr. Schneiderman, you were great last week. You talked about the significant response from the school. We've really tried our best to kind of respond to everything. We took turf off the table. We took anything synthetic off the table. We took lighting off the table. You know, we kept responding as quickly as we could. There were certain things that would take a lot of time. So a stormwater drainage plan, for example, take a significant amount of time. We tried to solve for that by trying to say, what if the town engineer signed off on that? So we would have that already before the vote. You know, I feel we've really acted in good faith and attempted to address all of these issues. You know this is a private seller. You know we're under the gun time-wise. He's not going to wait around. He's waited a lot longer than he initially thought he would have to. And we are kind of down to the bare bones at this point. So let's talk about SECRA. This came up last week. I wish this had come up when we were first talking about this last year. I mean, if that had been the directive, we could have had time to react to this. We have obviously retained consultants. We've also gone out to third-party consultants. The consistent response that we had is
30 seconds.
On a purchase, this was just unlisted. And until there were proper development plans, it would not become type 1. So we are fully prepared to do a type 1 survey, but we thought this was post-acquisition. And, you know, if this goes into private hands, just residential houses, no SECRA report is required for residential houses. So we will never know what that water table looks like. I think it's a moral imperative we have a SECRA on, but the only way for us to fulfill that is to have an unlisted action
3
on a
minutes.
purchase and then move forward to, you know, a full SECRA report once we have development plans.
Okay, Ronald Reed, followed by Diane. I'm not going to stop you from applauding, but it does take time, particularly if you go on, and we have a very long day ahead. So you can applaud, but try to keep it brief. All right. So Ronald Reed, followed by Diana Esposito. I actually have 2 names on this, and Kim Garapi. I can't have a card with 2 speakers. Should be 2 separate cards. Let's.
Diana's speaking on her behalf, on both their. We were gonna put together, but whatever.
You can, if you want to split your. Do you want 2 cards? Do you each want 3 minutes, or
No,
one?
just gonna, one.
You're gonna both of you take.
From the PTSA.
You want to speak together for 3 minutes? Okay, fine. Ronald.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I did have a prepared speech, but I've been listening to the comments, and many of them have been covered. I just wanted to make a few comments from my side of the table. I am a board member for the school district. I also sit on the planning board for the Village of Sag Harbor. And I just wanted to make a few comments related to the discussion around CPF and its viability and use with school districts. I think it's an ideal use of CPF funds for CPF to team with school districts. It is, I think it's an important initiative for CPF to be part of that community initiative with school districts. School districts are a vital part of our communities. In Sag Harbor, it is one of the cornerstones of that community. And to say that it is something other is just false. And I feel like, from my own personal point of view and watching this process go through, it has been disheartening to me to see the rhetoric and the division that it's created. So I just wanted to make a couple of things clear on that. I myself, I've spent almost 30 years as an architect developing property and developments across the country and across the world. I've done things like LaGuardia Airport. I'm very committed to the environment. We have built buildings in the past that have exceeded LEED requirements in this country. So I just want everybody to understand that I do not sit here on this board lightly wanting to destroy the environment or make any compromise in it. I have to tell you, though, from my perspective of this lot is ideal for the school district. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a school district to acquire adjacent property, whether or not it's with CPF or otherwise. But I do think that the partnership with CPF is ideal for the community and for us as a Sag Harbor community and the district. And at that, I want to read one little last thing on my statement, just because I loved it. I said, Sag Harbor School is a symbol of our community, strength and resilience. Its commitment to academic excellence and community involvement makes it a cherished institution in Sag Harbor and the cornerstone of our identity.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is the combo, Diana and Kim, Diana Esposito and Kim Garapi, followed by Kristen O'Neill.
I spoke the last.
Oh, you did speak, okay, send that to you. How about Michelle Leot?
Leah.
Leah? Michelle, you did not speak, right? Okay. You guys are.
I'm Kimberly Garapi.
And I'm Diana Esposito.
We are here representing the PTSA membership that formally approved to support the purchase of the Marsden Street properties for use by the Sag Harbor schools and greater community. Our job is to advocate for the best interests of our students. As taxpayers, the Sag Harbor greater community voted in November and clearly expressed approval for the purchase. Yet we are still waiting for your vote to close the deal. At the last meeting, it was said that there wasn't a strong attendance of people in favor of the purchase. Many of us did not attend because we were told that our attendance wasn't necessary. The meeting was a mere formality. Today, we have taken off work or left school early to ensure that it is clear that there are many of us who feel strongly about this purchase. For each of us here, there are many others unable to attend a midday meeting. But equally as passionate, we want our vote and the Marsden Street property deal honored and completed. To accommodate sports schedules, students often need to leave class early to get ready for practice and travel to the park. This means they are missing out on as much as 60 minutes of extra help or academic time a day. Weighed down with overloaded backpacks, sports gear, musical instruments, middle and high schoolers are trudging over a mile, crossing a very busy, chaotic intersection where many drivers fail to pay attention or come to complete stops. To have a field immediately across the street from Pearson would be especially ideal for our middle schoolers, much safer and give them the opportunity to access more academic help. This could also potentially allow us to field another sport like lacrosse, so students wouldn't have to get bused to other districts to play.
We love Mashhashmewitt Park and plan on continuing to enjoy sports there. But given the growth of sports participation over the years, we still need more field space than the park can offer. If you look at Southampton, Hampton Bays, West Hampton, they all have extensive facilities right on their school grounds. Sag Harbor is unique and does not have that luxury. Adding property for use next to the school would be a huge benefit. At the easternmost part of town, Sag Harbor's kids and teens have extremely limited access to town of Southampton sports facilities like Red Creek Park, which is 19 miles away. With traffic that can easily take an hour or more, an additional field adjacent to their school for team and off-hour sports would have a dramatic impact. Also, community groups need to seek permission to use the private Mash Park fields. Given the need for field rest, it is not always approved.
30 seconds.
The Sag Harbor community is saturated with high-end homes. Most of the children won't afford to live here. So what's better than life lessons learned as being part of a team? Questions about environmental issues have been brought up. If the property is sold to developers, the residentially zoned properties will not be required to undergo any environmental testing, so any concerns would not be addressed. The Sag Harbor voters already voted their approval for the sake of your younger residents. The Pearson PTSA respectfully asks that the board please complete
3
the
minutes.
vote to move the deal forward.
All right, you got 2 done in 3 minutes. That was like the Academy Awards. 2 of you up there. All right, Michelle Leo.
Leo. Before my time begins, I think
Wait,
it's
hold
important.
on. I need to say who's on deck before you start. Uh-oh. Wood is the last name. Veron.
Véronique Hubert.
Véronique? Okay. Okay, so you're next.
I think it's important to note that there is an overflow room that is full, and there are over 40 people in the basement as well, the majority of whom are supporting this. And I just think it's important to have that noted for public
We'll
record.
stay here until every voice is heard.
Perfect. Just want the people
Okay.
on Zoom to know that we're here. So, Michelle Leo, lifelong resident of Sag Harbor, mother of 2 children in this room who are also in the school district, and we're here to stay. Supervisor Schneiderman, you referenced this meeting in your planning session on the 9th and stated the public may feel the need to show our strength. That's true. When you declared after public input on 2/28 that the 36 people who had the time to come out on a Tuesday evening during prime time hours of dinner, bath, and bedtime was somehow an accurate depiction of broader public opinion regarding Marsden, you obligated us to be here today. So here we are, showing our strength. Councilman Scavone, you are culpable for this counterproductive and divisive argument. You have incited division by your actions. You profess to be a supporter of our school and students, but as a Board of Ed member, you signed large checks to Mash Park for years without ever holding them accountable for proper maintenance of the athletic fields, the only ones you and others claim that our schools need. We asked for your support for Marsden because we know that Mash Park is not enough to meet the district needs. The letter of intent issued by CPF back in June led to the November vote. We all know the results. You are responsible to uphold the democratic process by which you were elected. Please do not knock on my door again. I will not sign your forms. Councilman Bouvier, you purport that the field was not part of the proposal, and yet your fellow councilperson, McNamara, thank you, stated in direct contrast. I was never under the impression that it was anything other than athletic fields for the school with community access. You assert you are trying to protect the integrity of the CPF, preventing a precedent we can never recover from. And yet CPF aided in the purchase of Steinbeck Park, the Sag Harbor Cinema, and as quoted by Supervisor Schneiderman and again acknowledged today, recreational fields. What precedent are you preventing? Why is our school not deserving of anything but your enthusiastic support? Why do certain parts of Sag Harbor receive these plentiful funds, but not an institution embedded in the foundation of this village? What legacy do you want to leave?
30 seconds.
To the naysayers, it hurts my heart to see people in my community insist on preservation of appearance while fundamentally ignoring the needs of our landlocked school. We have a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-forever purchase opportunity as acknowledged by Councilperson McNamara, who further stated she would not support buying it out from under the school for the neighbors. Southampton Town, North Sag Harbor Village is seeking to acquire this lot outside of the potential collaboration with the school. It will be developed one way or the other. We, as supporters of our school and advocates for our children, will
3
continue
minutes.
to champion the acquisition of Marsden without the use of CPF. I choose the school over more houses. Luckily, if the school bonds this, and I hope they do, voting history is in our favor. Sag Harbor votes yes when we need to for the school. Mr. Trenzo, I implore you to wait for us. The children of this community today and for generations to come will benefit immeasurably from your patience. I will continue to work diligently towards acquisition by our school. I'm not done, and clearly I'm not alone. I will remind everyone here, we got Stella, we'll get Marsden too.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Veronique? Veronique Woods, will be followed by Ivana, Getlina? Getling?
Yeah, Ivana Getling.
Ivana Getling, it's okay. I apologize in advance for all the names that I mispronounce, okay? I'm gonna do my best. Sometimes it's hard to read people's handwriting.
Okay, Madam Clerk, member of the board. My name is Veronique Wood. I live in the village of Sag Harbor, I'm sorry, I moved my family in 2018. Our main goal to move in Sag Harbor was to put our kid, Laurent, is here in second grade, in the school, at the elementary school in Sag Harbor. We also choose to buy a home right across the school for that very same reason, okay? Our kid is very happy at the school, but he would be happier if if the school had a field to go to. Our kindergarten to sixth grade cannot go to Marsh Park to practice and play. They do not have a facility within walking distance, and they cannot be bused. So our kindergarten to sixth grade have no access to any field. The school has this unique opportunity to acquire the Marsden lot to create a field for sports, a field that will be a lot more than just for sports. The field right across the school where kids can walk to safely, managed and owned by the school. The field will be a beautiful complement to the neighborhood because that neighborhood is the school neighborhood. On June 24th of 2022, the board stipulated a letter to the school realtor offering CPF fund for $6 million to provide the Sag Harbor the means to purchase the real estate at Marsden Street. On November 3rd, the community of the village of Sag Harbor voted 55% in favor of the CPF fund to be allocated to the purchase of the Marden's lot. And if we could have included our children, it would be 85% in favor of the acquisition. The school needs a field. It does not need a youth park. By the way, if you want another park in Sag Harbor, you should develop the land on Grover and Long Island Avenue owned by the Sag Harbor Village and the Southampton 10 that is sitting there for no use for the last 20 years. The Marden's lot are the perfect opportunity to add infrastructure to the school and take the school onto the next level in educating our kids. I urge the town of Southampton not to derail this project. I urge the board to deliver their commitment. I urge the town board to do the right thing for the children that are growing up in Sag Harbor, those who are the future of the Sag Harbor community.
30 seconds.
To quote John Kennedy, change is the law, for those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Ivana Getling? Yavana, sorry, Yavana Getling.
Can I give this to the clerk?
Sure. And then I have next Heidi Lee Kamaromi, but Heidi Lee spoke at the other one. So, John Oppenheimer. John, did you speak last time? You did, okay. And Leah, you spoke. Mary Waltz. Did Mary speak? Waltz, W-O-L-T-Z?
The other room.
Okay, all right, so let's put these over here. All right, so you're up next, and then also, I just want to remind everybody that if you've already spoken, there's so many people waiting to get in this room. You can watch this in other rooms, you can watch it at home, on your computer or TV, so, or you could go do homework, some of you, and watch it later because it's recorded and available. You can always download it, watch it at any time. So, okay, I'm sorry. You have your 3
That's all right,
minutes.
thank you. My name is Yvonne Getling. This is my son Lucas Getling. My husband is Rob Getling, and he is a resident, and he's lived here his whole life. He was born here, so are his parents. I have lived here for 12 years, and I love this town. It is my heart and my soul. And when I think about what this could do for not only my child and possible future children, but all the children that I see all the time at school, right? I am on this PTA of the Sag Harbor School, but I'm here speaking behalf of myself and my family. And I know that there's a lot of things going on and people speaking about what is right and what is wrong. But what is truth is that this space has only one real obvious option, and that is to put it in a trust, if you will, to give to our children and their future. And what we need for these kids is a safe place that is close to where they go to school, that they can go and allow their brains and their bodies to become one. I am a physical fitness trainer, and I've been doing movement education my whole life. And the one thing that is more important than anything in the world is you have to keep moving. And when our children have to sit in a car or on a bus for hours, they aren't moving, and they're losing that energy that they could get out, right, and then put into their education, right? When a child sits too long and they don't have a chance to get those wiggles out, they can't sit and learn, right? They can't stay focused on the work in front of them. And so for me, this is what is going to further our children's education and prepare them to be parents and adults who will keep moving and stay healthy and make good choices so that we aren't worried about them. We know we did right as their parents, as my parents did right for me. It put me on the path to take care of my body, respect my body, and know that I, and only I, have the choice of what I do for myself, right? I could sit on the couch, I could eat potato chips, which I do very often, thank you very much, but
30 seconds.
I will always get up and move. And my son always gets up and moves. And when he moves, his mind is ready to learn. And so I implore you, please, do this not only for our children, but for our children's education and our future residents and human beings on this planet. We
3
need
minutes.
to spread it, not stop it, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Mary Volts, the next card, Rob Calvert, Rob, did you speak the last time? So what, you'll have to wait. And Jeff Ziegler, I feel like this is the second time I called this card, but Jeff, you spoke last time too, correct?
Yeah, but is this the second round?
When
You
we-
already passed me out.
No, we're not. First, we're going to hear everybody who hasn't spoken, and then we'll come back. Lucinda Corson hasn't spoke?
She had to leave.
She had to leave. All right.
86 people.
All right. Anthony Chase Malia has not spoken, correct? Hi. If you're coming in, please do so quietly. All right, so Mary, you are next.
Thank you. My name is Mary Woltz. I live in Sag Harbor. My relationship to the Marsden property is tangential. What some have referred to as a trashed landscape serves a much higher purpose for my friends, the honeybees, who have been foraging there since moving to Germain Avenue in 2005, 18 years ago. There, my bees enjoy the blossoms of the black locust trees, once one of the most prolific sources of nectar on the East End. Now dwindling and often thought of as trash trees, instead, black locusts are a pioneer species, fixing nitrogen in the soil to repair and prepare it for future generations. What a lovely metaphor for the possibilities of a small, passive park. The CPF Advisory Board saw this, describing Marsden as a site in the process of repairing itself. It seems a fitting use of CPF funds as a promoter of strong relationships between members of the natural world. That includes us humans. A playing field that requires 94% of the site to be altered would irrevocably change my bees' relationship to it. I've watched it happen too often over my 20 years keeping bees on the East End. Wild, unmanaged landscapes replaced by pristine lawns. Bees call them food deserts, surrounding steroidal houses. In 1962, half of Suffolk County was still vacant or undeveloped. But by 2012, close to 95% of all land in the county was developed, preserved, or farmed. If there were no other options for the playing field, I might be marginally sympathetic to the plight of the school. But since that is not the case, my concerns remain with my bees and other members of the natural world considered irrelevant to this decision-making process. I urge you to consider them. Together, we can create a safe space for all to share, a place of healing, a place of learning, a place of sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so I got Anthony Chase Malia, right? And tough on the handwriting here. Is it Aiden's?
Wait, we missed Lucinda.
Yeah, I didn't leave, I think.
She didn't
I was
leave.
last week, so I'm-
Oh, did I call you before?
Yes, you did, you called her.
Lucinda, of course.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Somehow didn't think you were here. Okay, so Anthony, you're followed by Lucinda. And then I'll figure out the handwriting on the next one.
You got it.
Good afternoon, Chase Malia. I'm the president of the Teachers Association of Sag Harbor. We have over 140 teachers who voted overwhelmingly to weigh in on the margin purchase, but they're unable to attend these meetings in person. They're concerned about student safety as well as the impact of the current situation on student learning. Our teachers represent over 1,000, nearly 1,000 currently enrolled students and literally thousands of additional students who stand to benefit from an additional on-site athletic field in the decades and years to come. I want to bring 3 points to your attention today. Number one, you'll hear a lot today from people who understand the consequences of having this single on-site field. But I have a fiduciary responsibility to my members and a moral responsibility to my students to talk about a few things. One, the February 28th town hall meeting seemed so one-sided in opposition to the Marsden purchase. Approximately 1 month before the meeting, on January 26th, a representative of the town council and/or the Community Preservation Fund called me to tell me the deal was done. So rather than subject the town council to this, I notified my members and the PTSA that the deal was close and attendance wasn't necessary. You can imagine how frustrated my teachers are to hear the town council comment on the one-sided nature of attendance at that meeting. The 228 meeting was anything but a representative sample of the community perspective on the purchase and should never have been used as a bellwether of support. Number two, a community park does not satisfy the needs that our teachers have expressed for our students. It does not reduce the safety concern. It does not reduce the impact on learning. And so we strongly support the purchase of the Marsden purchase as originally intended. Frustrated by the February 28th meeting, I turned eagerly to last week's town hall meeting. I was dismayed by what I heard. I repeatedly heard members of this town council claim, as at least one member had shared with me previously, that the district misled the town council about their intentions. Repeatedly, the claim was made that the district had communicated that Marsden was intended to be a park. I asked the school to clarify. What I have here are emails going back from as early as 2021, why we don't have the things we need in terms of the environmental studies when this started in 2021. Here at this day, I do not understand. But going back as early as 2021, repeatedly in 2022, in April of 22, right before an offer was made on the property, in which the district communicated that
30
these were intended
seconds.
to be an athletic field. So I don't understand why the town council keeps talking about that. I want to finish up here today by reminding the town council that the children in our classes are community members too. Thousands of them are impacted by the decisions you will make here today. The alternative plan on Massachusetts is a good solution, but it is not a great solution in that it doesn't meet the needs that are expressed by our teachers in terms of student learning and in terms of student safety.
3
However,
minutes.
that plan can potentially allow the school to move forward with the Marsden purchase. And for that reason, I urge you and implore you to move forward with your support for the Massachusetts Park capital project updates. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Lucinda, you are next, followed by, I think it's Aiden Simon. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly? Is there somebody named Aiden Simon here?
Andrew.
Andrew Simons?
Andrew Simon. Okay.
I take partial credit for that one.
I'm afraid you might have to leave for a meeting, so that's.
Andrew Simon.
Andrew Simon, all right, beautiful. All right. We don't get an A in penmanship, though, so. All right, Cindy.
Hi, members of the board, thank you. I will be one of the brief speakers because there are far better speakers here than I am, but I just wanted to voice my support for the Yes to the Marsden project. I live on Division Street, so I am a neighbour, and I also have 2 kids in the schools, elementary and the middle school, both very sporty, both very excited at the prospect of this happening for them. I've noticed just this year, my older boy is in 7th grade, and the middle school sports start, and you start visiting other schools, and it's only really been in the this school year that I've realised how inferior our sporting facilities are compared to the other schools in the neighbourhood. So I just really wanted to say thank you, and I think the kids have given some really powerful messages, and I think there are more who want to speak. So I'm going to run and pick mine up. Thank you very much.
All right. So Andrew Simon, you're next, followed by Madison Nardi.
My name's Andrew Simon. I am a full-time, year-long resident here. I have 2 children at the school, twins, age 9. I am going to keep this brief because there's so many other voices that need to be heard. That said, you had mentioned earlier everybody's voice will be heard. I'm sad to say that's not true. There's tons of students, tons of teachers, tons of fathers, mothers, grandparents, people in the community. The majority of the community that voted on November 3rd, the majority of the community that support this, Yes to Marsden, whose voices will not be heard today. And I sat with my family February 28th, sitting at the dinner table watching a Zoom, 2 days after spring break, hearing the respected people in front of me tell me there was overwhelming support against Yes to Marsden. So hopefully here today you will see, you will hear, in the coming days you will find out that there's actually overwhelmingly support to Yes to Marsden. Thank you.
All right, so before you start, Madison, Caitlin Nardi is next. Might be related. Is that your sister? All right.
Hi, I'm Madison Nardi, and I am a 5th grade student at Sag Harbor Elementary School, and I'm very busy with everyday sports like basketball, competitive gymnastics, and one of my favorite sports is soccer. And every time I play, I drive to Downs Family Park, which is at least 20 minutes, depending on traffic. It could be 45 minutes. That's why I think Marsden is going to be a great purchase for all these kids like me who like to play field sports. Also, I would love my friends to watch me play and cheer me on. One last thing, I left school, which I love very much, 3.5 hours early so I could use my words and tell you guys how much I want this property for my physical activity. Our school needs more field for us students and for all children of Sag Harbor to come. I want my kids to know how we helped get the Marsden field. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job. All right, Caitlin, you are next. Then the next card is Chris Tice, and that's a familiar name. Chris, did you speak at the first one?
I did.
Okay, and so then Walter Bonilla has not spoken yet? Is that correct? Walter Bonilla? Is Walter here?
He might be next door.
All right. In case he's not here, what about John Alvarez? John Alvarez in the room? Or how about...
Just remember, people are downstairs, too.
And then Bob DeLuca has spoken. William Miller, is William Miller in the room? He's downstairs.
There's also a delay.
All right, so you know what? Let's just let this young lady speak, Caitlin, and we'll figure out who the next person is. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Hi, my name is Caitlin, and I am in the 3rd grade at the Sag Harbor Elementary School. And I have a long time. I can play Pearson, but I hope that we get this field so we can walk across the street to play soccer. I want to have home games because I have to drive all the way to Down Park, and it is a long drive. And if we get the property so that my friends in my 3rd grade class and school can visit me, if we then win the Marsden property, I really hope we win so that my friends in classes or in the whole school can go to my home games.
Thank you.
That's like reading aloud in front of the class times 100.
Kudos to the parents and teachers there, boy. Great job.
All right, so we're gonna try to figure out who the next speaker is, so,
Walter?
Walter it looks like this is not meant for this hearing. It says 6, but it's for zoning related to cannabis dispensaries, which is number 7. So, and then Chris Tice,
She spoke, she's waiting.
already spoke, so you're in the next group. Bob DeLuca already spoke. John Alvarez hasn't spoken, but isn't in the room. Yeah, he's at the first one, too. That goes in the pile. Okay. William Miller. Looking for William Miller.
It's not their fault if they're downstairs, they're not letting them up.
How about Austin Drill? Is Austin Drill in the room?
He spoke last time, so.
William Miller here, I've already spoken. So
Okay.
I'll come.
Okay. We'll wait on you. And Austin Drill already spoke? Austin Drill is what?
I'm right here, sir. How are you?
And you have not spoken yet, right?
No, sir.
All right. And then what about Mary Ann Eddy? Spoke? Hey, you have not spoken? Okay, so you're on. All right. Austin.
Hi, I'll keep this short. I don't want to repeat what people already successfully said. I have 2 young boys in the Sag Harbor School District with my wife, Michelle.
Can you lift the mic up?
Oh, sure. Thank you. I love repeating myself, so thank you. So, hello. I wanted to first say thank you for all you do to make our community better. My wife, Michelle, and I have 2 young boys in the Sag Harbor School District. We want to come here just to share our voice to say that we're emphatically for the Marsden project. We feel that this is a legacy and a multi-generational project that is in our hands, that we're not going.
Stand up straight. You can stand up.
That we're not going to have the opportunity again, and that this opportunity will be here and support these children for a long time. And like my friend Andrew was just here saying that we're not hearing the voices of the children, some of them, and they're doing so well at that. But this is for them, and we're not going to have this opportunity again. I just hope that some of the voices that are against this, which do have some reasons, don't outweigh and shadow the importance of this project, and that we listen to the community at a greater whole. And I hope that we come to the final decision to see this through. Again, thank you for all you do, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Mary Ann Eddy, followed by Jordana Sobe. Okay.
Hi, Mary Ann Eddy. I'm a resident of Sag Harbor Village. I came to talk about the numbers. And the November 2022 election, voting to buy the Marsden properties, there were 638 yes votes, or 55%. There were 523 no votes, or 45%. The total votes cast were 1,159. Comparing this to the May 22nd, $46 million annual operating budget of the school that passed, it passed with 911 yes votes, or 82%, 197 no votes, or 18%, and interestingly, very similar number, total votes cast, 1,108. So we had a drop-off of 27% in terms of positive yes votes in these 2 elections. One thing else that's a number issue that I thought interesting, a $15 million field for a school that's got an annual operating budget of $45 million, that's 1/3 of the annual operating budget. And I just wonder if that's out of whack. called the receiver of taxes for Southampton, 5,630 parcels. Receiver of taxes for East Hampton, 973 parcels. That's a total of 6,601 parcels in those two combined towns in the school district. So, all right, so maybe one owner owns multiple districts or multiple parcels, but on the other hand, maybe some of the parcels have more than one voting eligible resident in those. So we might take some back, put some forward. We're still going to end up with about 6,600 votes or residents that are represented. So what I'm saying is that out of these two votes, where there were 1,100 votes, and there were perhaps 6,600 possible votes, that's 17%. So I think it's a little skewed to talk about that election as being a tsunami of support for the Marsden purchase. There's one other thing that I'd like to say, which is that if the school district goes this alone, there is no community access obligation without the CPF. $15 million, not including a reserve fund, not including closing costs, not including cost overruns, at 4% a year, 15-year term, has a $1.35 million interest and principal payment every year. And if you divide that by 6,600 parcels, that ends up being about $200 a year. That's a lot. That's on top of the normal everyday taxes. And this is for a field that will not have public access. It will have a sign, much like this field that's there now, saying field use by permit only, where one of the residents here was run out of town, or not run out of town, was run off the field with his kids trying to fly a kite. There's a sign saying field use by permit only.
That's your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next up is Jordana, followed by Keith Schumann. And is Keith here?
He's downstairs.
And you have not spoken, right? Okay, excellent. Okay, Jordana.
Hi, my name is Jordana Sobey, and I want to disclose first that I'm a member of the Sag Harbor Board of Education, but I'm speaking here today as an individual taxpayer, resident, and parent, and not on behalf of the board in any capacity. At your February 28th hearing, an individual inaccurately and potentially fraudulently asserted that the Sag Harbor School Board has had no public meetings or forums about the Marsden projects, and certain members of your town council had the audacity to nod in agreement and never corrected this misstatement. This troubled me in particular, since our board and superintendent have been in touch with all of you over the last few months, and you have been personally invited to join our community forums. And I thank Mr. Schneiderman for joining in person in one of them, and Ms. McNamara for joining online to at least one of them. Since you didn't take the time to clarify that fraudulent statement from February 28th, along with so many other misstatements that were stated, I took some time yesterday to go through the Board of Education minutes over the last few months, and so here are some facts that I'd like to call Marsden Street by the numbers. There have been 14 public Board of Education meetings where Marsden has been discussed between September 6th and March 9th. There have been 2 community forums held by the Board of Education where we answered questions for hours and brought in consultants to provide additional information. There have been 2 additional town halls held by each of the PTA and PTSA where the superintendent and members of the Board of Education attended to answer questions. There have been 50 separate 3-minute public inputs at Board of Education meetings, not including any public input at those community forums. And finally, a vote on November 3rd, where 1,160 people cast votes, 639 in favor and 521 opposed. Now that you have it by the numbers, let's look at some dates. August 26th, 2021 is the first communication between our board president and CPF. Even back then, an athletic field was referenced as the intended use. April 11th, 2022, an email where Mr. Nichols answered questions from CPF representatives about the intended use of the property being athletic fields. He answered those questions because the email stated that the town board specifically asked about the purpose of the fields and whether any recreational facilities would be placed there. 1 week later, presumably in response to those emails, April 18th, 2022, that's when CPF authorized $6 million to be allocated to the lots. This proves that despite certain members of the town board now stating that they never knew what the plan was,
They and their CPF agents have known all along that the intended and planned use for the purchase has been athletic fields.
30 seconds.
I think we all know that what happened from there on in, and we've had the secret report in September 29th, the phase one September 29th, secret October 17th, phase 2 October 27th. That makes 4.5 months that you could have asked additional questions about environmental impact. I have a lot more to say, but I didn't realize it was going to take this long, so I'll email you the rest of my comments.
3
but
minutes.
I ask you to please vote yes today and restore our faith in you as our public servants.
All right, Keith, you are next, followed by Rich Simons. And Rich, you haven't spoken yet, right? Okay.
First, I want to say thanks to everyone for the opportunity to speak. And before I go to the prepared stuff that I had, I wanted to just ask a quick question about, we were just told, I think, I was down in the basement, so I don't know if I heard everything right, but I thought somebody said that the process is going to take months and months, so the suggestion that we might want to go it alone. Just wondering why that process didn't begin back in November, when we could have started, like, had a head start on all of this. But anyways, I'm here today in response to what was a pretty disappointing meeting on the 28th. It certainly appeared as though certain members of the board were swayed by a loud minority of the opposition to this wonderful opportunity. But I'm also a volunteer. I'm a volunteer coach and volunteer firefighter, and a representative for really all the parents out here that are in favor of this, and for all the parents who can't be here, and all the teachers who can't be here, and all the kids who can't be here. And their lives will be impacted tremendously by this acquisition. And I know we talked about the June 24th CPF letter, but that for a lot of us that represented where all of this started. And then on November 3rd, the community voiced their support in the form of a vote, clear majority, not a tsunami, but it was a clear majority, and in this democratic process that is, that makes a difference. But I'm also here today on a Tuesday at 1 p.m. Because I was really disheartened by watching how influenced you were by these people that were, not everyone, but mostly spoke because of self-interest and not for the community. And I fear, but I hope not, I fear that going back on your word would threaten to disenfranchise us from the democratic process. So you can see why this is a confusing and disappointing for so many of us. You offered to partner. We voted in favor. And so now it feels a little bit like, we're Charlie Brown and you guys are the Lucy with the football. So I ask you now, as a member of this small community that has always had students with big dreams, please proceed with this purchase that would greatly improve Sag Harbor.
30
The citizens of Sag Harbor are paying attention. The children are watching, so please don't disappoint us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're Rich. And
Good afternoon.
then, Marian Casada is next. Is Marian here? And you didn't speak at the first one, right?
Correct.
Okay. Excellent. All right, go ahead, Rich.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My wife and I are both Pearson alumni. We were both on sports teams at Pearson. We have 3 children in the Sag Harbor School District. Yes from Marsden. I'm going to make it short and sweet. Everyone here that was yes from Marsden did a great job. Yes from Marsden. My wife said if I don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
All right, Marianne, you are next, followed by Alice Cooley. Alice is here, and you did not speak last time, right? I did not. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity of speaking to you.
My name is Marion Casada. I'm a full-time resident of North Haven, have been so for about 30 years. My husband, late husband, Bob Schneider, and I moved here when he became principal at Pearson, and I became principal at West Hampton Beach Elementary School. So we have a long history of serving the community and always took our work more as a missionary work rather than a job. I even brought his hat with me today. So I'd like to say a few things. Number one, truth is truth. Truth, we've heard politicians, not among you, say truth is not truth. Well, truth is truth. And we can follow paper trails to see how things evolve from one aspect of this project to another. And it's always been about an athletic field, and it's always been about CPS funds, and it's always been about the school district. We have a strong need for athletic field in the district. When Bob was principal, he turned the train of Pearson to a more academic program. He introduced the AP classes. There had been none before. Consequently, became an IB school. We have an extraordinary academic program for a very small population. He was very interested in purchasing the Marsden property. We're very close friends with people who live on Marsden and have a different view of this. The school district has complied with every single one of the town's requests to take a look at things and to adjust the plan. It's not going to be an asphalt parking lot, it would be a gravel parking lot. Of course, there are remediations involved. Of course, there are things to be considered with regard to drainage and usage. I've never played a sport in my life, but I can tell you that the purpose of public education is to develop an informed and participatory citizenry. That's the foundation of it. Whether you're in a club, in a dance program, a theater program, a physical activity, a sport, organized, individual, or team, these are all things that build the citizenry among our young people, and eventually they will become old people like I am. Still involved, still engaged. And so I urge you to consider the commitments that have been made, the discussions that have been had, of course, any other obligations that need to be attended to create an athletic field that is green and clean and safe for our athletes.
3 minutes.
And for our community, family picnics, and even old people walking in a safe area. So please consider this seriously and consider the trail that has existed and vote yes for Marsden.
Thank you.
Before you start, Alice, let's figure out who the next speaker is. Is Fusco here? Janine, you're here. Okay. Wasn't sure. You said you had to leave, but you're here.
I thought it was sent away.
And it's Janine Fusco.
Yes.
Okay, so you're next. Perfect. Go ahead, Alice.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Alice Cooley. I'm an attorney in East Hampton, but much more importantly, I'm a mom of 2 young boys in Sag Harbor. My husband and I moved from East Hampton to Sag Harbor about 6 years ago, and we moved because of the wonderful school. Offering children a safe place to play sports in an area full of passive parks is a perfect use of CPF funds, and something the community and children deserve. The children deserve decent athletic facilities, like their counterparts. Preservation is wonderful, but let's not forget about the community aspect of CPF. There are no DEC mapped wetlands on this property. Sag Harbor Village does not have clearing restrictions. All you need to do is apply for a building permit. These lots have proposed to be developed in the past. The town board has long supported initiatives to help young families stay in town, despite skyrocketing housing costs, and we as parents make many sacrifices to live here. There are countless reasons to vote in favor of this purchase, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Janine, and you will be followed by, is it Yorgos Sibirides? That was close. Sibirides? Okay, and you have not spoken. I'd remember that name, so, okay.
Thank you, board, for listening, and thank you for the thank you to the community. I didn't think I was going to be able to speak because I didn't realize we were downstairs waiting, but I am actually going to be able to pick up my kids on time, so it's going to work out perfect. So my name is Janine. I have twin boys and girl, 6th graders, Tyson Gia Russo. We are recognized in Sag Harbor as an international level as an academic school, yet our children have to travel many miles constantly for a mere proper home field. Many children and families depend on athletics, not just academics, to excel and grow. Thus, many future Sag Harbor, but many grow into future Sag Harbor community residents. As a single mom, I'm lucky, but it's really hard to travel for my girl-boy twins that excel in every sport as well as academics. A proper field for the public and school could allow us to grow and extend other areas on the school property in the future when funds are available. This is a unique opportunity directly next to the school. We have acres of woodland trails nearby and need more space for our children and community and future generations to grow together. We are surrounded by millions. Let's help an endless million of kids and families from all income levels benefit with this acquisition forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Yorgos, you're next, followed by Alyssa DeFrance. Alicia DeFrance?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
How are you? So my name is Yorgos Tsibirides. I'm a resident in Sag Harbor. I have 2 children at the school, and I was also a member of the school board up until last year. I'm here to express my strong support and urge you to vote approving the CPF funds for the school needs as an athletic field. Whenever you examine a project as such, you have to evaluate the impact a project will have to the number of people. There are about 500 to 600 families currently with kids in the school directly impacted positively from this addition, and many more thousands for generations to come. In addition, there will be several weekend and summer residents that will benefit from developing the Marsden property as an athletic field. The question we need to ask is, do we want a vibrant year-round community with a stellar school and facilities, or create what traditionally was in the Hamptons, a summer and vacation place? I urge you to leave small-town politics behind and support the future of this community by approving the CPF funds for the school partnership and the use of margin lots for use of athletic fields for the school children and the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Alicia.
That's
okay.
And then, hold on, before you start,
okay.
Elisa. Casey Finelli? Casey, is Casey here? Yeah. Okay, so Casey, you are next. All right.
I don't have anything prepared. That's my husband before he signed me up, but I'm more than happy to speak. What I know is I read a letter a little while back giving CPF funds to the school and granting us that $6 million. And when I saw that, I was very impressed and very thankful. And then again, we voted on it, and that was we won the vote on that. So I don't know where it went wrong and why we're all here again, because we're a democratic country and not run by dictators. So I would urge you to keep the democratic process. But more importantly, I am a mom of 2 boys that play sports, and I can't be at either ones all the time. I drive all day long from Downs Family Park to East Hampton to Bridgehampton now for baseball, and it would be amazing to just walk across the street and be able to go to their games right there, have their friends be able to come, and not be blocked by a few disgruntled neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, so you, hold on, you are Casey?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
And then you're followed by, it's another Finelli. Is it, what's? She left? What's her name? Georgie? Georgie Finelli, okay. And then what about Jared Kells? Not here either? All right, so let me take your testimony and then we'll figure out who's next.
My name is Casey Finelli. I'm an 8th grade student at Pearson. I'm a multi-sport athlete. I play basketball, soccer, football, many other sports. It's really annoying carrying around a heavy backpack full of school supplies and walking around 20 to 30 minutes to Mash Park. And then I also have friends on the football team who have to take the bus to East Hampton just to play football, and then they have to drive back. That's missing a lot of time to do homework, study, and other academic things, or even just hang out with friends. I think it would benefit a lot from field right across the street. Wouldn't take long to walk there, obviously. So I support Marsden. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, what about Jared Kells? Jared Kells, not here? All right, I'm gonna pass over Jared. I had called Ian Welsh earlier. Did Ian come
He
in?
can't come back, sir. He unfortunately had to go pick up his kids. He doesn't have coverage.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we still have about 15 or so cards of people who've already spoke, but we still have people who haven't spoke even once yet online. And sir, did I call your name?
Jared Kelsa.
Oh, you're here.
Welcome.
All right, so yes, you get to go next.
I'll try and be relatively brief because I think a lot of people have said it well. And to Rich Shimmon's point earlier, I don't think you want me to really get into it, but the idea that we're sitting here even considering a vote against our children is utterly preposterous. Find one high school anywhere in the country where land becomes available next to it that is lacking facilities, and think, would there even be a public debate? The parents of this school district, the school is the backbone of this community. The kids are the future of this community. It's not a number of 70-something-year-old retirees who are pissed off that a soccer field is going up next to their house. That is literally absurd. All of the arguments I've heard here today are simple pretext, and I think we all know it. That's really all I have to say about it. I really hope everybody here does the right thing and votes in favor of the purchase. And I just end with the thought that, there's kind of a trending meme on Twitter right now, and pardon my language, it's fuck around and find out. Don't fuck around with our kids.
Oh, you got kids here. Not that the kids have never heard that language, but I do prefer that we mind our language. We do have an audience with a number of children, and that is not appropriate. So, all right, we're now going to go online only, and Charles, good luck with this, only to those people who have not yet spoken. So if you are watching online, and I know there's some, I guess, 80 of you, is that right, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Some of them are here for marijuana.
Fasten your seatbelts.
All right, and some may be, now we
Some are
are,
here for marijuana.
this is not the hearing on marijuana zoning, this is the hearing on the Marsden property. The partnership with the school, using CPF dollars. If you wish to be heard, you need to click the raise hand icon. To make this a little bit easier, don't click it if you've already spoken at the first hearing, whether you spoke in person or online, so that we can sort this out. Let's get all those people who haven't been heard yet. Charlie, I don't know how you're gonna do this in the right order, but do your best, one at a time. Each of you have 3 minutes to make your comments known. You probably will have to state your name when you first come on, just for our record, so we know who you are. We might even ask you to spell it if it's unclear. So, All right, we have the first person coming on. Could you please state your name? We'll know if we can hear you. Okay, so we can't.
Hi, I've already spoken, but the host asked me to join the panel. I just didn't want to lose my.
All right, we're gonna have to pass over you if you've already spoken, and we'll bring you back later.
Thank you.
Want to get her name?
It's gonna take longer to do that than it is to let people speak.
No.
What was the last name? Gold.
All right, we have somebody else coming
you.
on. Sir, can you identify yourself?
I'm Jason Perry. Can you hear me?
Jason, have you spoken at the
No.
first meeting?
I have not.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thanks. And I cannot appreciate the opportunity to be here. I can't stress enough how, as a full-time resident with 2 children at Pearson, that I and I think all of my friends and neighbors desperately want to convert on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We are advocating for generations, not just for our own kids. Hopefully we get to the right place, and this manufactured controversy over something so obviously good and healthy and just for our posterity will just be an unfortunate stain on our shared political history. As it relates to environmental issues, they are real. I am a conservationist. I love bees. But I agree that it seems like it's a red herring. McMansions will not solve that problem. And the money can be allocated first, and the field can be built with collaboration with the environmental authorities, with the proper surveys, plans, et cetera. Let them accomplish this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and buy the land, and then we'll have a fair bar for development. I think if this doesn't pass, it will be a severe violation of the will of the voters. Sag Harbor has spoken. Those residents opposed who are coming out of the woodwork today had their chance to vote, had their day at the polls, and lost democratically. And frankly, residents of any other town, village, or metropolis to our west, let's say, have no emotional or political standing on the matter. We understand internecine town procedure. We're not stupid. We understand what this hearing is versus the vote. But the vote that matters is that Sag Harbor had an election and democratically wants this. The children of Sag have a right to tap into a broad fund paid for by our tax dollars. And I think the referendum evidencing Sag Harbor voter will must be respected. If it's not, democracy breaks down, and I suspect that some smart, motivated people with means will seek to understand, maybe through the courts and in other ways, the political decision-making process and its beneficiaries. For instance, the Steinbeck house purchase. Decision was made to disperse a massive windfall to the Steinbeck family, spending over $20 million with no taxpayer skin in the game, unlike Marsden, to acquire a tiny piece of land with little historical value to be used by outsiders. No referendum, little discussion or debate. It just happened by magic because this council wanted it. And presumably, we all like to befriend and host fancy writers in our homes, and I understand that. But I don't see how it benefits the community. And I think that this kind of political doublespeak leads to lost elections every time. Many of us have watched while others got their unnecessary pet projects approved, thinking, why interfere with what they want when we know that when the day comes, our children will get theirs too. And I think that you've all now awoken very potent political opposition.
30
to
seconds.
underhanded and divisive tactics. I always ask, cui bono? Who benefits from this council railroading that project, but denying our children and their children's children a place to play and compete? Writers, real estate people, Steinbecks? Be interesting to find out and probably pretty easy to investigate. We know who benefits here, generations of actual residents and the children of Sag Harbor, and I urge you all to vote unanimously in the affirmative and also release all communications from all residents and parties in interest on this matter and on Steinbeck. I think that the applause is wonderful. I'm sorry that people wanted the applauding people to leave, but I feel the love in this room and Mr.
3
Supervisor.
minutes.
I hope that you will correct the record. You noted the imbalance of support in the last meeting. I hope you'll correct the record and note for the press the massive outpouring of support for our children today. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Charles, you want to bring, who's next? Have you?
Lindsay Cox is next.
Lindsay, have you spoken before at the February 28th?
No, this is my first time. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you fine, Lindsay. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Cox, and I am a resident of Sag Harbor. As a proud alumna of Pearson High School, I'm here to speak in strong support of the Southampton Town Board's approval of CPF funds to be used in the school's acquisition of the Marsden lot. This is such an important issue to me and our community that I'm zooming in. I've been on Zoom for 2.5 hours while working and while on other work calls, but I needed to weigh in because I couldn't be there in person with you. While I understand the importance of receiving public comments and feedback in this forum, I know that it's not incredibly accessible, and I'm overwhelmed with joy at the outpouring of support today from community members. You know, the meeting is long, hours are varying, and there's a challenge to families and children to be here. Luckily on election day, a day with hours and hours available for community members to cast their votes and have their voices heard, our community spoke up and spoke loudly. The result was overwhelming support. Over 55% out of 1,159 of voters in the community voted out of that for the school to use funds to acquire the Marston lot, which relies on Southampton Town's Board's partnership as previously indicated and agreed to by the board. The reality at the moment is that the school does not have enough fields to support its athletic initiatives. I played soccer and softball at Pearson, and I can tell you firsthand that the field in the back of Pearson does not have nearly enough space to support its athletic initiatives. The reality for the children in the community with field hockey, softball, baseball, soccer, women's, men's, track and field, cross country, and more, there is not enough space. This is not a matter of turf or no turf. This is about the children of Sag Harbor and the proper facilities that they need to have in order for their academic endeavors and athletic endeavors. The discussion can continue regarding the material or the makeup of the facilities, but this is about the opportunity to even have such facilities in the first place. This is something that will benefit the entire community, with the children representing a large part of that community. And as the councilwoman said, this is not a deal of a lifetime, but this is a once and an ever deal. There is a time limit on this with our private buyer. Don't let this deal for our children slip through your fingers. The community has spoken through a vote. It is now our job to listen and act in accordance. I also want to applaud all the students today for showing up and advocating. It is not an easy thing to do, and there have been many, many, many students here. So please, at the end of this, give them a round of applause. I work in advocacy, and I am so proud of our community and students. In closing, I implore the Southampton Town Board to approve CPF funds to be used in the school's acquisition of the Marston lot. Please do your elected duty
30
to support
seconds.
the community needs and to support our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker gathers.
Thank you. Can you please identify yourself?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. State your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Peter Gathers. I've lived in Sag Harbor for just about 35 years. I did have a long speech, I guess, written out, and I'm dumping that, and I hope I'm not as scattered as I fear. But hearing all these things, I just want to say a few things. I've decided to skip some of the facts because listening to a lot of the arguments on both sides, I think facts become irrelevant. It's sort of like convincing a Biden supporter to vote for Trump and vice versa. It ain't gonna happen. So I just want to talk about a few things that I think we need to consider. I'm a little dismayed about the anger and the distortions and the views of one side about the other. I know somebody said the people who oppose this have a pretext that there's another reason for opposing it, or that there's self-interest involved. You know, disagreeing with you does not mean that we're liars and that we're distorting facts. There are honest disagreements. I respect your side. I understand where you're coming from. I want the other side because I'm very much against this Marston property. I do think it's destructive to the environment. I think destroying the environment to get what you want is not the lesson we want to teach our children. I think that's the opposite of what we want to teach our children. I think the idea that there's no such thing as compromise is a really bad thing to show our children. I think there are wonderful compromises that can be made so we benefit our children. I'm very much pro-child, I'm very much pro-school, I'm very much pro-student, but I'm also very much pro-community. I love Sag Harbor. I'm not speaking out of self-interest, other than the fact that my love for Sag Harbor manifests itself in, that is my self-interest. I like living there. I like everything about it. I don't want to see the historical district destroyed. I actually don't want to see property values destroyed, and I don't think that's something to sneer at. I don't see people volunteering to have parking lots in fields right next to their houses. It's not right for the neighborhood. It's not the #1 priority, but it's not right. Mash Park can be used for this field. Children can walk a bit. There are buses that can be arranged. That land can be so much better used and benefit the entire community. That's what I think we should be talking about, is benefiting the children and the community.
30 seconds.
I'll tell you one thing. Okay, I look at the field that's there at the high school. Anybody who looks at the ragged and terrible shape that field's in and the way it's used, why would you think the school board could manage Marsden Field in any way other than poorly? But again, let's try to keep this civil and friendly, and just because we disagree does not mean we're your enemy, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Clive Wood.
Clive, is that the name?
That's correct, yeah. Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Clive Wood, and as a resident and parent, I'm standing on the shoulders of the people that have spoken so eloquently today in support of the funds, in support of the use of funds for Marsden. Physical education is very important today. It will become even more important in the education of our children in the future. However, it needs to be supported, funded, and promoted going forward. I support the allocation of the funds and the purchase of Marsden Lot, and you should too, for the kids tomorrow and for the kids that come after them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it brief.
April Gordon.
April didn't speak last time.
No.
Hi, April. Can you hear us?
Hi, sorry, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Yeah, I just wanted to say, I have been on the side of the opponents of this. I'm very touched by the support that parents and children and former teachers, et cetera, have shown to the idea of increasing the facilities, the athletic facilities available to the children of Pearson. Obviously, it's very, very, very important. I wish that Marsden lots had not been thrown into the solution box for them. I think that what you all proposed, Supervisor Schneiderman and Southampton Town Council, of making a better facility in partnership with Mesh Park would be an ideal solution, because clearly from the get-go, the amount of space that is going to be allotted if the Marsden lot is used is kind of essentially inadequate. Whereas if Nash Park, which is something that Mrs. Russell Sage definitely wanted as a community engaged space, if that could be turned into a really fine athletic facility for the school, I think it would be a tremendous alternative. And I hope that that can, in some way, become a different conversation that allows this problem to be worked out to everyone's satisfaction or greater satisfaction. I still think that the Marsden lots seem like a poor choice for obvious reasons. It doesn't seem like preserving land. It doesn't seem like it's preserving. I understand, I think the previous speaker just talked about people's property rights or property values, excuse me. And yeah, I think that kind of needs to be taken into account. But anyway, I just hope that people can somehow give themselves enough mental room now that this has become so divisive. I mean, people are going to hold on to what they think is fair for them, and I understand that too, but I hope that the Nash Park solution, which I thought was a great, great, great compromise, could somehow be brought back into the conversation and maybe start fresh on this whole problem. Because Marston is not, it's not big enough anyway. It's squished and it's in a residential area in a kind of a weird way.
30 seconds.
And Nash Park isn't that far away, especially for track and field people. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maureen Murphy.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Maureen Murphy with Citizens Campaign for the Environment. The Community Preservation Fund is a critical tool to protect land and our drinking water resources. The public voted to establish this fund, and it's vital that funds are used for the stated purpose. These funds were never meant to be a giveaway to school districts. CPF funding should not be used to purchase open space off the Marsden Street for the sole purpose of converting it to athletic fields. It was refreshing to hear that there would be a prohibition on artificial turf. Artificial turf contains dangerous PFAS chemicals. Chemicals that are known as forever chemicals because they do not break down. They can leach off of artificial playing fields and bioaccumulate in the environment, wildlife, and our bodies. Long Island communities are already struggling to address legacy PFAS contamination in drinking water wells. And there's actually a movement throughout professional sports teams to move back to normal turf and away from artificial turf fields. The National Football League and the U.S. national soccer teams will only play on natural gas because of turf injuries that have been sustained in artificial turf. And recently in the papers, there's been 6 Philadelphia Phillies baseball players who died of a brain cancer that's possibly linked to the years of playing on artificial turf. The latest science from the EPA indicates there's no safe level of PFAS. In fact, just today, EPA announced they're proposing a nationwide enforceable PFOA and PFOS drinking water standard at 4 parts per trillion, lower than New York's current drinking water standard of 10 parts per trillion. However, even with the promise made that no artificial turf would be used, there are still significant concerns with the use of CPF funds for this development proposal and its environmental impact. We encourage the town to move forward with a full environmental impact statement that will address all environmental impacts. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard is next.
Howard. And Howard has not spoken yet? Howard, you spoken?
I have not spoken today. I spoke in the last meeting.
Oh, you're gonna have to wait. We're first
Sure.
entertaining people who have not spoken at either of the hearings. Just
No worries.
because of the vast number of people who want to be heard. All right, we'll come back to you though.
Giovanna Getling.
She spoke here.
Giovanna was here, right?
She spoke.
Yeah.
Giovanna spoke.
Giovanna.
Unless somebody's using her Zoom.
She
Might be her husband.
Her husband might be using her Zoom. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Hi, we're gonna, give us 1 second.
One more.
Can you expand it, Charles?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, can you hear him?
Yes, we saw him earlier, but he didn't speak, so, okay.
Yes, he wanted to speak, but he was too nervous, so he wanted to do it now. Hey, you did that.
All right, go ahead.
I just want to say that I just want to say that I think we should make this field. It's okay.
All right, that's it. Okay.
That was
Thank you.
perfect.
Thank you.
Very good.
He'll be an internet star, I'm sure. It'll go viral. All right, who do we have next?
Sarah Henson.
And are you driving while
I
you're,
am driving. Can you hear me?
hopefully you're not, well, you're zooming in 2 ways, right? So I'm a little bit nervous about you communicating with us while
Can
you
you
drive.
pull over?
I am not watching you.
She's on a bridge.
So I am fine.
All right.
I am a mom of 3 who lives in Sag Harbor. Currently at pickup, so I'm sorry that I could not be there in person today to share with you my overwhelming support for the Marsden purchase. I have 3 children, like I said, 2 of whom are heavily involved with sports, and another reason I can't be there is because as I get my kids, I'm heading to the Y, and my babysitter is heading to SYF, and then to Stony Brook College to drop my children at sports. It would be such a waste of an opportunity for us to not take the moment to purchase these lots. As many of these parents have said, and I'm not going to speak for too long, it's just that our children, as well as us parents, spend so much of our time shuttling our children to and from after-school activities in Southampton, East Hampton, West Hampton, and it's just a lot. You know, we are working parents, we're tired parents, we're busy parents, and it would just be such a nice relief for everybody to be able to do sports in a town that we love. And for, like other children have said too, for letting our peers come and watch and support without having to go to other towns to be a part of that activity. So with that, I'm gonna go because I'm driving and I don't want to make anybody nervous about my driving skills in a hail. But I appreciate you letting me take this time to express my support for the purchase of the Marsden lots. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Drive carefully.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Hello, my name is Luis Aguilar. I am the current PE teacher, middle school PE teacher, and assistant varsity soccer coach. Growing up playing soccer on this field, it has not always been the best. A very important factor to why we need Marsden is that as a varsity soccer coach, there was an incident where I personally had to fill in divots on the back field because the referees deemed it was unsafe to play. And unfortunately, being one of the wealthiest districts in New York State, we unfortunately have one of the worst fields in all of Long Island. And as a athlete, as a coach, as an aspiring individual, I would love to have this safe and appropriate field in order to have successful sports and to see the success of our students and children be successful in all sports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Lowell is next.
What's the first name? Hi, can you identify yourself for us? First name, last name? We don't hear you yet. You're still muted, so you're probably saying something very important, but we don't know what it is.
I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, first
That's
name.
my calling card.
We can hear you now. First name,
My
last
name
name?
is Nell Lowell. Can you hear me okay?
Nell, N-E-L?
Nell. Yep, 2 L's.
N-E-L-L, okay. And Lowell?
Lowell. 3 L's
L-O-W-E-L-L?
that one.
2 L's again? 3 L's.
L-O-W-E-L-L.
Okay. You can begin. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I am a teacher at Pearson. I've been here for 18 years. And what I wanted to speak on is 2 things, time and safety. So making a closer location, creating a closer location, keeping the fields closer to the school means more time that the students are going to be in the classroom, in academic support, in homework club, getting help from their teachers, finishing up their studies. So time matters. Time in school matters, location matters. Number 2 is safety. When I started working here and I saw that the kids had to walk themselves to Mashmashamune Park, it worried me, and it still does worry me, that students, not only high schoolers, but middle school students are walking themselves over to Mashmashamune Park. If they're just crossing the street, it's going to be a much safer trip for them. And I know that a student spoke earlier about having to carry not only all of his gear, but all of his backpacks, school stuff, all the way to the park. It's definitely a safety concern of mine that they're walking over there. It would be a much better location if they were closer to school, closer to the staff that we have here. There's always people at the school, and it's a safe location. That's my professional side. My personal side is that I actually live in a house that backs up to a school field in a neighboring school district, and I absolutely love it. I love to hear the kids out there. It's nothing ever obnoxious. You just hear kids being kids, having fun. The softball games is where I'm located, and I live in a school district that if the Marsden purchase was to happen, which I support, would be in a very similar to the town that I live in, where a school district has a field connected to the back of the school, but there's also a school field across the street. And it is just so necessary with the amount of kids and the amount of sports that we have here. And sports are so important for kids'
30 seconds.
Mind, body, wellness. So I fully support the Marsden purchase. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes the hands.
Wow,
Wow.
okay. Well, that concludes the hand. So now we're gonna move to second rounders, but we're gonna go second rounders here at Town Hall first. And then we'll go second rounders on the internet. It is, what, 3:40? If you need, we're not gonna stop. If you need to stretch, I don't know, like the school teachers do that, you stand up or whatever, do what you gotta do to get your blood flowing. There's a bathroom right outside, there's a vending machine in the
Lower level.
below the entrance. Okay, so, second rounders. Doug Newby, you still here? Oh, Doug is still here, okay. Followed by Catherine Levy.
Mr. Supervisor, members of the Town Board, first of all, let's be absolutely clear, nobody is against children. Everyone wants a good school, everyone wants a good education, everyone wants sports, everyone wants athletics. This is not about those issues. What disturbs me is, first of all, there seems to be a view that you should be asked to ignore state law, and I found that a very terrifying thing for the school to be teaching. And secondly, we've heard a lot about the community engagement, and I'm not going to get into he said, she said, because that's not going to get us anywhere. But we were promised last September community engagement to discuss in the village of Sag Harbor, in the school district, what would be the best use of that land. That has not happened. We've had one proposal, which you, ladies and gentlemen, have, and Ms. Fenlon, have helped to modify and put some restrictions around, but there has been no open discussion about the alternatives. And that is what we have been wanting from day one, and that is what we still want. We want all the government authorities to follow the law, and we want a community engagement on how best to use that. And if the answer is that it can be developed as an athletic field, and that is what the majority of the people in the community, not just the 1,000 people who voted last November, want, then that's fine. But that has not happened, and that's what we want. Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. All right, next up, Catherine Levy. On deck is Mayor Dianora.
Hi, I'm Catherine Levy. I'm a 31-year full-time resident of Sag Harbor. I'm also a lifelong educator and somebody who's a political activist who spends a lot of time fighting for funds for public education. I care very deeply about kids. I also care about the legacy that we're leaving them of a terribly degraded planet. So I guess I am speaking out of self-interest. I don't want to see the planet destroyed. Which brings us to New York State's SECRA laws. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding of them here. First of all, the school's consultants did not adequately review the Marsden properties. It's called segmentation, which is a big word. You're not supposed to take one element of a project, the purchase, and try to review it separately from the development for reasons that I would think would be clear. When you're reviewing a potential development which has been clearly identified, you need to review the development. It is also, and for the parents who are angry at these poor ladies and gentlemen up here, you shouldn't be. You're asking them to break the law. The law says that a non-residential development in an historical residential district is a type 1 action if it's under 4 acres. I know these are more big words. A type 1 action. Well, okay, I'm sorry. Sorry if I said the wrong thing.
Just let the speaker,
A year ago, I didn't know what a type 1 action is, so I'm just trying to explain it,
I think
okay?
Catherine, it's over 2.5 acres, right?
It's over 2.5 acres, yeah.
Then it's a type 1 action.
That's the board, that's what you're here for.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Catherine, you can
Okay.
speak to us, but please don't interrupt the speaker, whether you agree or disagree.
Okay, it automatically requires a secret review with the view to deciding whether there has to be an environmental impact statement. An environmental impact statement is a study which is very important, particularly in this instance, to determine whether this is even feasible without real destruction for the surrounding environment, to the village's groundwater, and a lot of other elements. So these ladies and gentlemen are legally and ethically obliged to follow that process. And I just want to give a simple analogy. If somebody believes they have a once-in-a-lifetime business opportunity and they're speeding at 100 miles per hour through Southampton Village, and a police officer naturally stops them, the person isn't going to say to the police officer, I have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The
30
police
seconds.
officer is just going to write them out a very big ticket because it's unsafe to speed at 100 miles per hour through Southampton Village. It could very well be unsafe to develop these fields. The environmental laws are very thoughtfully put together to keep our communities and our children safe. And so I appreciate how clearly the board has come down on the side of law.
3 minutes.
I appreciate the testimony of the town attorney and Councilman Bouvier in last Thursday's meeting, talking about the simple issue of law and environmental protection. Please let's try to compromise on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mayor, you are next, followed by Jeff Ziegler.
I'm urging the town to go forward with their preservation of the Marston lots into a passive park for the community. The school has been offered this proposal and rejected it because they want to turn these sloped wooded lots into a flat athletic field at an enormous cost to the community and environment. We can look at New York City for a failed example of this type of development. In Forest Park, a field was constructed for the community. And I quote, after construction, the baseball fields were continually flooded with water due to the natural shape of the grounds, known as knob and kettle terrain, caused by glacial movements from over 20,000 years ago. Despite attempts to alleviate the problem with landfill and drainage pipes, the field frequently was unused. As a result, the site has been converted back to its natural kettle pond condition. The Community Preservation Advisory Committee are respected community members who are stewards of the land and appointed for their expertise. They have not only advised against this project, but also warned that we need to protect the integrity of the CPF fund. In their November 22nd letter, they state, the proposed use is out of character for the property and its natural constraints of the site, and thus in inappropriate use. Using CPF money to create a passive park with nature trails and a small lawn at the center would be a gift that would not just service student athletes, but the entire school and community. There are plenty of studies to prove nature reduces anxiety in students from elementary school through university. There are studies from all over the world stating that being in nature can help with social isolation, depression, a sense of well-being, and creativity. Nature reduces anger, fear, and stress. As our world is becoming more and more virtual and kids are overscheduled, Let's give our children and community a place to decompress and de-stress without the structure and pressure from school and organized sports. A place that teaches to respect and honor our beautiful nature and resources and remind ourselves that we too must be good stewards of the land and environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
Okay. Jeff, you're here still? Okay, and then Kelly Ziegler is next. Is Kelly here? Yeah, I'm here. Okay.
Thanks, Jeff Ziegler, Sag Harbor resident parent. And I come with good news. And that good news is that this board does have a way forward. The original agreement struck in September between the school board and publicly announced in the CPF contended to execute this project in 2 phases. Number 1, an acquisition, and number 2, a development plan that would receive input from the Sag Harbor community. In fact, today, our public hearing is on the acquisition of development rights at 7, 9, 11, 12, and 15 Marsden Street, Sag Harbor. It is the purchase on which this board has waited 5 months to not vote on. Unequivocally, under section 617 of the law, the purchase of property in a historical district under 25 acres, that is 100 acres reduced by the 25%, is an unlisted action. That is black and white enumerated law. The question that has been brought up is segmentation. I will bring 50 lawyers that will tell you segmentation without a plan has been defended by the appellate courts. In fact, the last 3 case laws have sided on behalf of the agency. You also tonight established that part of the CPF's process is to do a secret review prior to public hearing, as we saw demonstrated in public hearing number 2. You knew that was a type 2 action. So for 5 months, and prior to the February 28th meeting, you must have known that your lead agency, the school district, had made this an unlisted action, and you must have reviewed that. How did we get to type 1? Let me explain. The opposition has, whether you knowingly, complicitly, or as puppets of them, has forced you to drag this out 5 months and request more and more about the plan, a plan, a plan. They have done that to produce Bob DeLuca at the last meeting with an aha moment saying, now, it isn't just an acquisition, it is an acquisition and a development. A development in a historic district is unequivocally a type 1 action. There is no question about that. And the school district, in its preparation of secret report on October 17th, outlines that it will reassess post the acquisition the status of the secret report. There is no reason to wait. Your actions are unequivocally defined as an unlisted action to acquire the property. We do not have a plan. The last thing, and I thank Councilman Bouvier for establishing this on the public record. He does not know what the plan is. So how could there be a plan? What we have in front of us is an acquisition to secure this right forever for our school.
3 minutes.
Please talk to your attorneys. And if you need some, I have 4 law firms that will all attest to that, as the school district does. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Kelly Ziegler is next, followed by Grover Pagano.
I will be very, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't like microphones, okay. I will be super brief. I stand here today as a Sag Harbor community member for more than 11 years. I have 2 children who attend the Sag Harbor Elementary School and am a proud member of its community. I feel lucky to call Sag Harbor home and understand and appreciate its natural beauty. I have listened to and read the many lies and exaggerated theories surrounding the purchase of the Marsden lots. I am upset and disheartened by misinformation that is being thrown around. While I am an enormous supporter of athletics, as there are countless benefits to one's physical and, more importantly, mental health, I also encourage my own children to be well-rounded. To me, this is not about supporting athletes. This is about supporting a need for our school and our community. There is a lack of adequate space for our students. We have the opportunity to change that. We, in fact, did vote to change that, yet we are still here today debating the same issue as we as a community voted in favor of 4 months ago. I have full faith that our community can come up with a solution that is not offensive to the neighborhood, but at the end of the day, we need a field. I attended the Pearson Varsity Boys Class C regional basketball game Friday evening with my children. We drove over an hour to watch a basketball game that we don't in fact know any of the players. The support from the Sag Harbor fans was electric. My kids were chanting and cheering the team on as if they were at an NBA game. I listened to Jamie Mott speak at the last board meeting about her own personal experience as a New York State field hockey player and how the town rallied behind them as a team. Let's rally behind and for our children and for our community. As I said earlier, the community has voted. The vote passed. Let's move forward and create something incredible to unite this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grover Pagano, followed by Kerry Perry.
Hi, I'm Grover Pagano. I'm a resident of Sag Harbor Village on Division Street. The Marston project goes back to May of 2021 with the creation of the Capital Reserve Fund, almost 2 years ago. According to Jeff Nichols, the district was originally in touch with the Community Preservation Fund in August of 2021. So 2 years from the inception of all this, there's still so much we don't know. A local and well-known architect that has lived in Sag Harbor for over 20 years states it this way: the crux of the problem is, I don't think either the school district, those that support the plans for the property, even most of the folks opposed to it, fully grasp the scale and the environmental impact of what the school district is proposing. We don't know what's going to cost, but it's fair to say now it's going to cost millions. And then there's upgrades at MASH that need to be done. We don't know how other important projects will be accomplished and paid for, all recently discussed at the school board meeting. How are you going to meet zero emission bus requirements, upgrade HVAC systems, fix bathrooms that have been flagged, whatever that means, repair an aging roof, upgrade an old gym, many, many more. These are just the ones I can remember. How much are these items going to cost? We don't know the related downstream hidden costs. The creation of an asphalt parking lot on 3/4 of an acre of land with multiple bordering properties will decrease property values and reduce tax revenues, creating further hidden costs of this very expensive and overall dangerous project. CPF funding is not to be used to create asphalt parking lots when there's existing parking. We don't know the unknown maintenance costs that the school has not fully disclosed. We're talking about safety issues. We don't know safety issues of a parking lot being across the street from a field where cars can only make a left or a right. It's dangerous. What we do know is that over 520 voted against the school plans, and speaking to many of them, they expressed true frustration given all the unknowns. The school board also continues to say that the opposition is limited to a few residents bordering the development. That is false. What we do know is renderings dated from August 26, 2022 to October 19th, just a couple weeks before the election, have a very small parking lot, 17 spots and 15 spots on the north side of Marston.
30 seconds.
Nothing about 72 spots on the south side of Marston. What we do know is that October 19th, Jeff Nichols, superintendent of schools, in reference to the November 3rd vote on Marston Street properties, issues a 3-page memo that I will distribute today, that the Sag Harbor school community shows a rendering of the existing parking, and a sports field, not 72 spots across the street on the south side.
Grover, you have to wrap up. That's
okay. Now the school wants to rush us to a decision. They've had 2 years to be transparent with the community and the local residents. Do any of us know what the school's true intention is, what was voted on November, and what will it cost, and who will be liable for any damage? The school is a duty of care to all of us.
Thank you, Grover.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Kerry, you're up. Kerry Perry. Kerry, you are followed by Patricia Reed. Is Patricia still here? Yep. Okay.
I'm here again in support of the Marsden purchase. I too have had to throw out most of what I've written after listening to some of this here today. I guess I'd like to pose a question first and ask how many people here have had every single last detail of a house planned down to the very last detail before they've actually acquired rights to own the property, and ask maybe how much money we're supposed to spend to get the project taken all the way to the very end before we even know whether we're actually getting the property or not. So that's just a rhetorical question for the community. I'd also like to assure everyone on the Supervisor Schneiderman and the members of the town council that the parent community is actually quite educated and finds it degrading and insulting to have other people suggest that we don't understand words like significant, which I'm quite sure my kids and many others, even in the elementary school, understand. And that any practicing lawyer can actually tell you that the law leaves way more questions unanswered than it actually answers. The Sag Harbor community, not the fraction here today or the even smaller fraction who attended the prior meeting, have already voted clearly in favor of the purchase. Superintendent Nichols has already identified the school's greatest need at the last meeting, athletic fields, following a formal needs assessment, which should be given more weight than the school needs highlighted by children and adults who have no current connection to the school. And while I'm supportive of an ecological studies program and any other school improvements that our community is able and willing to provide, we frankly don't need the Marsden lots for that. And with all due respect, we don't need more open space in the form of another passive park on the Marsden lots, and we certainly don't need more fancy houses to be used 3 months a year. We're already blessed to have many parks and other spaces where members of the community can enjoy nature and walk their dogs, and where I expect that my children will study ecology. Some of them being Morton's Nature Preserve, Long Beach, Havens Beach, Mash Park, Trout Pond, Otter Pond, Long Pond, Steinbeck Park, and Sag Main Beach. As many opponents of the purchase have said, Mash Park, which has all of these wonderful trails that begin there, is just a short 1 mile walk from
30
Marsden.
seconds.
And we ask our kids to walk there. I wanted to put up a graphic showing how much open space there is in Sag Harbor versus space for athletic fields, but it was actually, I couldn't find any way to make it meaningful because the dots would have been so tiny for this group. Also, some of the earlier comments, I think, show just how little some of the community that's opposed actually knows about Sag Harbor athletics and the use and usability of the fields behind the school and at Mash Park, like the fact that they're used all day long for PE, and because they are not turf and we don't have the budget of the Yankees or the Giants or professional sports teams.
3 minutes.
The fields are overused and need to have rest. I also just want to make one final comment. Sorry, thank you. I know the gentleman before me got an extra second. There was a comment about the woman driving her kids to just right behind me sitting here today. I heard somebody saying what a rich people's problem it was that someone had to drive their kids around to sports activities. And I'd actually like to point out that that equity argument is exactly why we need more fields close to our school. It's very hard for working parents, it's very hard for working parents who cannot afford to hire a babysitter to be able to drive around. And I'm frankly disgusted to hear that sort of rhetoric. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Reed, as followed by Kristen O'Neill. Is Kristen here? Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity again. I just want to say I second everything that Mr. Ziegler has said. This is about the purchase of this property and not about how we're going to plan to use it. That can be discussed afterwards. I think the school and their administration, our families, are plenty capable to determine the best place for the kids to do sports, not other people that are not part of the school community. I'm here to remind the town board that the Sag Harbor School District needs more facilities. And just because people used to walk to Mash Park to play sports in the past doesn't mean that our kids should continue to do so. Times have changed. It has never been an ideal situation to begin with, and it's getting more unsafe every day with the increase in traffic and the lack of proper sidewalks. Holding on to the nostalgia is a disservice to our kids and our community, who need our elected officials to have a strong vision for their future. I'm here to remind you that the purchase of the Marsden lot has the support of the majority of the community and has the full support of our teachers and the school administration And the only missing thing is your vote. The delay in the decision-making process seems to be due to the pressure of a few individuals whose financial interests hang in the balance. I urge the board to have a long-term vision and vote yes. Yes in favor of our children, yes in favor of our community. Do the right thing and do not let the interests of a few drown out the wishes of the majority. You can ignore us at your political peril. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Kristen, you're next, followed by Heidi Lee Kamaromi. Is Heidi here? All right. How about John Oppenheimer? You're still here. Okay. John is
People will
next.
have the opportunity on Zoom to speak again, because I think,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that they have
That's
to
next.
listen.
That's coming.
Yeah, that's coming.
Yeah, okay, great.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Kristen.
okay.
Kristen, right?
Yes, I'm speaking today again because I'm concerned that at the last meeting, the board seemed swayed by a very small group of vocal opponents to the school field. As you're repeatedly being told today, community support has already been decided through a referendum where a significant majority of the town voted in favor of this project. While I appreciate that the minority has a right to be heard, they do not have the right to thwart the results of this referendum. A woman gave numbers earlier, but let me sum it up for you. Yes to Marsden won. Last week, the town board suggested what it called a compromise, but that was little more than a rebranding of the proposal that the voters already rejected through that referendum. No school field is not a compromise. It is instead catering to only what a minority of people want. Mashashamuit is a privately owned park. The school does not control it, and its use as a school facility is inadequate and presents dangers to our children. Councilman Bouvier, you are so concerned about precedent. There you have it. Mashashamuit as a school field has been tried, and it has failed. As Councilwoman McNamara has said, Marsden is an opportunity of a lifetime or an opportunity forever. Elected leaders, you took oaths to represent the will of the people, but instead, during the last meeting, I am witnessing only the board's attempts, and today as well, to stall this project. The requests for more information, more tests, and more money to be spent on diligence are just thinly veiled attempts to delay the deal in service of ultimately killing it. Your government-issued offer letter should have stated the hurdles that had to be met. I think none of you are athletes because what you're doing is moving the goalpost. In sports, we call that cheating, but in legal terms, we call that bad faith. The seller of this property undoubtedly has deal fatigue, and this delay by the town board is potentially giving the opposition the opportunity to put funds together for this property for their own private use, not the public use. Councilman Bouvier, your quest for perfection will set the perfect precedent on how to kill a deal. Sorry, I'm fired up. There are a large number of intelligent and competent people in this community that would be involved to ensure that this field was built in a safe and environmentally friendly manner. The community can understand big words. 30 seconds. Segmentation is appropriate here as we must balance environmental review with losing this deal. We'll find out what contamination is there and we will clean it up. Town board, I implore you to fast track your check-the-box processes. 2 to 8 months is unacceptable. If you don't, when you're up for re-election, we will fast-track you out of office. Councilman Tommy John, I'm relieved you stated transparency is crucial to this matter, yet I remain extremely concerned by the lack of transparency with respect to potential conflicts of interest regarding this matter. Conflicts of interest is okay, but the public deserves and demands disclosure about, with respect to campaign donations, relationships with Mashashamuit, abutting landowners, some of who are wasting taxpayer money suing us and the school on frivolous lawsuits, and those who appear to be part-time residents, and other potential conflicts that may impact the decision of board.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, John.
Yeah, Leah had to leave.
Leah had to leave, and Leah is next, and then Rob Calvert is here. So Rob, you're on deck.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've heard this over and over again from the school to justify building an athletic field and a 72-car parking lot. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it's not for an athletic field and parking lot. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to preserve and not destroy this land. It's a unique opportunity for the school to design and develop a nature park with walking trails, a rain garden, an environmental science lab, an outdoor classroom, and more. It's an opportunity to create a safe place for students to relax, breathe, listen, and learn. It's an opportunity to acknowledge our kids' worries about our environment and climate change, and to show them ways to rewrite some of this all too frightening narrative. I suspect that there are many voices in the school that would support such a vision, but those parents and students and teachers were never given the opportunity to say so, even though the original intent for the land was for a public park. The school has flatly rejected even considering any idea other than athletic field and parking lot. This is an opportunity for the school to engage its students to help create this sacred space, and then for the students to become ongoing stewards of this land. This is an incredible opportunity for the school to create a program that could become a model for others. It's an opportunity to create something that will sustain itself for our kids and future generations. And, of course, the realization of this vision could be used by the entire general community, not just the school community, and will be more consonant with the intent of CPF funds. It's time now for the school to pivot and seize the other once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the school cannot rise to this challenge, then it's time for the town board to find another way to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Rob, Calvert, I have a card for Jeff Ziegler. Jeff already spoke, right?
Yeah.
So somehow you ended up with two cards. And then Chris Tice, is Chris Tice here?
Yep.
Yes? Yes. Okay, so Chris, you're on deck. Okay, Rob?
Yes, thank you for your service. I am a proud member of the Sag Harbor community, one who supports school operating budgets. My background includes being a middle and high school teacher, a coach for soccer and lacrosse, a school board member charged with land acquisition and evaluation, and an architect for schools with campus planning and design experience. Like others, I see the ill-conceived and unsubstantiated plans that the architect put forward last presentation and admitted to the difficulty of substantiating whether they would work or how much they would cost. Equally evident is that the district is currently insufficiently aligned with the goals and values of CPF, and they have not come to terms with the terms and conditions that this board has put forward. The town council recently provided a way out by doubling its commitment to community parks with the MASH Park upgrades and a passive park for Marsden, a deal the district rejected because it wants an athletic field. What does that rejection tell us? Pearson students playing sports will play at MASH Park, which could have top-notch facilities with lighted field hockey, soccer, baseball, and track. The Marsden field, by contrast, will not be lighted, so night games will move to MASH. This would mean redundant facilities for the same seasonal team. They will have created one field for $16+ million versus an enhanced, truly public park with 6 fields for less money. The district wants to create and illuminate 70 spaces in a historic residential neighborhood, while the historic MASH Park chooses to not light its 120 spaces. When the district announced the MASH upgrades, it pledged to honor park aesthetics. And the architect boasted no additional clearing was needed and no intrusion into local animal habitat was needed. Where is the same concern for the Marsden neighborhood? Where is the same deference to CPF? They left the MASH deal because of an impasse over synthetic turf. They told the MASH board, Marsden would be turf, while telling the public the matter had not been resolved, and the architect drew it as such, only for CPF to say no. I worry that the district's desire is so singular that it will seek a workaround. It will insist the town do MASH and the school community take on the open-ended risk of Marsden. They believe their powers will allow them to do as they please eventually. The cost to do both projects
30
is roughly
seconds.
$30 million, but the non-financial costs are greater. In the meantime, students will go to MASH Park. Their safety is our legal and moral responsibility. This reads like a Greek tragedy, but it need not. This community story deserves a better ending, and the council can write it. I encourage you to help create Marsden as a passive park and support MASH Park
3
as you
minutes.
see fit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chris Tice, followed by Bob DeLuca. Is Bob DeLuca here? I don't see him. Perhaps in the hall, okay.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak again, and yes, I am for Marsden. Earlier in the meeting, Councilman Schiavone referenced democracy and transparency, and I couldn't agree with him more, and that's the lens that my comments are going to come through. Because I have been very dismayed by what I feel is a great lack of democracy and transparency in this process. Back in November, the citizens of Sag Harbor did vote. It did pass by a significant majority. And just to reference the comparison earlier to the school budget vote, prior to the imposition of the tax cap, it often was we won or lost by a vote, one vote. 1 year it tied, and then it goes down, or by 100 votes. It was only after the tax cap that you saw such margins to pass. If you don't know what the tax cap is, I'm happy to describe it to you after the meeting, but that is why you see such overwhelming support in most districts if they keep under the tax cap. 3.5 months ago, there was actually it's now 4.5 months ago, there was a vote to approve this. It took 3.5 months for our elected officials to be willing to have a public conversation about this. Whether you're for or against this issue, that to me is completely unacceptable, not transparent, and not democratic. At the last meeting which I attended, Mr. Schneiderman had said, if the community is not on board to a greater degree, it's hard to see how the town moving forward with this. We went in thinking there would be a lot of public support. We haven't seen that. They point to the November vote, but all I know is at the public hearing, people spoke out 3-1. There was a very small group here compared to today, and that was the litmus test of whether this board should move forward. Not almost 1,200 people who voted in the democratic and legal process, but to a handful of people who was available and would show up that day. And by the way, so many people told me they were told that you guys were on board, so they didn't leave their kids at home and come and speak that night. But that was the litmus test. So why even have elections or votes? Let's just post something on Facebook and see how many likes it gets. Because obviously, how people vote didn't seem to matter at the conversation that night. Very, very concerning. And by the way, I spoke to a few first-time voters who were students, and they honestly, and to use one of their words, I'm quoting them, appalled that their first-time voting was discarded. 30 seconds. Here's some facts. The current fields at MASH Park are not enough fields, even if they're improved, not enough fields to host the athletic program. 2, the school did a needs assessment of all the facilities, and this was the top priority to meet a needs facilities of using that field. 3, CPF funds have been used to fund a cinema, a golf facility, and yet we can't think that this is a good use to support not just the children, but the community at large. So I find it baffling that this board is continuing to drag their feet, and it has taken this long, and I know I was a board member from the beginning, and foil all the communication. From the beginning, it was an athletic field. It was communicated to you that way. Many of you have misrepresented that publicly on record today. What kind of democracy and transparency is that?
Thank you.
All right, Bob DeLuca, followed, William Miller. Is William Miller here? Yeah, he's here. Okay, perfect. So William, you're on deck. Bob, you're on.
Good afternoon, Supervisor, members of the Town Board. My name is Bob DeLuca. I serve as President of Group for the East End. I spoke previously. I'll try to be brief today. Just a couple of things and really more responsive. I heard somebody earlier say that I was produced at the last hearing. Well, I was actually produced 62 years ago. My parents produced me, as far as I know. And the reason I was at the last hearing is because one of the things that we do is to monitor what's going on with the CPF. And for people that don't know, and I know many of you do, it was a decade-long process to create the CPF. We and about 100 other different stakeholders were involved in that process, worked very hard. The reason the money exists at all is because of that civic work. For the last 20 years, we've been keeping an eye on it, making sure that it goes where it's supposed to go. So that's why we're interested in this piece, because this piece it's controversial in a number of different ways. But one of the issues that caught our attention is our understanding of the advisory committee that took a look at this and specifically said, it's not a good use for this. And this is something that they basically communicated to the board. And that's who you appoint to do that work. So that's not us saying that, that's the CPF advisory committee. And I think they said it pretty strongly. So you're gonna have to look at that and understand what was their thinking. The other issue here is you can use the CPF for recreational purposes, which is, subject to everybody's interpretation. The question is whether or not you can knock down a woodland to put in a recreational field versus buying the development rights off of something that's already developed. Now, you and the lawyers can sit down and figure that out. I think it's a question as to whether you can do it, and you're gonna have to think about it very carefully, because if you completely transform the site from what it was to something new, that's different than buying the rights underneath a driving range, which I might not think is the brightest idea, but whatever. I mean, that's something that the fund does seem to provide for. You're gonna have to look at that. And finally, it was brought up earlier, so Mr. Ziegler kind of teed me up for the segmentation issue. At the end of the day, the CEQA process here, honestly, and I know people that don't do it every day, maybe some that do, don't appreciate this, but when you do that process right from the beginning, all of this that's going on, you're still gonna get people on different sides. We all have our own point of view. But you have an organized process. I just heard somebody speak before, and I don't disagree with them, that the sort of dribbling out of information over time, which some people suspect is a ploy, which I don't think it is. I think you just ask questions over time. If you start the secret process early, everybody weighs in at a scoping outline, everybody says what should be in the document, whether you like it or don't like it, the document gets done, people get a chance to weigh in on it, there's a discussion of alternatives mandated to be in the document, you all have a look at it, you all decide, everybody knows what it is, and some people will be happy and some people won't be so happy. But that's why that process is really important, and that's why it works. Now, the issue is segmentation, and I'll end on this. It's a two-part examination of the project that people who believe we should legally segment this project are promoting. And what they're saying is, look, there's nothing else going on here except the acquisition, and after we do the acquisition, then we're going to do an environmental impact statement. Basic problem is there's nobody in this room, including everybody who testified today, that doesn't know what the project is, and it's a ball field on the Marsden property. So the case law that Mr. Ziegler was referring to, which I provided to him, was basically telling you that the more you know about the project, the more likely it is that you can't segment the project. You know what's going on. So that's the challenge. Had this all got done differently a year and a half ago, somebody asked me, I would have told them to do it that way. But you are where you are. So basically, I appreciate that the board is looking to pursue the process. I think the process is actually helpful. I recognize that folks just want a field. It's like any other sporting thing. Some people want this, some people want that. But all of us know who played sports and coached sports that the rules are the foundation of proper sportsmanship. So if we stay with the rules, we may not like the outcome, but at least everybody is on the same page, and I urge you to follow that. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, William, Miller, and Plant. And then Carl, you might have a hard act to follow, Carl, but you're next.
Intrepid board members, Sag Harbor students, Sag Harbor parents. Students, I hope you love your schools. They were the best thing that ever happened to my family. I'm grateful for the teachers, the administrators, the Board of Education.
Speaking toward the mic, yeah.
Got it.
If you look at us, it might help.
Okay. I'm grateful for the teachers, the administrators, the Board of Education, the sledding hill, and the athletic fields. My kids played every sport. I was a passionate fan. It was the best time of my life. I saw a Sag Harbor team stage dramatic, come from far behind victories, won in the last second by a single point. I was no passive spectator. I knew every point mattered, so I made noise. I screamed my lungs out. A chill still races down my spine when I hear, when the Whalers rock the house, they rock it all the way down, all the way down. After my children graduated, I became a student again. I've devoted most of my studies to her. And by her, I mean this living, breathing planet who is so wondrous that we mere humans lack the capacity, perhaps we lack even the right to name her. So I don't. Here's something I've come to understand better than ever. Her trees have been doing the most critical work. While I was enjoying what Pearson was doing for my children, the Marsden trees were absorbing the very carbon that the bus added to the air as it drove them to school. I didn't spend much time thinking about that back then, but today, you students, you're thinking about that. You're going to outlive all of us. The Marsden plot is a magical spot at a magical moment. What makes it so? One, it's a recovering forest. Recovering forests are radically effective at pulling carbon down out of the atmosphere. They effortlessly perform the one task that so radically perplexes all of humanity at this moment in time. Marsden is a spontaneous, beautiful gift from her. 3, it is what she wants. 4, it is in the middle of everything. 5, and Marsden is a beautiful opportunity for you, my fellow students. It's an opportunity for you is to say and to demonstrate that you understand that the game has changed.
30 seconds.
And you can say this because the game has changed. We students are making an impactful and symbolic statement right here, smack in the middle of world-renowned historic whaling port, Sag Harbor. We students are making a sacrifice because to reap the benefits of the gifts she has bestowed upon us and to demonstrate to the world that which is most important, the Marsden plot must remain a forest rapidly growing trees with roots anchored in Sag Harbor soil. So, in the whaler spirit, I have a new chant for you. She wants to pull the carbon down.
3 minutes.
Pull the carbon down. She wants to pull the carbon down. Pull the carbon down. Students, if you'd like to tour the Marsden plot with me and see why I carried this big tooth aspen, this flowering big tooth aspen twig with me here, see some of what makes Marsden so magical, just give me a call. You'll never feel the same about the place that for all these years have been just the vacant lot next door. My name is Bill Miller, and my phone number is 631-725-9059. Call me.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, that's private property at the moment. just saying, if you're inviting everybody to tour somebody else's land, but okay. Carl, tough act to follow, as I imagine. So, and then Carl, you're followed by Finney Dianora Brondell.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board, for your continued patience. My name's Carl Irace. For those of you who don't know me, I live in Sag Harbor. My kids go to school in Sag Harbor. I work in Sag Harbor. And seems to be some confusion about the community's support for this. Where I live, where I work, there's support. There's confusion about how much support there is. Let me assure you, the scope and depth of the support to acquire the Marsden lots is deep and broad. And we saw in a vote, we see here today, you hear here today, you hear it in the news. Don't confuse it. I originally planned to tell you that I wanted to encourage you to dedicate CPF funds for this project because it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it's not. This is a once-ever opportunity. And what makes this opportunity so different to use CPF funds for is the fact that usually we use CPF funds to preserve something that we have, or something historic or an open space that we all are familiar with and want to keep for our future in perpetuity. But here, this purchase is for the future. It's to preserve the future. And look, I wasn't a Dionne Warwick fan, but I do believe children are the future. Mine are, these guys are, and I ask you to keep your eye on the prize. The school needs this, its students need this, and we hope we can have your support for this acquisition.
Thank you.
All right, Finney, you're up. And then we're back online for second rounders. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Finney. I wasn't planning
Can
on...
you just back off the mic just a little bit? It's feeding back.
I wasn't planning to speak, but I keep hearing people say that the opposition for the Marsden lots are made up of a bunch of disgruntled retirees. Well, I'm here to say that I'm 14 and not on Medicare. I have lived in Sag Harbor all my life, and I would like to speak on behalf of a kid who does not play soccer. I urge this land to be preserved as a low-impact recreational park. My only self-interest is in saving the earth. There can never be too much preservation. These lots are in a kettle hole. They used to be a dump in the 70s, and I think we should be concerned that there are hazardous materials in the ground. In the name of preservation and our future, please don't clear-cut these lots and turn them into a soccer field, but instead a preserved park for all to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we're going back online to Charles.
In the dark.
Hi. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you yet. We can see you though, so.
Hi.
Hi, tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Megan Toy.
Oh, hi, Megan. Yes, we met you last time
Yes.
here in person.
I am back. First, I need to say that I am a member of Sag Harbor's Board of Historic Preservation and Architectural Review, but I'm not speaking on the board's behalf. I am speaking as the resident of the village and alumna of Pearson and neighbor to the school. Yes, I may be having some self-interest in the fact that I live near the school and I put up with a lot already. No, I did not buy this house to be next to the school. My grandparents bought this house for $40,000 in 1950. My mother grew up in this house and she went to that school. And here I am, having graduated in 2009, and I have a lot of things that I wrote down. And I'm gonna start by saying this democratic process has been amazing to watch, because the November 3rd vote, there were many flaws. The first being that many were misinformed, not understanding exactly what they were voting on. And let's be clear, the ballot said, shall the Board of Education be authorized to purchase these properties? It was an okay to move forward, not let's acquire this land and it's a done deal. So everyone who's saying that their democratic process has been disregarded, let's just change that tune a little bit, because you're wrong. You were misinformed. And threatening our officials and threatening neighbors, I don't feel okay with that. I don't like that kind of community behavior. Let's be clear. Throughout history, throughout big development and industry, it is the neighbors of the industry and development that hold those projects accountable for making sure the rest of the community is in good standing, the community remains in good health. This only happens because of neighbors like me and the rest of our very well-educated, due diligent, researching people
30
that live
seconds.
near me. So now that I only have 30 seconds, I want to talk about how the school has failed me as a graduate. I remember in home economics class, we were going through newspapers and trying to understand and learn how to read classifieds. Trying to get a job. And I remember asking my teacher, how am I supposed to get a job if it says that you need to have experience? She said, oh, well, you'll get experience as you grow older. How am I going to get an apartment if I can't get a job with no experience? Oh, Megan, you'll understand that as you get older. I talk to a guidance counselor and I say, I'm uncomfortable going to college and taking out thousands and thousands of dollars in loans.
Megan, you have to
She
finish.
says, oh, Megan, you'll figure it out. We're not going to acquire this land and then figure it out. Everything needs to be accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Raymond Pittman.
Ray, we don't have you on. We see you, but.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Ray.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thanks to the board for the chance to speak. My name is Raymond Pepe. I live on Madison Street in Sag Harbor. A house my wife and I purchased in 2003 and restored lovingly. I have a great love of Sag Harbor for its well-known attributes, in particular its historic character and its waterfront. I'm strongly opposed to the school's current plan, as I've spoken about before. There are hundreds of residents who oppose the school's plans, not a few disgruntled neighbors, as proponents of the school's plan keep suggesting. One thing is certain, we are all going to be paying more taxes, so it would be good for civic harmony if a solution involved some kind of compromise that was cost-effective and everyone could live with, that was not damaging to the environment or to the people who live around Marston. Turning it into a playing field would ignore the need of a significant fraction of the larger community, and I just wonder, why does the school get to decide that? I agree that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do something with that property. Yes, to set aside a passive recreational asset, a place to advance learning about ecology, something actually educational rather than a sports field. We are really here to decide about the use of the CPF funds. The board has to make a tough decision, I get it. I also get that the parents want Marsden and the school has one purpose in mind, to make a playing field, but I want to remind everyone that the CPF was not created, nor is it obligated, as a lot of folks seem to think, to finance school capital improvements. And the use of CPF for the purchase of the land, given the school's stated intentions, is part and parcel of capital improvement. Those are the facts. I have serious concern about the environmental impact of the project, on the content of the contaminated soil, which was polluted by dumping fill in the past, by water runoff and other factors. It should be cleaned up, not covered over, as suggested by the school's consultants. The school has not been forthcoming of all the technical and design details needed to evaluate the project, as was just talked about. This makes it nearly impossible to assess the project. Sag Harbor is one of the few National Register districts in Suffolk County, extremely important. It's also a village historic district. The development would cause an adverse impact on a historic district. I say this out of professional expertise. And the school has not provided adequate reasoning as to why this would not be an adverse impact to the district. Any public process should do no harm to existing residents. This project could harm all the surrounding homes. I urge you to ask yourself how you would feel if the village you live in decided to put an active parking lot 2 feet from your side yard with lights and buses backing up. It's outrageous and a rude intervention without compensation and is a kind of unfair taking. For these reasons, and because it is a type 1 action under SECRA, any consideration requires an environmental impact statement to examine all the factors involved. It's the only way we'll all know what is being proposed and what it means to the village that we love so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next. We see you. I don't know if we can hear you yet. Can you tell us your name?
Liz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Liz. Go
You
ahead.
can? Thank you. I cannot hear you very well, so let's see if I can.
We can hear you fine.
Okay. Well, I'm Elizabeth Lassar. I spoke at the February 28th hearing. I just would like to make a few more points from hearing the dialogue tonight. I purchased my home on Division Street next to the school in 2013. I lived as a full-time resident in Sag Harbor Village from 2016 through November 1st of 2022. And just a few comments on the process, this whole process. I didn't even know that this was a project that was going to be voted on in November until a neighbor knocked on my door a few days prior and told me about it. I don't have a child in the school. I'm very pro-kids, I'm very pro-sports, but I didn't even know about it. There was not any mailing that went out to every resident of the village. I think this project impacts every resident of the village. I guarantee you there's still some people that don't know about it. So their voices were definitely not included in that November 22 election that we keep hearing about. So I don't think it was a fair election. And secondly, the project that was voted on doesn't sound like the same project that is currently being discussed today, because there has not been a feasibility study done. We're not sure about the entire full cost of the project and the full sorry about that, it's my phone, and the full costs of, burden of the taxpayer going forward. Another point I'd like to make is that I keep hearing that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain the Marsden lots, but my understanding is these lots have been here since the existence of Sag Harbor Village and have never, ever been developed. You would have to ask yourself why that is. I'm sure they've been up for sale previously. I don't think, there must be a serious reason why they haven't been developed. I think the cost of making a playable field out of that land must be really high. Otherwise, there would have been some other development somewhere along in this beautiful historic district with very desirable land. And as far as there not being a field close to the school, I still have not heard one concrete reason why Mashashimuit Park could not be revamped at a far lower potential cost
30
than
seconds.
Marsden lots would be, which is close by. And as far as it being a dangerous route for kids to walk, I don't believe there's ever been a single accident. I would love to hear if there has been, of course, safety is important, but I think that something could be worked out with shuttles. Parents usually get together and shuttle their kids, and take turns to safely get to a field if you don't feel like walking the mile, and
3 minutes.
Okay, and just the last thing is, I keep hearing that there's a choice between an athletic field and McMansions, and there's not. We keep talking about another choice, and that would be a passive field up for the entire community to enjoy. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Moss.
All right, Jamie, can you hear me?
I can.
And I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. All right. I'm here to support the Morrison project. I've heard a lot of great things from my constituents here, so I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to speak from the lens of athleticism as spectatorship as a free community event. I was lucky to spend my 4 years at Pearson. I'm an alum and raising 2 children here in district. I spent my 4 years in Pearson as a Lady Whaler on the field hockey and softball teams. I'm thrilled to say we have the best fans around, even our 2 loud parents. We love you. And this included more than just our parents. This included neighbors, this included friends from other towns, in school and out of school, alumni, and just people who wanted something to do at the end of the day. So it was a nice free event for community members to come to. And I wanted to say that being a part of that team, I was on it from 96 to 1999. We had parades through the village, again, free events, and community dinners at the American Legion, which we were so thankful for. And I wanted to say being a part of the team at Pearson made me feel like I was a part of Sag Harbor, not just a student of Pearson. I felt like I was a community resident. I was recognized when having dinner at Conquador with my family by a member of the wait staff. I would go shopping at King Cullen and someone checking out my family would say, Tough lost this week, bummer, you'll get him next time. That goes a long way to make a young person feel like they belong, not just as a student, but as a community member. And as we look to Sag Harbor, and we've all talked about, skyrocketing house prices, we have people want to stay here. We have to have the want first, and then we can talk about the rest. But if they don't want to be here and don't feel a part of the community and are not seen as part of the community, it's that much harder. So it was really nice, myself, as I benefited from that experience, and I know a lot of other young people will do the same. And just one last comment, as I listen to a lot of different things, the SYS fields, as far as I understand, were built on a dump. So that's just one little thing I wanted to add in as we talk about use, that would seem to be a really nice use for land that was not otherwise used. So and we're very appreciative for that, and I spent a lot of time there with my children. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. What is your name again?
My name is Chance Pryor.
Chance.
Nice to see you town council board members again. I spoke in person at the last meeting regarding this development. Yeah, I think parks are good. Parks benefit the community because they are built with the community in mind. And as has been mentioned here earlier, this project was originally put forward to use as a community park with an athletic field component. That's great. Unfortunately, this proposal is not a community park with an athletic field component as it was originally described. It's an athletic field without the community park component. Where's the community park in this plan? The parking lot as a playground? The sports field as a picnic grounds? It's a soccer field and field hockey field built exclusively for the purposes and use of the school. It's clear for who and what this plan is designed for, and it's not for the larger community. This is not a project for the community if the community is only allowed there on weekends and on school breaks. This is not a project for the community if the community is divided on its inception, let alone its implementation. This is not a project for the community if it is an affront to the historic district of a village that is desperately trying to preserve its identity. This is not a project for the community if those in favor of the sports fields are lobbying insults against and defaming the character of their fellow Sag Harbor residents and the Southampton town board members in order to get it built. Mashashamuet Park is a community park designed so in its conception by Mrs. Russell Sage for the youth and families of the area. That's a quote. One that's equipped with multiple existing athletic fields, a baseball diamond, a basketball court, a handball court, picnic lands, bleachers, nature trails, and a playground. These were all facilities that I used as a kid growing up in Sag Harbor, and since that time have been majorly upgraded. I walked the 15 minutes from Pearson with a full backpack and survived. And when your children go to college, they will have to carry a far heavier backpack for far longer distances. Rebuild the existing field outside of the high school that was once so eloquently detailed by the gentleman with the props. The way that children need access to open space is legitimate, but if you rebuild the field right outside the high school, that way no children need to cross a road, no children need to get in a car, and no children need to miss out on direct access to that outdoor space that parents are coveting. Build an additional modern field in Mashashamuet Park on the existing
30
lots.
seconds.
Build two. You could build all three of those fields for less money than the Marsden Street proposal. If there's such dire need for open space, it's already there. There's existing space that is entirely accessible and repairable to build modern sports fields for home games. Additionally, the parking lot next to the field is going to be a mess. The town or the school will clean this up, or the trash that accumulates there. As we all know, parking lots are hotbeds for trouble and illegal activity come sundown, especially on a parking lot that's on a dimly lit side street, hidden from plain sight, that is open to the public and not under the town's jurisdiction. Who is overseeing this? The land there has been sinking and flooding for years. The sports field will sink and flood as well. It's going to be a lot of rain games. The Marsden lot development will further tear this community apart, as its proposal clearly already has. And I implore the town board to consider if it's worth moving forward with such a controversial use of funds at the expense of the land and culture of Sag Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who do we have?
Rob Getling.
Rob Getling. And son. Can you hear me, Rob?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right.
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
All right, we're quite attractive, but.
Okay. Hello, my name is Rob Getling. I was born and raised in Sag Harbor. I've lived here my whole life. My parents, my father worked for the Southampton town for many years. I went to Sag Harbor Elementary, graduated Pearson, and owned several businesses out here. I am for the Marsden acquisition of the property and for the CBF fund to help with that. Honestly, as a kid growing up out here, we never had enough fields for us to even field teams. We'd have to go to East Hampton for football. We never had a lacrosse team, and who knows if we would have had a field if Sag Harbor would have had a lacrosse team that could have played and we could have had many stars. So we're not sure what could happen. But what I do know is that the school does need more space for the kids growing up. And I'm curious how many people that are against this have kids in the community. Or are they wanting to keep Sag Harbor the place that it's been? But change is inevitable, and it's changing every single day, every single year. Every place is changing, and we need to change with the times, not sit back and look at its beauty, because Sag Harbor and the east end of Long Island is beautiful as it is. And to the last person that just spoke about the trash, you can go around every single beach, park, everywhere. There's always trash, and that's just gonna be the way it is out here. That is in every place you go to. So it doesn't matter about that. It matters about the kids growing up. And this is my son who spoke today at the meeting. And I want him to be able to play in that field one day and maybe have a soccer game and not have to walk to Match Park. I mean, eventually the lease is going to be up with the park one day, and then we're going to be going through this whole entire spiel again, trying to get land for our kids. This should not be something that we have to have a meeting about multiple times. And I implore you to please give the money to the Sag Harbor School District to purchase this land. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. I want to know where he got his camera.
Yeah, it's cool.
I got my camera on my iPad.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we noticed it zooming in and out. That was interesting. So-
I don't know anything about that. This is just an iPad that has a keyboard hooked up to it. Yeah, that's a fancy one.
At the right times, too.
All right, we are moving
Yes,
on.
thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
And thank you very much for taking the time to have this meeting.
Thank you to the Getlings. Let's move on here. All right,
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Great, okay. My name is Karen Aragoni. I live in the village. I'm a licensed architect, and I've devoted a lot of my career to historic preservation. So it pains me to hear others think this is a manufactured issue for me, but I guess I'm one of the 530 people that quickly found out about this and made sure I was, at the, right there to vote. But, a school board member referred to me, I think, because I'm one of the neighbors, as a selfish and dishonest person and a fierce verbal attack on private citizens, as well as elected officials in the room where you are right now. And it went totally unchallenged by any member of the school board. All of them were present at the meeting, and I have to assume they're okay with it. I have trouble reconciling that with the school's official position that they'll build a project that's sensitive to the concerns of the neighbors and the National Register listed historic district. That's a really big deal. It's been so brushed away. I think you get a sense of the rancor encouraged really by the school toward those who oppose the project for many different reasons by listening here today. I want to address what I consider to be a false choice between athletic facilities and McMansions. Our ARB does a really good job reviewing projects, and you can bet when there's something that is a McMansion that's going up, I'm at that meeting speaking against it. I am the biggest opponent of McMansions. These lots have never been developed, not by the developer who's owned them for decades, or by anyone in the whole recorded history of this historic village. They've been on and off the market for 20 years with no takers. Why is that? I think I might know why. It's a flood-prone valley. The dumping into the pre-existing kettle hole took place before wetlands were mapped by New York State. But wetlands really can be restored. I've looked at the school's plans and the woefully incomplete cost estimate, which is now up to more than $16 million. And that alone is a reflection of how unsuitable this property is for this purpose. Right now, the trees drink a huge amount of water.
30 seconds.
It's my opinion that even with millions more added to the budget for necessary drainage, this field, if built as designed, is going to be underwater. The existing field behind Pearson is said to be overused. That field is always just muddy. The kids aren't pouring water on it while they're overusing it. It needs to be overhauled with improved drainage. It might not be a popular bond issue, but the school just spent $2 million, but the field can be improved.
3 minutes.
Another note,
That's your 3 minutes.
I'm
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lauren Friedman.
We need to get her unmuted.
Okay.
There you go.
I spoke last time. I just wanted to say, I see we have a clear community divide, and many Sag Harbor Village residents and civic organizations, including Group for the East End, Friends of Havens Beach, Save Sag Harbor, and Citizens Campaign for the Environment, all want preservation. And many parents want a sports complex, although I know a lot of parents who oppose this project but won't speak up because they worry that their kids will be bullied. We've heard many people today urging that this project move forward, but the only way to move forward now is to adopt the town board's sensible compromise to create a passive park for all kids. And that's because a passive park can involve the alteration of less than 2.5 acres, which would avoid its classification as a type 1 action, which is what's triggering the need to do a more significant environmental review and potentially an EIS. So I think we really should support the town board's sage advice here because it's the only surefire and legal way to secure this land and to save it for the kids and the community. Now, if the school continues to push for a sports complex, everybody could easily lose the opportunity. Now, the deal, the contract says that parts of the deal were supposed to close 3 months ago. So my question to the parents is, do you want to wait to see if the land is available at, potentially a year down the road after the EIS is done? Or do you want to get the land for the kids today? The other reason the sports complex really can't move forward is because that's an unjustified use of CPF funds. Only passive recreation is allowed to replace open space. There are special rules that pertain to open space, and I direct people to 140-6 of the Southampton Town Code. And those who were at the last meeting would have heard the CPF Advisory Committee's statements, and there was a portion of it reread today. But the sports complex, in their view, is a wholly unjustified use of the CPF. So it's going to be really tough for the town board to disregard a reasoned position of the advisory committee that is appointed to guide it in this decision making. Now, the school district has always known that this is a deal with the CPF, and it's always said that it would abide by the covenants imposed by the CPF. And I wanted to read from the school's published frequently asked questions before the November 3rd vote. Question: what other additional votes will be necessary if the November 3rd vote passes? The school's answer: the town board of the town of Southampton will need to approve the CPF use of funds for purchase. Question: if the Marsden lots are purchased, what will they become? Answer: the Marsden lots that are being purchased with CPF funds are restricted by the covenants and restrictions imposed by the CPF. As a result, those lots may be used for recreation or such other
30
purposes
seconds.
as prescribed by the CPF. So the school should live by its commitment to live by the covenants imposed by the CPF. It should live by the obligations to comply with the SECRA, and even if leadership does not like this, it cannot change the law. Any unlawful action could mean that all parents would lose this land altogether. So I urge people to rally around the town board's reasoned proposal for a passive park. If there's a developer waiting in the wings,
3
that
minutes.
is the next option. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Arabette?
Hi, is it my turn?
Yes.
Hi, I'm speaking to you from a very noisy place today, and I'm on my iPhone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm a Sag Harbor Village resident, and I've lived here for over 20 years. I have 3 children who were born and raised here in Sag Harbor. So this divide between are you pro-child or not pro-child, it's really offensive. I am not for the Marsden lots. I'm going to speak about why in a moment. But I really want to talk about democracy for a minute. This is a democratic process. We're not going to all agree. But name calling and putting people down because they like it or they don't like it is really inappropriate. Okay, we're a community. I'm actually speaking to you from a World War II museum today, which has been very emotional. And we're not at war here. We love each other. We all love our community. And as someone who does live in a historic district, I think that the community needs to be preserved. We are unusual on Long Island for our historic district, and we have a process by which we need to preserve it. There is a zoning board, the planning board, the ARB, and they all regulate how much land and the ratio of a built building to open space is allowed. I do happen to be an architect and an urban designer, and I work with children, I teach them. I'm a professor, and I teach children. And we learn about density and urban fabric. And the urban fabric, I wish I had a map here, or I could hold up and show you the kind of fabric of what it looks like in a residential neighborhood. Putting a large open space of a playing field, not a park, but a playing field for two sports, soccer and field hockey. Not football, not baseball, not all these other sports, but one sport, and a 72 parking lot, asphalt, yes, asphalt, and lighting in a residential historic neighborhood is absolutely inappropriate and appalling to me that the community and those who say that they love Sag Harbor would want to do that to our beautiful historic district.
30 seconds.
It is not only inappropriate, but I also want to say that the funds could be used to make Mount Shashamewett a wonderful place that is integrated with the community and the school and the students and the children. And it could be a beautiful place for all sports, not just soccer and field hockey. And one more thing, what I refer to as the mud pit on the other side that is not maintained and not taken care of, be a beautiful field that already exists in our neighborhood.
3 minutes.
And on the other edge of the residential neighborhood, not embedded in the center of the historic district. And if I could see the schools actually maintain it, and then I would have some kind of confidence that they'd be able to maintain what they're proposing of a $15 million plus project with complete unknowns. So, and one more thing, if the school was to acquire this land and build a soccer and field hockey field, they would then not have to follow the rules of the ARB or the zoning board as to every single house,
That's 3
every
minutes.
single house in the historic district has to follow.
All right, thank you. That's 3 minutes.
What was that?
You're over 3 minutes now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. They are above the law and they don't have to follow those rules. Thank you very much for allowing me this time to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dorothy Sprinkle.
Dorothy, you're up. Can you hear me? Dorothy, I cannot hear you yet. Still cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. I can hear you now.
Jay, you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to say, I don't want to go on because this is a gigantically long meeting. And it's wonderful the whole community seems to be coming out. But I do agree with many of the speakers just right before me that we should preserve the land and use it for the community and for the children to be a passive, beautiful green space. And I'm not for making it into a playing field at all. I think you have other options, which have been already stated, so I don't need to go on about that. And I'm not going to go on. I'm just going to tell you what my opinion is, that I don't agree at all that Marston Street should be developed into playing fields. None of that makes sense whatsoever, especially when we're trying to maintain Sag Harbor and the community into really just a lovely, lovely place. It's just it's just not a great idea on any level. And because there are options, there are fields right there. We don't need it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dorothy.
Howard.
All right, Howard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, my name is Howard Collins. I'm a resident of Sag Harbor. I just want to say thanks for taking the time to listen to our different perspectives. I just want to say that from the beginning, the development of Marsden Lots has been presented as a simple choice. A choice between either an athletic field or 5 big McMansions. And this framing of 2 choices for the community has in fact limited our ability to see other genuine possibilities. And more importantly, it's limited the potential of what Marsden Street could be for students. It has limited what this beautiful town can achieve if we work together. In pursuing only one idea in one path, which is an athletic field, we have limited the good we can do for all kids. And that includes kids who are not soccer and hockey players. And because of this, we've not seen all the other important ways for kids to get fit, to de-stress, to learn and socialize in a safe, convenient environment. So this is not about saying no to kids. It's about actually being creative and open to change and finding an even better solution that benefits everyone. And I think that's what CPF is really for. So let's make the most of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Sag Harbor students and the wider community in the form of a community nature park for all. And if I could finish with a fact that needs mentioning, kids and adults these days are more anxious and stressed than any other time in history. So let's compromise and create a community nature park that will help you stress, all of us, kids and adults, and provide a safe space in the historic district so we can meet, to work out, and most of all, live in harmony with each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the Zoom.
All right, okay, so that's it for the computer. I did get one more card, somebody in the audience who has not spoke, Kelly D'Angelo. Is Kelly here? All right, you're our last speaker.
Hi.
Mr. Schneiderman, Jan Welsh is actually waiting. He couldn't speak in person yet.
Where is he, online?
He's online, yeah. I don't know.
Well, he didn't raise his hand, so let's.
Now I have three more.
All right, so we're gonna take Kelly, and then we'll go back online.
Sorry I'm late. I'm a first grade teacher, so I was fulfilling my responsibilities there. I'm actually a first grade teacher at Sag Harbor Elementary School and the mother of a second grader and a pre-K student in the district. Please consider voting yes to the CPF acquisition of the Marsden lots. Our school and community have a great need for athletic facilities. Our middle high school has just one playing field for physical education classes, recess, and athletic teams. This is insufficient for the children in our school. Our children are being bused to other districts or have to walk the dangerous mile to the park every day. As a first grade teacher, I've actually walked this walk with my class many times. I double the required ratio of parents needed for this walk because it's very scary and dangerous. I create a human barrier for the children walking because it's nerve-wracking, and when I have children going there as a mother, it makes me nervous too. These streets are not the same as they was when other people have spoke about going decades ago. Now with the increased traffic and the Waze app, this is a main thoroughfare. People are using it to get from out west to East Hampton constantly. They're not looking, it's a very confusing route. They're looking at their phones, and it is much more dangerous than it was a decade ago. Many opponents would like to see the Marsden lots become a walking trail. We are very fortunate to live in the most beautiful places in the world. We have access to at least 7 wooded walking trails in Sag Harbor and dozens more throughout the East End, in addition to the beautiful beaches. However, we only have one athletic field shared by a middle and a high school for recess, physical education, and athletic teams. This is far inferior to the fields in neighboring towns. As representatives of Southampton Town, surely you know the fields in West Hampton, Hampton Bays, Southampton, Bridgehampton. If you look out the window, you can see the beautiful fields that the Southampton Elementary School has, larger than our middle and high school. Please, as Southampton Town Council, you make important decisions regarding the use of CPF funds, and I applaud many of the decisions you've made. There is no better way to preserve our community than investing in our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going back online. And if you can keep it, you have 3 minutes. Who do we have?
She spoke today.
Who do we have? We can't, there's no twice speaking. Alicia already spoke today, right?
Oh, okay. I can't.
No, if we let everybody speak 2 times today, we're already in our, after more than 4 hours in, so no, I'm sorry.
Smith?
Ms. Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. What is your first name?
I'm Dawn Smith.
Hi, Dawn.
Hi, thank you so much for, can I speak?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to use it all.
We hear a lot of talk about for the children. And what keeps sticking in my mind is that what would taking down 95% of the trees, putting up a parking lot with 72 parking spaces, how would that benefit children? And although CPF funding is not being used to purchase 12 Marsden Street, the parking lot, the sale will not, it's a joint sale. The sale will not happen unless the 4 other Marsden lots are purchased according to the contract. And I think that parking lot, we would do it at our own peril, do not have any jurisdiction from the Architectural Review Board or the zoning boards of Sag Harbor. They are the conscience of Sag Harbor. They are the folks who keep Sag Harbor, Sag Harbor. They would never allow a mall parking lot where every piece of green is down. Go to the corner of Division and Grand and look at how the bus parking lot, which is the same configuration of a chain link fence and vegetative covering, it's turf. Magnify that 20-fold, and you will have that smack in the middle of a historic district. And the school parking, and the parking lot will not be for the community, because when the school is not in session and hopefully a beautiful passive community park is there, there are 150 parking spaces on campus that can be used. And there are a lot of problems inherent in this massive parking lot, let alone, we never had a discussion. It was very cleverly never talked about until a draft of the drawing was sent at the last meeting, which shows everything gone, dark lights 2.5 feet from people's property lines. But here are the problems. When the school is in session, who's policing this parking lot? Construction crews will park there, it'll become commercial vehicles, vagrancy. Who do we call? You know, who are you gonna call? Is that now becoming Sag Harbor Police jurisdiction? They have a lot to do besides police a parking lot. And what about the emissions? Emissions
30
from
seconds.
72 idling cars into these small, tiny streets. Nobody's thinking about this. This is like Roosevelt Field Mall. And how can CPF funding, even if it's indirectly, it's a backdoor deal, it's an indirect sale for this land that will have no jurisdiction. Why is this for the children?
3 minutes.
It's just,
That's 3 minutes.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else online, Charles? Oh,
Yes.
okay. What is your name?
My name is Janice Dono.
Hi, Janice. We can hear you, and we can see your ear.
It's kind of hard to hear because the volume's been really low all night, but I'm going to try to.
Janice,
speak
we
and I hope
can,
you
we
can hear me.
can hear you fine.
I've lived on Division Street for almost 35 years. I resent being categorized as a dilettante, as a person who goes to fundraisers and a person who dislikes and is against children. I think that that's a really unfair categorization. We, the community surrounding the school, deserve the peaceful environment of and the enjoyment of our homes, and I don't understand why this project has gotten anywhere near this point, because it is an outrage that it would even be considered in a historic district. There is no reason why the school can't rehabilitate the field that it already has and use the fields at Mesh Park. They have an entire parking lot of buses that if they need to shuttle kids to Mesh Park can be used. That's probably a 5-minute drive. This is really field envy for the surrounding richer towns. These houses in the neighborhood around this contemplated site are not fancy houses. This is a really 19th century district of houses that many of which were built as housing for the watch case factory. To destroy this in the middle of Sag Harbor Village is something that I cannot even contemplate that parents think is a good idea. It is not. It just seems illogical to me that anyone could say that this was good for the environment, good for children, and good for the future of Sag Harbor. That's my position. I hope you'll hear it because I think this would be a disastrously terrible decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
More.
Hillary is next.
All right. Hillary, can you hear, what's the first name?
Hillary.
Hillary? Can you hear?
I'm here. You can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you multiple times.
You have
so there's
you have a device on.
Another device on, turn it off.
So I can hear you, but you are echoing?
I know, yeah, I see it. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I went it's so good.
Today I consider myself.
Okay. I wasn't going to speak to it. I'm a co-director of Save Sag Harbor. And listening to everybody tonight, especially the parents, I decided Save Sag Harbor really needs a current parent on our board. And I'm going to reach out to people I know in the school. We have two, one of our board members went to Pearson, Peter Gannay, all the way through, and another, Tom Flavin, put two of his kids all the way through the school board. But I think we need a current parent tonight to help us bridge that distance, as the first person said, between us. And believe me, we're not elitists. I had a kid who played at Massachusetts Park with all the local kids. It was in the summer. He didn't go to school here, but believe me, we knew all those local kids. He also played basketball, and that outreach was really important to me for him. But I think realizing what all of you have said, we just need to get a board member, a school, or not a board member from the school, but a school parent on our board, and I'm gonna work toward that, to making it happen. And I'm not gonna go into all the other stuff that's been talked about tonight, but I just understand, the one thing I don't want is to split these communities, and we're gonna make that happen, to all come together and be together. So I don't know what's gonna happen as a result of this, but that's my mission going forward, or we'll all get together. And
Here.
Heather is next.
Heather, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Heather.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Forgive me, I haven't heard everything that everyone has said, so I'm not going to be very long. I simply want to introduce myself. My name is Heather Hartstein. I have 5 children here in the district, and they go from kindergarten to senior year. And I just wanted to say a few things. Number one, of course, I'm in huge support of this purchase for the fields. This is for many, many reasons, and because I didn't hear the whole meeting, I simply want to just say what they are from my perspective. One of the reasons is that the walk to Mash Park for the children has become steadily more and more dangerous. I mean, it might sound ridiculous, but I think we're also acutely aware of the insane traffic patterns that we all have to navigate, and the horrible drivers that we have to navigate, as soon as spring hits. The sidewalks specifically on that loop-de-loop from the school all the way down to Nash are extremely narrow, and it's really just not an incredibly safe situation for the kids. Now, that said, additionally and just as importantly, the teachers themselves are concerned, as are us as parents concerned, that because the children have to walk to Nash Park, it creates a situation in their last period of the day in academic support where they don't get enough time to meet with teachers, finish up academic things, get extra help. I know that from the teacher's perspective, that is one of their concerns as well, and as a parent, it's a concern too. Now, as somebody that has 5 kids, all of whom are athletes, you know, I'm from my perspective, I'm feeling like for the children to have the opportunity to walk across the street and have the appropriate fields that we need for the school, for me, it's a no-brainer. I feel like I hear everyone's perspective, the ones that I had an opportunity to hear, and I understand that everybody's coming at this from their own perspective, and that if you don't have kids in the school currently, and you're coming out to your Sag Harbor home to relax for peace and quiet, I do understand that perspective from some people. However, this is a year-round community that we have to continue to support, and it's the year-round people here that help keep this community so vibrant. And I feel like to provide our children with, you know, something that every other school has is not beyond the pale. I hope that the board does not wait 8 months to vote on this, because I think we all know that it will no longer be an option then.
30 seconds.
I just hope that people will consider how positive this could be for the students at Sag Harbor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate McManus.
Kate, can you hear me?
Nope, can't hear you.
I cannot hear you yet, Kate. So, looks like.
Hello, can you hear
Yes.
me?
We can hear
Sorry
you now.
about that. You can hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
we can. Go ahead.
My name is Kate McManus. I started the meeting today in the basement. I had to leave to pick up one of my 2 children, both of which attend Sag Harbor schools, one at the elementary school and one at Pearson. I am not a great public speaker, so I wasn't planning on speaking today, but then as I've been listening on Zoom, I heard someone speak a few people ago saying that they wanted a compromise. And their idea of a compromise was just turning this land into a passive park. That is not a compromise. A compromise is when the town said no to turf, that the school board compromised and agreed to 100% grass. A compromise is when the town asked for a buffer and then even a larger buffer, the school agreed to that. A compromise is when the town said no to the blacktop parking lot, the school agreed to a gravel parking lot. So I do feel as if the school board has made a lot of compromises, and I'm hoping that the town will listen to the people today and vote yes for Marsden. It is a really great opportunity for our school and for our community, for the future children, and I just feel as if it would be a real shame if we miss this amazing opportunity, and I beg of you, please vote yes for Marsden today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Craig.
We cannot hear you yet. Can you hear me, Carrie? We're not hearing you. Still not hearing you.
How about now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Carrie Craig. I'm the mom of 3 kids, one at Sag Harbor Elementary, one at the middle school, and one at Pearson. I normally come more prepared to public speak. However, I know time is of the essence, and I am very passionate about voting yes for Marsden. I have 3 very athletic kids. And time and time again, I'm watching my older 2 walk, like as Heather is saying, dangerously to Mash Park. It is not to be underestimated, the danger of that walk, as well as the fact that they're carrying their heavy backpacks, all of their sporting gear, oftentimes in poor weather conditions. And to the woman that suggested that we use buses to take the kids to East Hampton, where they're often going, I don't know what the situation is with that. I do know that my daughter came home last night crying, shaking, shivering, and freezing from lacrosse tryouts at East Hampton High School. It was a 20-minute drive back. It just doesn't make sense to me. Our society appreciates and encourages athletes. We want our kids to be doing more than just being on their screens. We want them to have the ability and the ease to participate in local sports. However, we're making it as difficult as possible for them to do so. So I'm just here again to please, please, please beg of you to vote yes to Morrison, and I thank all of my colleagues and friends who are here to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Super. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Ken, what is your name?
Sudhir.
Okay. Sudhir?
Hi. Hi. Thank you for a couple of minutes. Just out here trying to get my kids to and from practice, so I appreciate the chance to zoom in this way. I wanted to support I wanted to offer my vote in support of the Morrison initiative, allowing the school board to purchase this property. And I wanted to just come at it from an angle that was important to me and some other people I know, which is that there's partly a governance issue here. And by that I mean that we had a process in place, and for that process to work, it's got to have a couple of things. It's got to have transparency and clarity, all the things that we want in any kind of governance process. And in terms of transparency, it means that we don't want to know that our elected leaders are making arbitrary decisions. And it's up to you all, I think, to make sure to manage this process so we feel as though when we know what the process is and we follow it, that our elected leaders are going to follow it as well. And it just feels very confusing. Last year, all of you blessed a Democratic vote, and we voted in favor, and you had a chance to look at the materials before the vote. You had a chance to tell us whether we were not following the CPF rules. You had a chance to look at the website and just to review everything that went into that vote, and you did. And you blessed the vote by the fact that you allowed it to occur. So for a lot of us in the community, it just feels very confusing and unfair in the sense of being arbitrary to now say that there's another process, there's other things that have to happen. Many of us thought that there was an environmental ruling, a safer ruling already in place. So I just want to say that for a lot of us, we felt as though we voted and we thought that there was a process in place. And for us to have confidence in the leadership and the CPF, we need to know that there's a process with very clear criteria and that we're not learning things along the way. Lastly, I wrote an op-ed in East Hampton Star in which I urged a moratorium to be placed on the use of CPF because it's very difficult for us to get information from the office. It's difficult for us to know why some projects get approved and others don't. No one knows how that organization functions, and being in the dark is really challenging as a taxpayer and as a parent. So lastly, just as you move forward with all these reviews, I urge you to accept that you played a role in how we got here. And if you're going to go forward and rest on any foundation, do so on a democratic vote and do so by allowing the school board to do what they've been doing really well, which is to be transparent, to hold the community closed as they've made decisions, and to move forward. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I will keep it brief as well. My name is Nathaniel Oppenheimer. I grew up on this block, and I think all the statements today have been, really impressive and great to see such turnout. I just want to take on this point about the vote because I think it's really disingenuous what's been said about relying on the vote as democracy. A single referendum held in November, 2 days after a midterm election, when people were confused about what the vote was for, is not democracy, particularly when people are being presented with incomplete information. The plan wasn't fully baked to that point. There was no talk of a 75 space parking lot. And I don't think it's fair to say that the decision was made by the community when all of those factors that we rely on in a democracy, being presented with full information, being presented with an opportunity to be heard, didn't take place before that vote. And then relatedly on the vote, I said this last time, but that vote included both Southampton Town and East Hampton Town residents, and shouldn't be seen as a signal of support of the Southampton community's use of its community preservation funds. And then I guess more broadly, whether any vote itself can be used to trump state law or town code or any other legal principles here, that's just not the case, and it's disingenuous to say that the vote should trump any of those concerns. You not only voted in November for this referendum, you voted in November for state legislators who make the secret law that's also a vote by the people. You vote for the town board and the representatives here who have their own town code to follow. That's also a vote by the people. So just to single out this single vote in November is disingenuous, particularly when you have so many students here who are learning about the foundations of our democracy. And, it's not fair to push this single-minded, narrow-minded view on a single vote with incomplete information when there's so much more at stake. And I hope that all the students on the line will take the time in their American history classes and in their civics classes to learn about all those factors that make our democracy function, not just single votes held on Thursdays in November, but also our laws, our state legislators, and our municipal officials. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I guess not.
Hello?
Oh, I can hear you now. So what is your name?
My name is Eva Baxter.
Hi, Eva.
Hi, yes, Eva Baxter. I have two boys in the Sag Harbor schools, one in the 4th grade, one in the 6th grade. I was actually at the meeting in person earlier with my 6th grader, that I felt strongly enough about this to have him come out of school today to watch the meeting. I was not planning on speaking, but I'm in support of Marsden as an athletic field for our students. I just watched so many people that my kids have grown up with, so many parents, so many of their teammates' parents speak about this, and this is something we need, fully in support of Marsden. I just wanted my voice to be heard on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is it. That is it. Unbelievable.
Cut off.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Oh, boy. Thank you all for coming out. This has been a long public hearing, an educational one, certainly. I'm just going to take a couple minutes to clarify or correct a couple things on the record. So in terms of, hasn't a vote already occurred? The school process and the town process are different processes. As was mentioned, the school involves school money, and school involves East Hampton and Sag Harbor residents. The town's process involves money from Eastport and Remsenburg and West Hampton throughout the town, and we as a town board have to decide if we're going to apply that money, and we have public hearings. And I think we had a good sense at the first public hearing that there were more voices out there. That's why we adjourned it and allowed more voices. We didn't close it at the first hearing and say that's it. We allowed opportunities for more people to be heard. This has always been a partnership with the school. It's never been at odds with the school. So we tried, CPF can purchase land. CPF can't build playing fields, right? It can't be used for that. It can't build comfort stations. So there was some logic in terms of working together where the town could come in with money to purchase land, the school could come in with money to build out the facilities, and then they could be shared. I want to make it clear, though, the town would not do this at odds with the school. We have no interest in that. If the town looked at just preserving it at Woodland and the school said, no, that piece is critical to us, to the school for playing fields or science classrooms, but we're not going to do anything that's at odds with the school, right? So, and there's been some talk today about passive use of Marsden, and that, maybe I had suggested, I never suggested passive use of Marsden. I suggested possibly a scaled down use of Marsden with a field that could be used for athletic, purposes, but with much wider buffers, much less parking, addressing some of those community concerns, more natural slopes, less retaining walls, things like that, in conjunction with maybe improvements at Mash Park and maybe improvements to the school's field in the back, something like that. But again, in conjunction with the school as possibly a way to bring the community together. I don't know whether that works, but that was something that was considered. A typical soccer field is 1.76 acres. A A football field is 1.3 acres. This is much more. This is bigger than that, and that's why it's triggering that 2.5 acre issue, right? If you're over 2.5 acres in a historic zone, you are automatically a type 1 action. If you reduce the plan somewhat, then you're back to an unlisted action, and the town could probably act much quicker. If the school is intent on doing the larger plan, we're under the advisement that this is a type 1 action. Now, if it's a type 1 action, we have to decide whether it's a neg deck or a positive deck. And that's got to take at least several weeks to do that. If it's a pos deck, that means that we think there's the potential for significant adverse impacts, environmental impacts. We have to do an environmental impact statement, and that involves a lot of processes, scoping. There's no way we can do that quickly. It's possible, though, that if this is this larger, more than 2.5 acre plan in a historic district, we're slightly reduced to be under 2.5 acres. It's possible that we could make a decision quicker. It's also possible that we could do that neg deck, but we still would need several weeks to figure that out. So the idea that we have to vote tonight, we can't. Tell you right now, we cannot vote tonight. We have to, by law, complete that process. I've been working as best as I can with Superintendent Nichols. We've gone back and forth. I knew today's hearing would be contentious. I hope that maybe we could come up with some answers to some of the outstanding questions, maybe some modification of the plan that would bring us more together as a community. That hasn't happened yet. So we've sat through a 5-hour hearing, almost 5 hours, and the board has to figure out what the next step is. So I will, we could close the public hearing at this point. I think we could. I don't know that there's any benefit of having another hearing like this. We're gonna have to at least keep the written record open while we complete the secret, because we cannot vote until that secret is complete. Now, I know that other board members want to correct other aspects of the record, but Jim, have I spoken correctly in terms of secret?
Yes, you
Right.
did.
Okay.
The next step, we'd have to do a long environmental assessment form, and that has to be coordinated with all the involved agencies, which is going to take at least a 30-day period, and probably a little bit longer. But before you can make the determination of significance as to whether you're going to pause that connected.
So,
Jim, is the school, as the lead agency, are they required to do the phase 1? We would be considered an involved agency, I believe, and now we're saying we're doing secret.
Environmental studies is the phase 1 phase. That's for the environmental studies. That's separate from secret.
Okay.
A phase 1, phase 2 is if we are to. That looks at any potential environmental damages to the site. That could be included in the secret process as we go ahead if we do an EIS, or it might even come out in the
It seems to me
environmental assessment form.
a fundamental disconnect in this process here is that the school was going for a purchase, so they put it as an unlisted action. We're looking at it as it being developed because we know that a plan
Sure,
exists.
yes.
So we're saying type
Right.
1.
Well, yes, this board has to make its own secret determination on the vote of the acquisition, with the knowledge that we have before us today, which we all know that the application, as presented, is for sports fields on the property. We can't ignore that.
I don't know that you can say, some people suggested that just look at the acquisition
No.
and say,
No, that's a definition
on the
segmentation.
acquisition. And the problem I have with that, partly as the steward of CPF dollars, is if we're doing this to create a community park, and later we're gonna do SECRA, and it turns out you can't build a community park, then the town's out $6 million. So I don't know how you figure, once you've laid out the money, you're done. So I don't know how you buy it with the intent of creating a community park, and then, later they can't do the park because they either haven't passed the bond or they haven't, gone through the SECRA process. I don't know how I understand the thinking, but I don't know how you can segregate those two things.
We can't. We have to make our own determination, this board, separate from whatever the school district determination is. Our
We're not linked
determination
here.
is to allocate for the acquisition of the property with the knowledge that we have in front of us today.
Right. So how long, look, I don't know how long the buyer is going to be available. I don't know that we're the perfect fit as a partner. I think that if we are a partner for the school, and clearly, lots of people support this, this is a partnership. The town has some say in terms of what it wants in the community park. The school has some say in what it wants in the community park. And, we do have the right to sort of come up with a combined vision that makes sense and addresses maybe some of the buffers and some of the issues, the parking lot being very close to neighbors, that clearly is contentious. If I lived right next to a lot that I thought was gonna be a house and now right up against my property line are headlights and cars, I understand, I would be pretty upset too. So, if the plan were somewhat reduced, and again, a soccer field's less than 2 acres, you could probably shrink the parking or move the parking onto the same property. There might be some solutions there. I don't know. There's still going to be opposition, maybe a little bit less opposition. But I think the school also has to figure out, as Councilwoman McNamara said earlier, are we the right partner? Are we the right partner? We're looking at Mash Park, and if there are development rights at Mash Park and we can purchase rights or conservation easements that would allow the park to make a lot of the improvements, some that the school wants and some that the park board is seeking, that may free up the school to do its own thing at Marsden, if it wants to or not. Or we can maybe work together on a reduced plan for Marsden, or we are forced to take a vote on the school's plan for Marsden, which I don't mind taking. I've taken a lot of tough votes and I have friends on both sides of this issue, close friends, right? Close friends on both sides of this issue. Happy to take the vote, but we can't take it tonight. And that has to be understood, Jeff, that we cannot, at best, the earliest on the current proposal is probably 2 months. So,
Can I just?
yeah.
We also have this, I just want it to be clear because we're going down that road again of where the community is gonna think they're getting something that they don't end up getting. So I just want it clear that, the development rights for Mash Hashemewett, it's a maybe, we're looking into it. That's not by any means a done deal. It could not happen at the end of the day. And I don't want the school doing anything based on, you're the thought that the community thinks that we're going to take care of Mash Hashemewett. I also don't want you to lose your willing seller because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, you obviously have, shown the need. The community is obviously in support by, the amount of people that came out this evening. So, I just don't know if you want us as partners anymore because, quite frankly, you could put this up for a bond in May and be done with it. It's something,
It's a thought. Anyone else? I know a lot was said today. I guess it's night now.
It also snowed last
We're not
week.
going to the audience right now, so I'm going to allow the board to speak.
Sure, I just want to appreciate the Sag Harbor community for coming out, really. It has been enlightening. I think the fundamental disconnect in the SECRA process between our two boards has been illuminated and is clear. So we're going to be doing what we believe we need to do under, with the advice of council, and we'll move forward from there. But I do appreciate everyone, and I mean that, everyone for coming out, no matter what you said. And I particularly appreciate the young people who came out and got up to the podium at the Southampton Town Council and spoke. So kudos to you.
Very impressive.
So if I can echo that part, thank you everybody for coming out, especially the students. I was very impressed. Kudos to the parents and the teachers in Sag Harbor School District. I will say that to me, I'm not in the negotiations for Plan B and Plan C. So that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at what was presented to us originally, and to get that to a yes or no so the school district knows what's going on. These other compromises, those are things we can take care of later, investing in the park and finding other areas if possible, if not this area, for a passive park. Those are all items that we can figure out later. But for right now, we were tasked with Is this a community park with an athletic field? And we need to finish that process. I was concerned, I have to say, as everybody spoke, because I don't live in Sag Harbor. I visited the site many times to find out that there was a dump there, that there could be some environmental issues where I would never put a playing field or anybody above a toxic area. So I really appreciate that we're doing our due diligence to make sure we're not doing that. But that, again, is all part of the process that we
Right.
have to do.
We need to know it.
Yeah.
Jeff, is anything you want to say?
I think.
Well, Jeff, if you're gonna speak, I gotta bring you up, so, and I appreciate your patience. You know, as school superintendent, you've sat here for the last 5 hours.
We're not publicly negotiating.
No, I have a superintendent of the school here, and he's our partner in this
I
acquisition.
understand that, but
I wanna give him an
right now,
opportunity.
what's on board here is what we're gonna do after
No,
this. Are we
I-
gonna close
I-
this
I
hearing
appreciate this
or
is-
not?
As we make the decision of whether we're gonna close the hearing, this is our partner representing the Sac.
We're not gonna
Sac
beat you
Harbor
up.
School.
It's not a
So, you know,
fair characterization.
we're looking for a little guidance here in
So-
terms of what's best for the school, best for the community.
So 3 takeaways from today's meeting. The first is, and everybody's already said it, that, this is part of the democratic process. And so the fact that the community came out, the students came out, whether you were for or against, that's what we try to teach kids, students, when they're under our charge. So that's a good takeaway. The second is that with regard to the modified plan, and you're correct, Jay, when you spoke, you did not refer to it as a passive park. You referred to it as a scaled-down park. Our initial query of the Community Preservation Fund was really based on our facility needs, which is a full-size athletic field. So any alteration to that or alternate plan really doesn't fit our facility needs. And the third point is, several people talked about Mash Park, and Ms. McNamara said, I think it was prudent to say, by no means is it a done deal or anything like that. That is very exciting to the school district, because as you know, we had discussions with Mash Park about possibly floating a bond referendum to fund renovations that we think are needed.
You had one set.
Yeah,
13,
we had
14,
one
right. It
set
was-
for the fall
Yeah.
and put it on hold. So.
I just want to echo what Councilwoman McNamara, though, said. It is not, at best, uncertain. We're looking in to see if there are rights to purchase, whether that property could end up not being a park and being a housing development, those kinds of things that would then give it some rights that we could purchase off of it. We haven't gotten there yet, so.
Yeah, fair enough. I
believe there are some rights there, but
Right.
we're gonna figure that out, and we have to examine the titles and deeds and.
And for the
appraisers
community's,
is a process, but we are going
community's
through that.
edification, Mash Park has 7 different parcels.
Yeah, they own 7 pieces.
But, that's kind of,
Yeah, that's.
But
that's-
anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
so.
cautiously optimistic, but we don't know yet.
Right, but you asked for my impression, and my impression was that's an exciting prospect, knowing that by no means is it a done deal. With regard to, there have been several suggestions that the district could go it alone. That's a discussion that I have to have with the Board of Education. We were operating for a long time with the impression that this was going to be a partnership. And now really the discussion I have to have with them is, hey, it's going to take several months. We have to talk to the seller, see if the seller's willing to wait. And if the seller's not willing to wait, and we don't even have any guarantee that 3 months from now it's going to work out, then at that point, I have to say to the board, how would you like to pursue this? Do you want to contact the seller and see if we go it alone or something like that? But those are my initial thoughts based on, sitting through this for the last 4.5 hours.
Again, it's a 3.8 acre parcel,
Yeah.
the 4 lots, and the trigger is at 2.5 acres, which is bigger than a soccer field. And, if you were to scale it down to a development of less than 2.5, I think that our process would go much quicker.
There is one additional thought process that I had related to CPF's role in this, and I had extensive conversations with Jeff Ziegler about it, and I don't know if you want to get into that, or you've already covered it.
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, that's up to you, but if that's the proposal, if you're sticking to the plan, you know, we're looking at 2 months before we can make any decision. And it might mean an even further delay if it gets POSDEC'd.
Right.
And then, you know, the school has to do what the school has to do. We understand that. We have to do what we legally have to do as well.
Understood.
So,
Jeff, it was always your intention to do a phase one on this property.
We've done a phase 1 and a phase 2
Yeah.
already.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
that's-
in terms of
that's-
sequel,
But
Yeah,
that's,
just,
right.
yeah,
the phase 1, phase 2, as I said
The
earlier,
declaration
has to
part.
do with,
yeah.
Yeah.
that's separate from secret. Phase 1 and phase 2 is to examine the environmental damages to the site. Like that's your environmental due diligence, separate from the secret, you know, the state mandated secret environmental review. They're two
And it's the
different-
school's
two different-
intention to do that all along as this would develop, if it went the way you wanted to.
Correct. Everybody's
So-
used the term segmentation. We were supposed to do the first phase with regard to the purchase, and then once the plans were finalized, we were going to do a second study. But someone made the point earlier, as this process is dragged on, and that's not an accusation at all, it's just that as it's taken time, some people have reached the conclusion that as this plan has crystallized to some extent, that it should have been a type 1 to begin with. And that's the debate that's happening.
all right, thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that leaves us, but I think we can close
It's a
the.
secret.
It leaves us what's in front of us right now is this
I think we
hearing.
can close the hearing. I think we can close the hearing. I think we have to leave the written record open at least. What do you think, Jim?
Yes. We certainly need to leave the written record open if we're going to pursue the coordinated review. If we're going to do the long environmental assessment form, we have to
We can't
coordinate
make
with
a
the
decision
school
until
board's
secret's complete.
consultants, if they're going to be the lead agent, and we'll have to coordinate with the involved agencies, the DEC.
So we're prohibited from making a decision until the secret is
Absolutely
complete.
prohibited from making a decision today.
So,
How long?
well, the problem is,
Close it.
there's a problem because if we
Two
If we
months at
close the
least.
public hearing, but leave the written record
Well,
open for a month
Yeah, I'd say,
or
you
2
know,
months, we're not allowing any comment then after that secret decision.
Well, if we POSDEC it, then there will be other hearings.
Right, because we have
Under
to
the-
make
We'll
that
have
decision.
we'll have a hearing on the draft environmental impact statement.
And
That'll
we
be
could
down
always
the road.
reopen it. So
Yeah,
could we close the public hearing, leave the record open for
For,
2 weeks?
well, we're not gonna get anything in 2 weeks. I mean,
No,
if
we
you're
don't
holding
get
it
anything
open.
in secret, so you
Right.
say,
Yeah, but then depending on how we vote, read the POSDEC or NEGDEC, we will then
We're not,
have
yeah, we're not
hearings.
gonna be ready to vote for that until we do
Right,
our
but
coordinated
we'll have
review,
hearings
which is a
then.
minimum of
well
30
then why
days.
can't we close the entire record, written as well as verbal?
Okay.
Close it all, and we just can't
We
make a
can
decision.
reopen if
That's fine.
necessary.
And reopen it when we have the secret review, fine. No, I'm okay with that.
That's.
And as we're progressing on that, we're going to coordinate with the school district.
Yeah, we have to
Okay.
coordinate with the school districts,
Like
the
to
H2M or whoever their
get it
environmental
out to the
consultants
community,
are.
so they
If they're
know.
gonna be the lead agency on this, yeah.
You know, what there is to say largely has been said.
Yes. No,
Yeah, we've heard from over 100 individuals. We've gotten over 200 letters. I think we can close it.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you all. Thanks for your patience.
Can we take a break for just a
Yeah.
moment? Can we have coffee?
Or do you-
6?
Coffee?
5 minutes.
Coffee?
5 minutes.
5-minute break before the next public hearing?
And the people that said that they were upset that cannabis wasn't happening at a night meeting, it's now happening at a night meeting.
Well, maybe we need cannabis.
It is legal now.
Yes, it is legal.
How you guys doing?
Dinner.
Get out of the way, Jim. I got 5 minutes. Coffee.
Yeah, I'm getting my coffee too.
Only 17.
Huh?
Only 17.
No.
17 people online?
No, I just checked. It's 17 people right now. And Lars.
There's still hope.
I don't think I'll make 7. I just told him maybe 7:30.
Right.
All right. I'm picking up the bill either way.
Okay.
Whether I'm there or not. All right. Okay, so. All right, we're gonna go back into session here. Madam Clerk, would you read the 7th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 7, to consider amending various sections of the town code in connection with retail cannabis dispensaries within the town of Southampton.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Town Attorney Kathleen Murray will introduce this subject.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good evening, members of the Town Board. As you know, on March 31st, 2021, the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, or the MRTA, was signed into law as Chapter 92 of the laws of 2021, adding a new Chapter 7A to New York State's consolidated laws, known as cannabis law. The state legislation created a new Office of Cannabis Management, or OCM, which is charged with the comprehensive regulation of adult use cannabis within the state. OCM's responsibilities include issuing licenses, developing regulations, and outlining how and when businesses can participate in this new industry. By way of background, adult non-medical cannabis use is currently legal in 18 states. As of January 1st, 2022, the town of Southampton, along with 756 other municipalities within the state, chose not to opt out of allowing adult use non-medical marijuana dispensaries. That is, the retail sale of marijuana within its boundaries. The purpose of the local law before you is to provide zoning regulations that address OCM licensed adult use cannabis retail dispensaries within the town, and to establish special exception safe standards identifying additional safeguards associated with this new land use. The proposed regulations before you have been drafted in conformance with and pursuant to the Guidance for Adult Use Retail Dispensaries issued by OCM on October 28, 2022, and the proposed regulations published by the Secretary of State on or about December 14, 2022. In particular, there are 3 specific sections of the code that are proposed to be amended, and I'll briefly go through each. First, sections 330-33 and 330-37 address the zoning districts where retail dispensaries will be allowed. Pursuant to your work session discussion on January 5th, this local law proposes to allow retail dispensaries only in HB, highway business, and SCB, shopping center business zoning districts. As written, it is not allowed in any other zoning district, including light industrial or village business zones. Next, the proposed local law identifies special exception standards at 330-162.26. Those standards, and I'll go through a few of them, in sum state the following. A dispensary shall not be permitted on the same road and within 500 feet of school grounds. School grounds is defined pursuant to Section 4092 of the New York State Education Law, including public or private preschools, nursery schools, elementary schools, or secondary schools. A dispensary shall not be permitted on the same road and within 500 feet of a community facility. A community facility is defined as a daycare to children, a public park, a playground, a public swimming pool, a library, or a center or facility whose primary purpose is to provide recreational opportunities to children. A dispensary shall not be permitted on the same road and within 200 feet of a building occupied exclusively as a house of worship. Notably, a house of worship does not cease to be considered a house of worship, notwithstanding any incidental uses that may occur there. A dispensary shall not be located within a 1,000-foot radius of another licensed dispensary. The planning board may request a traffic impact analysis demonstrating that the existing roadway network will be able to absorb the additional traffic a dispensary is expected to generate. The parcel must be big enough to provide for the required buffer and transitional yards in order to screen the development from adjacent parcels. If adjoining a residential parcel, the minimum transition yard shall be 100 feet. The site must be able to accommodate the parking requirements for retail use as determined by the planning board. Outdoor speakers as well as outdoor music is prohibited. The planning board may require a pedestrian circulation plan. Drive-through windows shall be prohibited. As a side note, if you recall, we do have an outstanding letter to OCM dated January 27, 2023, which we submitted during the public comment period regarding the proposed regulations, asking that drive-through windows be left to the discretion of the municipality. That comment period closed on February 13th, and OCM has yet to respond to our inquiry in the assessment of public comment, but I will keep you updated. In terms of signage, just a couple of points I'll hit on. Exterior signs must comply with our sign code. Signs shall comply with OCM's regulation, including a prohibition from using or displaying colloquial references to cannabis or depictions of cannabis, the imagery or action of smoking or vaping. And no sign shall be within or observed within 500 feet of school grounds or community facility as defined. And a cannabis dispensary may only operate between the hours of 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. In terms of process, we are currently waiting for a referral from the Suffolk County Planning Commission, and your town planning board will be considering these regulations at its next meeting of March 23rd. With me is Town Planning and Development Administrator Janice Shear and Senior Planner Michelangelo Lieberman, if you have any questions that we can answer.
Well, let me just sort of restate. This is a hearing on what zoning districts retail cannabis dispensaries will be allowed in, what zone and under what conditions. It is not a hearing on whether cannabis should be legal or not. The state has already made that decision. It is legal. The town has made the decision that we were not going to prohibit the sale within the community. We might not have all agreed on that, but that decision is behind us. So now it's a question of where, in addition to the Shinnecock Reservation, where a dispensary is being built, where else can it be sold? I know some people may want to comment on the broader issue, whether they think it's a bad thing, but really, that is not what's in front of us. What's in front of us is what are the right places and under what conditions.
Time, place, and manner.
Time, place, and manner it can be sold, okay?
Right.
All right, and we've had some internal debate, we've had some work sessions on this issue, there's been different iterations of this. Initially, I had looked at LI 40 because that's where more of the adult uses were. The board did not want to include LI 40. And now we're in HB, highway business, and SCB, shopping center business, as long as you meet all the various setbacks to certain things, houses of worship, community centers, things like that. Okay, any questions for Deputy Town Attorney Kathleen Murray? Okay.
And we did remove, there was a restriction on County Road 39, which we removed. That was in the original.
Right, originally it was highway business,
but not on County Road 39.
But not on portions of County Road 39. Not west of David White's.
Yeah, so we did remove that.
But east of David White's, I think that's where we put the cutoff. But now it's anywhere, anywhere in highway business.
Yep.
Okay, and we're gonna go first to cards. I know some of you may not have filled out a card, but there were people who filled out cards a long time ago. Thank you for your patience. Let's see if they're here. Alana, is there, Alana, you are here. I am. You registered at around 1 o'clock, and you're here.
Just a word on the Marston property, please. No.
So Alana.
And a sense of humor.
What is it,
Urbant Marino, yes.
Alana Urbant Marino. Okay,
That's
you have
me.
3 minutes
Thank
to make
you.
your comments.
Good evening, just kidding, good evening. My name is Alana and I am the Director of Community Engagement for HUGS, Human Understanding and Growth Services. and we are a local nonprofit specializing in substance use prevention and youth and community development. We also run the federally funded Drug-Free Community Coalition, Safe in Sag Harbor, and the state-funded Long Island Addiction Resource Center. We are also proud members of the Town of Southampton's Addiction, Recovery, and Behavioral Health Committee. So while many areas in New York are currently stuck in legal issues with regards to even having dispensaries, we know that the town of Southampton is not. So we are moving forward with this. Since there's currently no cap on the number of licenses allowed, we believe that the locations opening in our town of Southampton are going to see an increased traffic while everything else across the state is still embroiled in legal issues. Because of that, we want to support the board's measures and so far and encourage partnership with organizations like ours, whose goal is simply to look out for the health and well-being of youth and the community. We applaud you for aiming to keep these dispensaries restricted to the highways and shopping center businesses and maintaining the maximum allowable distance between the dispensaries and public places like schools, libraries, community parks, all those wonderful places where youth and their families gather. We really value your commitment to minimizing the youth exposure to cannabis retail. Living in proximity to and living in an area that is dense in cannabis retail are both proven risk factors, which can increase the likelihood that youth will view cannabis as less risky and will end up using it. And so we know that their brains are more sensitive to substance use before the age of 25, and we want to delay that and prevent it whenever possible. In the town of Southampton's own Youth Bureau's Teen Assessment Project survey in 2020, 56% of students saw little to no risk in using cannabis, and that was a 5% increase from 2018. So that's more than half of our youth in the town of Southampton who were already underinformed on cannabis 2 years ago, before all of this even really set off. Cannabis retail establishments simply have no place near areas which cater to youth and their families. And so we commend you for also restricting the hours of operation and advocating against the drive-through windows at points of sale. New York State doesn't allow drive-through alcohol retail, and cannabis, like alcohol, is an addictive substance. Reducing ease of access like drive-throughs will prevent risky behaviors like driving under the influence. So great job with that. We really hope that that stays. We urge you to support the enforcement of the regulations set forth by the New York State Cannabis Control Board, provisions concerning advertising, promotion, and sponsorships to prevent youth's exposure to cannabis marketing and the normalization of cannabis use for them. We urge you to require these places to strictly enforce that only people over the age of 21 can even enter. We urge you to require all establishments to display signage messaging reinforcing that it is illegal to sell cannabis products to folks under the age of 21. We urge you to connect retailers with agencies and coalitions like ours. We will train their staff and provide resources for customers about the risks associated with cannabis misuse. We're currently finalizing a research-based curriculum to train cannabis retail employees and in responsible sales, like a similar training that we offer to alcohol retailers in the town of Southampton across Suffolk County. This will be a protective measure for the local community. Employers who prioritize training their staff in responsible cannabis sales will be contributing to preventing sales to youth and advertising and marketing which attracts them. They'll be contributing to the reduction in driving under the influence of cannabis, the promotion of safer consumption by adults,
30 seconds,
and a collaborative approach to preventing cannabis misuse throughout the town of Southampton. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. All right, next up is Kim Stetz.
Can you hear me okay? All right.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kim Stetz, and I am a card license holder with my partner, Mark Hayes, over there. And we won the license after applying in September. We chose Long Island as a space, one, because my family lives here, and two, I'm a born and raised New Yorker, and I live in New York City. And I want an opportunity to have a business out in the Hamptons that I can own. I've been coming to the Hamptons I'm now 54, but I've been coming here since I was 22. And I had a lot of clients in yoga, and had a business in, I'm like going off the script now. I'm a psychotherapist now currently, and I work with a lot of clients that use THC and cannabis in their sessions, as well as I use other plant medicines. And I think it's really important that we look at cannabis as a plant medicine and as a healing that that a lot of people need, and they use it in a very medicinal way and constructive way. I myself, I'm not a cannabis user, but I do have a lot of clients and friends that use it for their purposes. So I say I was really excited when Southampton did opt in as one of the 4 cities here, or townships out on Long Island, because of the opportunity to come out here and have a business. And we're going to bring in jobs. We know that you have to be 18 or older if you are not non-plant touching, and 21 or older if you are touching the plant. The taxes, we're going to bring a lot of money for the city, and the taxes that will come with the sale of cannabis. And also, there's some bootleg spots we've heard in town, so I think that'd be great if we can bring in the bootleg spots are not paying taxes on it, and it is illegal if you do not have a license. So I think it would be great to bring in legalized cannabis sales, seed to sale in New York. Yeah, I think that's about it. And I'm excited to come out here. And we're looking. So now that we know more about the regulations of where we can have our business, and we are looking to start with delivery as well, which is part of, because it's been a hard time finding the actual properties because we didn't know where we could go. So that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Tracy Colson.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, so I am Tracy Colson, and I'm with the Southampton Youth Bureau. But with that, I am here today as a collaborating partner with Safe and Sag Harbor, additionally with HUGS. My role here tonight is not to give you my opinion. I'm here tonight to represent the youth of Southampton Town, who have a vested interest in the decisions this board makes. So to begin, I'd like to give you some statistical information taken directly from the youth in Southampton. So prior to that, Alana had referred to the Teen Assessment Project, which is the TAP survey that the Youth Bureau does. So the TAP survey was first conducted by the Youth Bureau in 2005 with the cooperation of 7 school districts across the township. The survey is given every 3 years for students in grades 8, 10, and 12, with the intention of gaining insight into the students' choice of behaviors and how to effectively support healthy development. It gives the Youth Bureau and other youth-serving organizations a starting point in providing effective and targeted prevention programs. The survey results in the 2020 TAP survey data did indicate that 13% of students reported using marijuana at some point. 139 youth reported using marijuana more than once in a year, and 6% surveyed reported using marijuana edibles monthly or weekly. This data had been taken in 2020 prior to the recreational legalization in New York State. It was also in 2020 when youth were locked down and doing remote schooling from home. They were isolated from their friends, isolated from their peers. So now that we are returning to a post-COVID state, the youth are back in school again. In the last couple of years, we have seen a large spike in youth suffering through mental health
Tracy,
crises.
just to remind you, so the board is considering the zoning locations?
Yes.
Where retail dispensaries?
Yes, I'll get to that.
Right, I'm not saying that's not interesting information, but ultimately, that's what is in front of us?
No, I agree.
Okay.
So actually, give me 1 minute, and
Okay,
this
yeah,
will
all right.
wrap up, and you'll see. So many use alcohol, illicit substances to cope with anxiety, to cope with depression, peer pressure as well. So as you've seen from testimonies that had been emailed prior to you, that what the youth are experiencing directly. Okay. So signage, accessibility, marketing are all normalizing agents that make it more attractive for youth, especially with the stresses that I have just spoken about. You know, the urge to use is more present than ever. We're not hearing, and we're not here to criticize anybody's use of cannabis, but we're just asking for regulations that keeps it a safe distance from our youth. Okay.
Okay,
That's all.
in the law, there is regulations pertaining to the signage?
Yes, so I did hear that. So, and I
Right.
think, you know, going.
And the location, so.
Yes, that is true. You know, and I know
And
the
everything
regulation
in
has
that
been.
legislation was to protect children?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. You know, and I know the legislation has been there, but again, this is just to hear from what the youth are saying and, you know, what they are seeing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tracy, before you leave, so some of the youth board, the YAC committee did send us some videos about their feelings on it. Can you summarize that?
Yes, they did. So what they're seeing, again, they're seeing an increase in schools, you know, whether through vape or through, you know, direct use. And what their concerns are, again, is where these are going to be placed. And it was explained to them, the regulations that have been proposed. But whether it's 500 feet away from from a school or a place that youth use, you know, even the idea of putting it on a main thoroughfare. So, you know, normalizing it would be that these youth are actually seeing it day in, day out, whether their bus passes it or whether, you know, they're in a car and they're going to a shopping mall, you know, a shopping center with their parents. By seeing the signs, again, it's normalizing, oh, this is good, you know, people are in and out, there's nothing wrong with marijuana, there's nothing wrong with utilizing it. You know, but we know from a standpoint that youth using marijuana and on cannabis is actually not healthy for them. They also, you know, as far as, they suffer with judgment, not suffer, I'm sorry. They have, you know, it affects their judgment as far as like making rational decisions and, you know, in addition to, you know, a couple of other.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Walter Bonilla. Walter?
My name's Walter Bonilla, partner with Hydroponics, John Alvarez, who's a card holder over there. John was able to secure the license back in November, and we've been working with each municipality and their different zoning regulations, the town of Babylon, the town of Brookhaven, Riverhead, and so forth. We've read the proposed legislation, and just first, thank you guys for putting this together in a way that is congruent with the OCM regulations. We're finding that a lot of the other towns, even though are on board, they're making it very difficult to secure locations for a couple of different reasons. One being if there's a mortgage on the building, a lot of landlords do not want to rent for the particular usage. And then two, a lot of these municipalities are trying to put folks into industrialized areas in order to set up these stores. And, you know, when you're thinking about a customer, you're thinking about a consumer, someone's daughter, someone's wife that's walking into a store, yes, we understand that we don't want to be near the schools, and we definitely understand and appreciate the regulations put in place, but you also don't want your family going into unlit areas, walking into stores that are off the beaten path. So with reading everything that you guys have in place, we appreciate that. If that could be moved forward, we love it. County Road 39 is a spot that we are looking. There are a couple of buildings there that we would have our eye on if this does pass. One of the only things that we would ask is if there could be a concession on the operating hours, especially for the morning time. That would be one of the only things to consider. You know, normal retail possibly opening at 8 or 9 o'clock, you know, similar to any other type of retail store that you do have. When it comes to being away from the schools, being away from the places of worship, I think you guys nailed those regulations right on the head. So I don't have a full 3 minutes. That's pretty much it.
What do you think the ideal hours would be?
If, you know, I would say with traffic in the morning, maybe 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, to 9 o'clock at night, yeah.
Right now, we have it as 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Possible extension on the morning hours.
What about cutting back the evening hours? No? Oh, my God.
That's why we went later in the morning.
You gotta know your client.
So we can reduce it to less than 70 hours, I think, of operation.
Okay.
So it's 7 days, 10 hours a day,
We were doing 11.
right? You have more than that?
We were doing 11 hours a day, I think, right?
We have 13 hours, no, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. is 11 hours.
a day.
11.
Right? It's 11 hours?
Yeah, that's 70.
10 a.m. to 9, 11, it's like 77 hours.
That's something we can look at.
All right, well, I mean, we'll consider opening earlier, I don't know. It's a lot of traffic in the morning.
That's why we did it.
That's why we did it, yeah.
That's why we did it,
Yeah, all right, thank you, sir.
especially on 39.
Thank you.
Okay, next, John, that was Walter, so John Alvarez? You're good? All right, Mr. Falkowski.
Good evening, council members and everybody else. Thank you for your demonstrated stamina today. It's been a long journey.
It's not done yet.
Yeah, it's been a long journey in many ways. I remember, before COVID, we were organizing educational events when hemp and other cannabis forms were coming online in state, and we were all starting to figure this out together. And I just want to mirror some of the sentiments shared by the others. I'm actually pretty proud of my town here today to see what I think is largely commonsensical, generally regulation, largely mirroring what the state has put forth. I know this is kind of difficult, to comprehend all of these aspects. And I'm just going to leave a few comments here. It's kind of my job, right, just to put it on record. I would love actually just to kind of not be another step in the process and to see these get approved sooner than later. So I don't want to be part of the reason to make any changes and slow things down, but even take these into future contemplation, just some of the things I pointed out are going to point out. It's only just a few little things. One on the density clarification, paragraph D, 1,000 square feet from a non-medical dispensary. Just know that medical dispensaries, right, as I read this, could be situated next door unless this use is captured and regulated elsewhere. Just wanted to clarify on this that a medical marijuana dispensary will most likely look like a non-medical dispensary long-term. It's going to be the same customer experience and everything else except for the extra little thing that you needed to pay $50 and get a doctor's recommendation. The major differences aren't going to be inside in so much that they're actually probably going to be lower tax rates. When you purchase your products, you're probably going to be able to get larger amounts of THC in the products and probably to buy more of these products in a day. But after that, it's not like you're going to be walking into a pharmacy or the experience different. So I just kind of wanted to point that out long term as you start to regulate all of these. In general, that seems very feasible, right? We want to keep up with the nature of our towns and our hamlets here. And, we need to spread the love a little bit, so to speak. The other one, drive-through windows, I definitely get it. Being born and raised here, graduated Southampton High School in '95. Again, we have an aesthetic here. We really keep out a lot of, these chain stores and kind of like that whole thing, to churn and to burn. I do kind of want to put out, as I just demonstrated with, there's not going to be too much of a difference between medical and non-medical stores. There will be a lot of folks who may still use a non-medical dispensary to get their medications, and they may, especially coming out of COVID, they may choose to not want to go into a store. So that's one reason why we might want to have maybe just this non-physical interface. There may be a convenience there. And also to contemplate, in this early onset of adult use in these stores, there may be traffic considerations, and that might be a valuable tool in helping mitigate having pre-sales, et cetera, separating lines of traffic. It actually could be a tool to mitigate some of the concerns you may have. So again, I don't want to trigger whole rounds of comments.
Deliveries are completely allowed on the law.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and so the third thing I just wanted to point out, again, I'm just pointing out some things for future contemplation. The last one there would be the hours of service, just noting that, you may restrict the physical storefront operating here. To your point of traffic, some working folks might be coming in early, want to grab something early. Some folks might be catching the late train and they're going to get it. Just remember twofold, we do have delivery services that can likely service those people and will, but we also have a very robust, what I call traditional marketplace that will likely serve those customers. So take this into contemplation as we're allowing for these stores to come into our town, We want to regulate them. We do want to capture that traditional market, or as you said earlier, Mr. Snyderman, is that the use is here, and we're not building a new market. We're looking to transfer the traditional market to the regulated market. So I greatly applaud you. I'd love to see these all move forward generally, and I appreciate you taking my thoughts into consideration in the future regulation packages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who has not spoken? I don't have any more cards. We have people online. You can, yeah? Just hopefully briefly.
You're looking at that 7 o'clock.
You can't make 7.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your tenacity and patience with today's agenda. My name is Marquise Hayes. I'm a nationally celebrated Michelin star trained chef and a special events private chef for several prominent figures ranging from Southampton out to Montauk. I am a Bronx-born native, but I spend a lot of my time during the peak season out in the Hamptons, catering to the special needs of functions, parties, whatever the need is. I am the guy who knows how to fulfill it. Being blessed with this new accessibility to service that community in a way that they have not fully understood, because this is a new blueprint that we are chiming in. We're just enhancing, similar to what the gentleman just said, trying to enhance an experience that New York is presenting, as opposed to what it was displayed prior to the regulation of it. I asked that there be more consideration on the areas where these experiences are located when it comes to things like food implementation, when we do have room for consumption lounges and other recreational assets that go along with the cannabis thing. I strictly came here today just to get guidance and get all the information we can to be in compliance. As my partner said, we would like to be one of the first to roll out with the delivery service. We're shorthanded because there are certain rules and regs that we don't have in our possession in order to apply them to get OCM to grant. I am in constant contact with OCM. I'm probably the squeakiest wheel that they have right now. So I constantly ask them if there's anything else that we would need in order to submit to you guys, so we can create the service that I believe a lot of people in Long Island, but overall New York, would like to see take place. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna, nobody else here, right? So we're gonna go online. We have some speakers online who's waiting to be heard.
Is Lars in there?
Yeah, Lars is
Yes,
in there, so maybe, well,
Is.
Charles, if you could bring Lars in, but I see you have somebody else first, so maybe Lars can be next. If Lars is there.
Channing is first and Lars will be next.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, Channing. Can you hear me, Channing? I cannot, Channing, I can't hear you.
Unmute.
Go ahead. No, still can't hear you. Still can't hear
She said
you.
she'll come back. You want to go to Lars?
Okay. Why don't we go to Lars, and we'll try you again in a minute, Channing.
Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate you getting me on. I have a school board meeting and board members who are waiting for us to start. Thanks for your endurance today. Just want to offer a few remarks, not, as you said, Jay, in favor or against cannabis, or necessarily in favor or against the zoning for the dispensaries as proposed, but rather to just ask your consideration to make that zoning restrictive in nature as possible, but still feasible for your business community. I get that, but I do want to raise a few perspectives. I appreciate that the legislation has prohibited dispensaries in village business, which Hampton Bays is largely that Main Street corridor from Palm Park to Springville. However, that special exemption to allow highway business does not truly put a dispensary away from that Main Street. In Hampton Bays, it's just a little east on Montauk Highway, right by Carvel and Starbucks, where, of course, many kids congregate. So that's at the heart of my remarks today. Again, not taking a position or stigmatizing dispensary or cannabis use, but we have a corresponding obligation that zoning is only one piece of in order to prevent substance abuse. It's become increasingly challenging in schools to handle vape devices, both THC-based and non-THC-based. Districts in the region have installed vape detectors in bathrooms. When schools face discipline matters, it often involves vaping. It's not specific to Hampton Bays. It's consistent in 2023 in schools. Gummies, edibles, flavors, and the like are often appealing to kids. You heard a few testimony about that earlier. We've employed positive steps around prevention, education, and awareness through direct instruction, groups like Hugs, and partnerships with the Youth Bureau. But that's not enough. I spent some productive time with your planning department talking about this, so I understand the economic benefits and the benefits of the regulation and control. But with villages opting out of this allowance, it's reasonable to assume that it's going to drive business and this commerce into our hamlet and Hampton Bays. So again, to be as restrictive as possible is an ask. And I'm asking that as this zoning takes place and the economic benefits are enjoyed by the community, that this double-edged sword, the town board keeps in mind that there needs to be a correlated investment that the town board should be prepared to make, which would include continuing to build the town school resource officer program with the police department, because these specially trained law enforcement officials are positive and preventative in our nature and our work with kids. Continue to invest in Southampton Town Youth Bureau and organizations like Hugs who do this important work, because these student-led initiatives are powerful to help kids make positive decisions about substance use and substance abuse. And then commit to meet annually with the town board, planning department, the police department, school districts, and the youth bureau to continually review this to make sure the zoning is right. It's okay to walk before we run here, and this is new for us. It's new for all of us. Despite all the examples around the country, it's new for us, and it's okay to walk before we run. So thank you again. Thanks for taking this seriously and really considering all points of view. Wish you all well.
All right, thank
you.
you, Lars.
Thank
That's
you.
3 times today we've seen you, so.
That's right, yeah. I'll end go stop time.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate your comments. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you want to try getting Channing back on?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Channing Tobin. I'm a local resident and wife and mother of 3. I'd like to start off by commending Supervisor Schneiderman and the rest of the town board for opting in on cannabis retail. Like me, they see the vision for this market and understand the value and benefits it will bring to our town, like minimizing the black market and making it safer for our youth overall. My family and I have been working for the last 18 months to launch our own family cannabis business here in Southampton. And while we couldn't be more excited about the prospect, we do have a lot of concerns regarding the zoning map. First, based on the preliminary maps that we have seen, the board appears to have overlooked opportunities for cannabis micro businesses, which allows for a small grow and manufacturing, as well as a one-off dispensary where product can be sold. Based on the map, there is minimal to no agricultural or commercial locations zoned for this opportunity, giving sole dispensary licenses an unprecedented and potentially unfair advantage prior to the final map being drawn in order, giving sole dispensary licenses an potentially unfair advantage regarding location and opportunity. We believe this needs to be addressed quickly prior to the final map being drawn in order to assure fairness to all members of our community. Second, the stretch on Montauk Highway east of patios.com contains commercial and agricultural land that are ideal locations for dispensaries and micro businesses, well away from the heavy foot traffic of downtown streets of Bridgehampton and Southampton. But for whatever reason, almost all of this property has been excluded from the preliminary map. The vast majority of these parcels are well within the laws regarding their distance from schools and places of worship. We are committed to making adult use cannabis a success for our community, and in order for this vision to become a reality, it's necessary that equitable opportunity be extended to all constituents who wish to participate. And on behalf of my family, We urge the council to reconsider the current zoning map, that members of this community are able to participate in the emerging adult use industry. We are hardworking, trying to better ourselves for our children and this community, and we take this opportunity in an emerging market and the well-being of our community very seriously. Accordingly, we have retained a top cannabis consulting firm with a 100% record of operational compliance, who are responsible for launching some of the most formidable cannabis brands in the country to help us through this licensing and startup process. We want to do this right, and given the opportunity, we will do this right and make our town proud. We only ask that the board make the process as open and fair as possible, providing opportunity for all of us that wish to pursue it. And I stand here asking for support of the board in the pursuit of achieving this goal, as well as supporting any constituents who chooses to enter the market. The New York Office of Cannabis Management
30
has made
seconds.
that without the support of local leadership, applications for our businesses are kind of dead in the water. So I appreciate you taking the time, and I'm sure you all are ready to go home. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Channing.
Appreciate it.
All right, who do we have?
Kelly Dodd.
Hi, Kelly. Can you hear me, Kelly?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I just want to say first and foremost to all of you, thank you for your service and definitely stamina and most of all patience and professionalism is really appreciated. I'm Kelly Dodds, I'm a mother of two, and I am a resident of Southampton, and I'm in the Sag Harbor School District. I also serve as a representative of Safe and Sag Harbor, so I echo their testimony. And I just wanted to pick up, I've come before you a few times regarding issues around this. And so my concern remains to be about the amount of drug recognition experts that the town employs with the increase in dispensaries. I mean, we've already seen it since adult use cannabis was legalized. We've already seen an increase in people driving and using. I myself, my kids wait for the bus we're right on Noyak Road, and we stand off the road, but when traffic is backed up, even at 8:30 in the morning, there's a heavy smell coming off of that traffic. So, how are we going to handle people? It's never been legal to drive and smoke or, imbibe or do any of those things. So how is the town looking to handle those issues? Is there a plan in place? Have you already hired or begun to train additional drug recognition experts? And, those are my issues that I'd like to know, and I'd like to be a part of assisting raising awareness around if you feel different, you drive different, and just people being responsible to the community, because the dispensaries might not be in the villages that voted not to have them, but people will certainly drive through those villages and other places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Gail Lombardi.
Charlie, is anybody else?
Yes, Gail Lombardi.
Is that the last?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Gail Lombardi?
Hi, Gail, we can hear you, cannot see you, but we can hear.
Okay, yeah, I can't put a picture on because of my devices. So again, you guys did a fabulous job with that public hearing. I listened to most of it, and I'm impressed by the community input, fabulous. I just want to reiterate my disappointment that the town did opt in, or didn't opt out, considering that we were pretty sure that the Shinnecock Nation was going to have a cannabis location here. But we are talking about the zoning, and so I did do a back of the envelope calculation about the taxes. To get 1% for the budget, and for 1% of $1 million of the town of Southampton budget, $35 million of cannabis needs to be sold. That's a lot of cannabis to really subsidize the budget, and Hampton Bays would see very little of that because it's only 3% that actually goes to the town. The rest of it goes to the county and then the state. So I did look at the zoning, and, really looking at it from Hampton Bays perspective, and as Laura said, highway business in Hampton Bays is way different, in my humble opinion, than the highway business, on County Road 39 and in Riverhead. I looked at the Riverhead rules. They were trying to push the cannabis more towards Route 58, busier road. So more like a 4-lane highways. Their distances from for the schools and between each other was higher than town of Southampton. So specifically, of course, me, I'm all about Hampton Bays. The way it turns out, the villages not being there, Hampton Bays, except for the village business, is pretty much all highway business from tip to tail otherwise. So I would hope that the town would, one, extend the distances from schools, extend the distances from the churches, extend the distances from residential, consider a limitation in a place that has a certain number of persons per square mile. In our case, Hampton Bays has around 11, almost 1,200 persons per square mile, where the general town of Southampton has like 500. So if you consider some part of the special exemption to say, hamlets that are greater than XYZ, which would maybe eliminate Hampton Bays, and the same thing with our school district. Our school district educates around 20% of the kids in the entire town of Southampton, and with about 2,000 students. So in a special exemption, maybe it could be considered that a hamlet with X number of children could either be excluded or limited to one site.
30 seconds.
So I really think Hampton Bays is the most populated, with the most children, with a lot of highway business. And so I would look to the town to try to come up with more special exemptions, limitations, to kind of limit the presence of those dispensaries in Hampton Bays. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Gail. All right, anyone else, Charles?
I have one more, but I can't get them to put their video on, so.
Can we hear them? Riverhead put their zoning in place before OCM came out
So
with the
Kathleen, I
regulations.
guess the question is for you.
So we're
Councilwoman
preempting.
Yeah, just
Nakamura.
briefly. So as you know, and we talked about this.
Oh, all right.
We got somebody?
We
I
go back.
think we have the speaker.
You're driving.
All right, Charles, you want to bring the speaker on, and then we'll go back to Kathleen.
We seem to be in a dark cabinet.
All right, Philip,
He's in
can
his
you hear
car.
me?
Yes, I can, Supervisor.
Okay, Philip, what is your last name?
Philip Smith.
I'm sorry if it's not on the script. Yes, this is Philip Smythe.
Oh,
And
I thought I recognized the
familiar to
voice.
some of you by way of background. What's that?
I thought I recognized the
Yes.
voice. We cannot see you.
Yes.
We can't see you.
Yeah, well, that's good because I'm actually on the southern state, so I'm paying full-time attention to
All right,
driving
well,
hands-free.
please drive carefully.
So, anyway, I just want to say that, looking at this, no, this is not a time to relitigate the decision, even if you may, one may feel it was somewhat an error. Ideally, I feel that the Shinnecock Nation should have the lion's share of the business from this, because that would really be in keeping with the New York State idea on the whole thing. Today in Newsday, I read that they were having difficulty paying their LOCO or lot bill. And also, in some ways, I feel they're in the best position to manage it. They have their own territory, which they control access to, and they are enthusiastically embracing it and have a plan in place to manage it and so on. As for the rest of the town of Southampton, I feel that a familiar dynamic is being set up where all of the incorporated villages with commercial districts voted to opt out, which leaves commercial districts in unincorporated areas of the town as the potential receivers of this use. Of course, this is familiar, and the next thing I would say is that yes, in all things, density matters, and the town, spent about 20 years sort of de-densifying alcohol uses, and I say this as someone that's been around for a while, and by way of background also, I am a bonded ABC officer in the state of New York, so I'm familiar with those regulations. And the town, has extinguished over the years several major alcohol-related uses and so on. And I'm concerned that we're going to make the same mistake with cannabis as we did with some of these other things. And one thing I'd immediately point to is the regulation 500 feet on the same street as the school. This is currently intended to try to get locations as close to schools as possible without, keeping the 500 feet in there. If Governor Hochul can swing a compass around a Long Island Railroad station for half a mile and declare that, an extra zoning area, then I think that a pure radius of at least 500 feet, if not more, should be drawn around schools. And so that would be a clear target to immediately drop is the on the same street restriction. And I can go on from there, but I think the density matters. I think that looking at the rollout of this in the city, where I just crossed the line right now, has been extremely problematic. I think that control of signage has been extremely problematic.
30 seconds.
The blending, and I will, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Phil.
And your endurance.
All right, drive carefully, Phil. All right.
Thank you.
Careful, Phil.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Kathleen, do you want to come up and answer a couple questions?
Yeah, just in terms of the comments, in terms of locations and the distances. We talked about this a little bit at your January work session. So OCM, via the state, has published its regulations in December of 2022. And what you see before you generally mimics those regulations. OCM has, and the state, is occupying this field as it relates to those locations. And they've said in these regulations, if you're not abiding by these, we're telling you that you're prima facie preempted. So if we get sued, the court's going to look at that as evidence that we are prima facie preempted.
You can't be more restrictive than the state
Can't be more
law.
restrictive than these regulations. Other municipalities adopted regulations prior to the publishing of these regulations, and so I submit they have to go back and look at their regulations and amend them. But, as it relates to this town, we haven't yet adopted any. We were waiting for more guidance from OCM. Michael's been in constant contact with OCM officials, and this is what's currently out there. These regulations aren't even adopted yet. We're in a public comment period, but we do believe that this is very much what they're going to look like. We may have to, if you decide to take action before they get adopted, we may have to come back and amend it, particularly as it relates to drive-throughs, if we are not heard as it relates to that issue. And we had some brief comments on the signage.
Can I ask,
that
I
we
don't know if
submitted.
you'll have the answer to this, actually two questions. One is the micro business came up, that is a different animal, so to speak. It's not a dispensary. It's more of an agricultural, industrial type of use that the
Yeah.
town never had an option to opt out of.
Right,
micro
I'll let
businesses.
Michael speak to that, but again, just remember, there are like 9 different licenses issued by the state
Right.
as it relates to marijuana, and only 2 of which
Only 2.
you have any control over whether or not you opted in or out, which is the retail sale of or on-site consumption.
Now, this law doesn't deal with on-site
It does not,
consumption.
because OCM is still tackling those
Right.
issues. Again, Michael meets
Right.
regularly with
But maybe
Philip.
Michael could comment on the micro
Sure.
business. There was, I think Channing spoke on wanting to open up a micro business, which I guess grows and then processes and into
Sure.
a product and then sells.
Yeah, I would think of it more in the lines of a vineyard scenario where where they're growing their product, they're also able to sell their product, and then you're able to consume it on site.
So that hasn't been released. The state is in the
Are
early
you able to
phases.
consume it on site too, or just sell it on site?
Consume it as well. It would fall in line with the on-site consumption.
Like a
Like a vineyard. And that's why it's not contemplated in the current zoning, and why it's not reflected on our map that we have focused on commercial districts, because there are no guidance regulations from the state. The state is in the early phases of analyzing how this would work, whether it's going to be a vineyard, whether it's going to be in a restaurant, whether it will be attached to a dispensary. And these are the three categories that they are
Okay, so
currently
they haven't
reviewing.
promulgated their
No.
regulations yet?
Correct.
So we can't really put zoning in place related to that?
Yeah, we're waiting on their guidance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, any other questions?
I had a comment.
Yeah, I have some comments too.
Okay, so, we're not, is it in the packet? It's not, right? All right, so let's make a decision whether we want to close
Planning
the
commission.
hearing. I think we can close the hearing. It's been out there for a long time. I don't think we need to leave the written record open.
I would
People
leave it
have
open for
plenty of
2
time.
weeks.
What's that?
I would leave it open for 2 weeks in case anybody wants to weigh in. That didn't come this afternoon because they thought the hearing was at 1 o'clock, or that left
Okay.
because the hearing was supposed to be at 1 o'clock.
Close the hearing, leave the written record open for 2 weeks. We're not voting on it today anyway,
Yeah.
so. Okay.
Well, we've taken an unofficial position that we're not gonna vote on anything until OCM
No.
gets something in front of us.
No, we can vote on the
Seems
zoning.
We've had this discussion, so we need to.
We
No?
could
Okay,
adopt-
so
we
we'll
could-
just leave it. All right.
We could
No, no,
adopt the
that's
zoning.
fine.
I just don't know if the,
I don't know
we've
why
had
you need to leave
we've
it
had
open.
so many different, we've had earlier hearings. I'm not sure leaving the written record open makes a lot of sense, but I'm willing to do it, 2 weeks, since we're not voting on it today. So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and leave the written record
Hold
open
on,
for 2
Janice
weeks.
wanted to add.
For agency comments, Mr. Supervisor, Planning Board and Suffolk County Planning Commission.
Right.
They haven't commented yet?
They haven't
Correct.
commented.
All right, then we'll leave the record open
Can
for 2
we
weeks.
comment on before we close it, or?
So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, leave the written record open for 2 weeks. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, on the motion, Councilman Martel.
Okay, so, I've asked the speakers who call in and stuff not to paint the board with a broad brush that we all wanted to opt in or out. It was a mixed decision on the board, but that's where we are now. Second of all, anybody who gets a dispensary in this town, I am leaning on you 150% to abide by all the rules, protect our children, and do what I would do in my business or any other people would do, to make sure that you go by the rules and keep everybody safe for that. I do have a lot of concerns about dispensaries close to downtowns. I do fear, edibles and so on getting into the hands of some of the young people in town, and it worries me that a dispensary stop could be just like running to King Cullen or anywhere else where you pick it up and it's on the seat of your car and so on. I have these thoughts in my head that it's just not the greatest thing in the world, but that's where we are now. And I can't expect you to, exactly enforce what the parents do. I get that and so on. So here's my concern, and I'm going to say this because I'm also liaison for the Watermill CAC and the Hampton Bay CAC, that because the villages did opt out and they took away big parcels where you cannot have a dispensary, it does overburden those hamlets that don't have villages, okay? I'm going to preface Hampton Bays because that's where I live. So our village business is basically one block. We know from other conversations it's a very long block. But that's not what the town considers their downtown. If you walk just out of the village business lines, you have a Starbucks and you have a Carvel. These are places where kids hang out way more than maybe at school. So I'm very concerned of them being too close to our village, okay? And I want, if there was any way to either increase, I know you can't increase the zoning, but recognize what a downtown is to a village, because it's the same Watermill, East Quogue, Spionk, that part concerns me on that. Again, this whole thing kind of troubles me a little bit because I work with kids a lot, and you guys are never closed, right? There's not like the old liquor stores where liquor stores were closed on Sundays. You're 7 days a week. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Based on the licensee, yeah.
Okay. So I just ask that we take one last look at that before we do anything, as far as if there's anything we can do to consider a downtown. I think Lars hit it right on the head when he said that. I just think, especially in Hampton Bays, the village is so small, we have accessible highway, we have 24, we have 27, we have a lot of places that this could fit in perfectly, and I don't want to take business away from anybody, but we just found out, we were working on the assumption that there would be 2 dispensaries in Southampton town, one east and one west of the canal. Now the state has already doubled that, and we don't know if they're going to double that. I just got back from the Association of Towns, where whoever gave the presentation basically tongue-in-cheek this whole thing through. They didn't take it seriously, they didn't think this was an issue. And I sat there thinking that this was an issue. So I don't want to overburden one community. If you put one in Hampton Bays, we have one at Shinnecock. Where does it stop? Do we end up with 3 because the villages have all opted out? And that's my biggest concern.
When you say
We're not going to be able to hear you,
So I'm just only asking that we recognize what a
I think
downtown
there are
is.
multiple locations right now at Shinnecock.
Yeah, there are.
The tobacco stores, I think a number of them have marijuana for sale. We can't have the back and forth with the audience. I'm sorry. Councilwoman McNamara, you had something?
No, I
We're
just
on the
wanted to say
motion.
that
We're debating
I'm
closing the hearing.
happy that it's out of light industrial, because I don't think we have enough of that in our town for our contractors, and I didn't want to see them in a bidding war with, cannabis dispensaries on, having a construction business, because they're limited. I also just wanted to mention on the question that came up about the DREs, because it's something that we brought up in the Addiction and Recovery and Behavioral Health Committee, and we spoke to Chief about that. And DREs are very hard to get trained. You basically need to be like a medical professional to be a DRE. The training is very hard. We've had people go in and it just doesn't work out, and it's really intensive. I believe we are putting one other officer through it now. I know Southampton Village, I think the other night, said they are putting an officer through. But we do have many officers trained to get to the point of requesting a DRE. They are not capable of making the determination of a DRE, but they can absolutely call one in, and we have never been in a position where we weren't able to get a DRE from another department if needed on a call. So I just wanted to bring that up.
And, I've been working a little bit with the DA's office on changing some of the laws so that you could actually write those tickets based on, the factual evidence, even if you don't, it's easy with a breathalyzer with alcohol, but if you don't have that, but you have other.
It was just good to hear that even if we are limited, they're
Yeah, and
between all
we
of the
can certainly
enforcement
add more
agencies.
DREs, but that's an enforcement side. And, again, there are people who are probably out there right now, even though we don't have a dispensary, who are
Absolutely.
driving under the influence of whether it's
Sit on 39 in
marijuana
the trade
or
parade in the
opioids or whatever it might be. And I agree.
Bless you.
I agree. We need to have more officers who are trained, and there is some advances in technology. So you may have something similar one day to a breathalyzer, saliva analysis type of thing that can give us some more information. But meanwhile, the question on the table is whether we're closing the hearing.
Yes.
And so there's close the hearing, leave the written record open for 2 weeks. All right, can I call the vote?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Thank you. It's been a long day. Okay, so that's the last, yes, that's the last public hearing, but we still have public portion.
Oh.
So, is there anyone who wishes to be heard in public portion? Please say no. Thank you.
I think we have a no.
Let's go online.
Charlie, is there anybody
That's
online
my
who's waiting for public portion?
Thank you guys very much.
Charlie, anybody waiting? All right, I'm gonna make a fast motion to close
Second.
public portion, second by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
John, can I record you in the positive? Yes, okay.
Good night.
All right, to the agenda. All right, so we are going to go through the resolutions. I don't think there's anything we need to take out of order, since there's nobody left here in the town hall audience. All right, so John, you've got the first one. Let's read these as quick as we can.
Town Board Resolution 2023-376. Accept an award and authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents with the Peconic Estuary Partnership, PEP, to develop a wetland restoration concept plan in the hamlet of Riverside.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Seconded by Councilman Martell.
Town Board Resolution 377 of 2023, to authorize purchase and installation of 2 Quonset huts from Eagle Associates, an authorized dealer of Brightspan Building Systems Incorporated, using the Sourcewell contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 378 of 2023, authorized purchase asphalt and bituminous materials, sand and stone aggregate, topsoil, mulch, disposal of road metal using Suffolk County contracts.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 379 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchase of reflective sign faces and materials using Town of Huntington contracts.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 380 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchases of lab analysis of sewage, industrial waste, and receiving water from Pace Analytical Services Incorporated, using Suffolk County contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 381, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorized supervisor to sign a contract for the Hampton Hopper LLC for South Fork Commuter Connection shuttle services.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 382, authorized supervisor to sign applications and contracts with Suffolk County for the financial support of Youth Bureau programming and activities.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 383 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to authorize the supervisor to sign a mortgage satisfactions on community development block grant home improvement loans.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 384 of 2023, authorize the purchase from Dial Concrete Corporation for a concrete pad at North Sea Skate Park from a Suffolk County DPW contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 385 of 2023 is authorized the purchase of skate park equipment and installation services at North Sea Skate Park from a Sourcewell contract with American Ramp Company.
Same second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 386, authorize the supervisor to execute 2023 Parks and Recreation Agreement with John Ford.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 387, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2023 support agreement for MRI Software LLC for the Town of Southampton Housing Authority for the administration of the Southampton Town Housing Authority Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 388 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a lease agreement with the Suffolk County Office for the Aging for a 12-passenger bus.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution, Town Board Resolution 389 of 2023 is to authorize the supervisor to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the Village of West Hampton Beach related to historic landmark designation, preservation, and stewardship of the Governor's John Adams Dix Windmill.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 390, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorize the supervisor to execute a professional engineering services contract with H2M Architects Engineers, Land Surveying, 8th Ave for the Rampasture Road water main.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 391 of 2023, to authorize the supervisor to renew the town's maintenance agreement with Printer Logic Incorporated, FKA Max Vault LLC, for Max Cloud and Max Clerk.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 392 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, is to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension for closed top-shelf container ejector trailer with hydraulic roof opening from Spectre Manufacturing Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 393, award and authorize supervisor to sign an extended contract for full-depth reclamation with Rosemar Contracting Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 394, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for printing of envelopes with Dan Printing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 395, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for requirements contract for security camera network infrastructure maintenance.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 396 of 2023 to declare items surplus and authorize disposal of computer equipment.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 397 of 2023, recall and amend Resolution 2022-72, authorizing the supervisor to sign a maintenance and service agreement for the broadcast equipment and software for Southampton Channel 20.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 398 of 2023 is a 2023 notice to bidders for 2022 Ford F-250 Super Duty.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 399 of 2023, a notice to bidders for 2023 Silverado 1500 Crew RST four-wheel drive.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 400, the 2023 notice to bidders for mobile concession at Red Creek Park, Hampton Bays.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 401, the 2023 notice to bidders for mobile food truck concession at Good Ground Park, Hampton Bays.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 402, the 2023 notice to bidders for mobile ice cream concession for Good Ground Park, Hampton Bays.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 403, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, the 2023 notice to bidders for used 2021 Ford F-150.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 404 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, is a 2023 notice to bidders for invasive vegetative control and removal.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 405 of 23 amends the 23 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 406 of 2023, authorized funding for IA septic rebates for 2022 from Water Quality Grant Award for Lake Agawam Stormwater Management.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. I think you're on, John.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, right,
Did I jump
407?
ahead of myself? No. You're at
Page
407.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Biden.
Apologies, trying to speed up,
No
now I
worries.
slowed us down. Town Board Resolution 407, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, is to amend the 2023 through 2027 capital budget and aid capital project Riverside Wetland Restoration Concept Plan.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone.
Oh, and this was, I'm sorry, it was
Schneiderman.
co-sponsored with Supervisor
With
Schneiderman.
who? Co-sponsored with me, okay, thank you. All right, so that was seconded by Councilman Schiavone and approved. 408 of 20, did we vote?
We didn't vote.
We didn't vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we voted. 408 of 23, amend the 2023 to 27 capital program for prior funding projects.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. Bringing us to 409 of 23, authorized purchase order encumbrances, 2022 to 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 410 of 23, accepts resignation of Ramona Alpert from the Architectural Review Board.
Second, and on motion?
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier on the motion.
I just wanted to say how sorry we are that Ramona is leaving. She's been really effective even in a short time on the board, and thank her for her service.
Yeah, I would echo that. Thank you, Ramona. Great job, and good luck in I know she's spending more time in the city, so.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye. Town Board,
Approved.
oops, sorry. Town Board Resolution 411 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martels, to appoint the Sustainable Southampton Green Advisory Committee for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 412 of 23, authorize the town to reimburse New York Municipal Insurance Reciprocal, NYMER, the deductible for bodily injury and property damage claims.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 413 of 23, authorizes the settlement of the litigation matter Olivo, doing business as Southampton Jewelry Exchange, and Salvatore Olivo versus Town of Southampton et al.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 414, recall and amend Town Board Resolution Number 2023-251 as it relates to NYMER deductible reimbursements.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 415 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending Chapter 312 to authorize stop signs at the intersection of Wakeman Road and Gardenia Avenue, Hampton Bays, New York.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. We held a hearing on it. I'm going to support it. It was supported by the, I guess, the engineer, the police, and the highway superintendent, and the community, and the school, so, can't beat that,
No
so.
one left.
All right, anything else on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 416 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending Chapter 312 to authorize stop signs at King Street and Gerald Lane, Hampton Bays, New York.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. We held a public hearing on that, too. Also had the support. All right. 417 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending the town code to add special exemption standards for living quarters for golf course employees.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. We held a public hearing on this. We had made some changes in terms of the one exemption that was contained for those having already had planning board approval. This will force everybody to go in front of the planning board to get a determination that they meet the special exemption standards. It's late, I don't want to really talk much, other than we have a crisis in our community in terms of staff housing. These places need to operate. These are largely seasonal workforce, and these properties are very large properties and can easily provide some of their seasonal staff, helps reduce traffic, helps these places stay in business, and helps fill seasonal jobs with seasonal employees rather than year-round, people living here year-round and working seasonally. So I think it has a lot of merits. We've done, I think, a pretty good job in terms of protecting the neighbors. And it gives a lot of discretion to the planning board, but you do have a 150-foot setback, which is pretty significant, and a limitation of 50 employees over two buildings. I think the maximum is 7,000 square foot per building. Other than that, that's
Let's
what
go.
it is.
I just have to just state again for the record that as stated on my financial disclosure form, my daughter is a part-time employee at Atlantic Golf Course. She will not be utilizing the staff housing, and this housing is for all golf courses in the town of Southampton, and that's why I'll be supporting it.
Okay, so yes, you are participating in the vote.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 418 of 2023, memorializing resolution supporting affordable housing while still preserving local authority within the town of Southampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 419 of 2023 is co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone and Councilman Martell. The authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Southampton Elks Carnival from May 12th to May 14th, 2023, and May 19th to May 21st, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Which one are we up to? Oh, yeah, I got it. 420 of 23, authorize the town planning and development administrator to provide a letter of authorization to the DEC in connection with the restoration of wetlands on a town-owned property.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 421 of 2023, technology, this is technology usage policy and procedure update.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 422 of 23, acceptance of a maintenance bond in connection with Hampton-based, Hampton Business District, Cabreski, APDDD, 230 Rogers Way.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 423 of 23, acceptance of maintenance bond in connection with site plan of 2331 Montauk LLC, Bridgehampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 424, 2023 part-time salaries.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 425 of 23, accepts resignation of Eden Teska, office assistant in town clerk's office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 426 of 23, accepts resignation of William Mundy, records management assistant in town clerk's office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 427 of 23, accepts retirement of Barbara Ippoliti, account clerk in highway.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. We certainly appreciate all of Barbara's service to the town. She will certainly be missed, done a great job for that department, but we wish her the best in her retirement. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 428 of 23, accepts retirement of Deborah Dillon, secretarial assistant in land management.
Second.
Second. And on the motion,
A second by Councilman Bouvier on the motion.
she's gonna be missed.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really gonna be missed, but
she's
I
a-
wish her well, and very happy that she's able to retire
She's
and
a
wants to go do. but
very
she's
important person in
So
that
dependent on her. I'm not
great.
quite sure what we're gonna do, but
Just really
thank you, Deborah, for
Yeah.
everything you've done.
Huge help all
Yeah,
the time.
thank you,
every time I
Deborah,
double
for all
it.
your service, and best of luck in your retirement.
I think she's coming on part-time for a while.
Oh,
so
good.
We're not gonna be, you know,
Yeah, there's
thankfully,
supposed to be a
she's gonna
transition.
have her
away
around.
that easily.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No, we need her, she's
We
great.
had a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 429 of 23, accepts retirement of Nathaniel Roach, labor crew leader, highway department.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. It's on the motion. Also, I just want to thank Nat for his work with the town and wish him the best in his retirement. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 430 of 23, appoints Jacqueline Fenelon to Community Preservation Fund Manager and Community Preservation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier.
On the motion.
On the motion, go ahead, John.
I'm just really happy that Jackie's here working with us, and she's doing a really great job. She
Yeah.
lives this, and it's just exciting. I'm glad to see that we all were able to come to an agreement and move forward, and I look forward to working with her
Yeah.
going into the future.
Absolute pleasure to work with.
Just real brief, yeah, Jackie has been doing a great job as acting director, and I know is gonna really protect those CPF dollars and make sure we're in full compliance with the program and guide us, and has a great deal of planning experience, and
Yeah.
looking forward to working with her in this capacity for the rest of my term, so, the next few months, all right? So we had a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. 431 of 2023, appoint Joan DeVal to Associate Administrator in Community Preservation.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 432 of 2023, to authorize Fire Marshals Christian Hansen and Ryan White to attend the International Association of Arson Investigators Fire Fatality Investigations course in Toms River, New Jersey on May 23rd, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 433 of 23, notice of public hearing to consider the acceptance of an agricultural and scenic easement and a drainage easement in connection with the subdivision application of M4 Lumber Holdings LLC, Bridgehampton.
No.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This is for March 28th, 6 PM,
Yeah.
here in hybrid. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 434 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier. Notice of public hearing to consider amending Town Code Chapter 312, Vehicles and Traffic, to authorize the installation of stop signs at 2 intersections in the hamlet of Spionk-Remsenburg.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. That hearing will also be March 28th at 6 PM. 435 of 23. This is a notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of lands of Jill Rappaport, 427 Little Noyak Path, in the hamlet of Watermill, New York. This is a hearing for April 11th at 1 PM.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And the next.
Town Board Resolution 436 of 2023 is a notice of public hearing to accept a deed of residual fee from Joseph F. Gaza for properties to be maintained as open space located at North Sea. Suffolk County tax map is indicated in the resolution pursuant to Southampton Town Code, Chapter 244-4, obtaining a development rights certificate, and Chapter 247, General Municipal Law of the State of New York.
Okay, this hearing's on April 11th, also
Second.
at 1 PM, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, to the walk-ons. 5 additional resolutions. 42730 promotes Lieutenant Howard Kalb to rank of captain in Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. That's on the motion. This is a big deal to be promoted to captain. It's second in the chain of command, just, right beneath the chief of police. And this is number 1 scorer on the test, but also the recommendation of the police chief. And I know that Lieutenant Kalb will make an excellent Captain Kalb. It's a Chief Kiernan and Captain Kalb. It's going to be a little tricky, CK. But I think he'll make an excellent captain personally. So I'd like to support this. Anyone else? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 42731 promotes Sergeant Joseph D.R.C. to rank of lieutenant in Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. Again, another excellent promotion. We'll have the newest lieutenant. Also was, I think, scored 100 on the test. So. He scored 100 on the test, and it's not an easy thing to do, to score 100 on any civil service test.
Wow, that's true.
It's particularly for a lieutenant post, so very bright individual. Okay, so we have motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 42732 promotes Police Officer Nicholas Bagdagliaca. Sorry, that's tough. To rank of sergeant in Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Now to be known as.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Also an important promotion to the admin, the rank of sergeant. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Almost there. 42758, this is co-sponsored with the entire town board, appoints Community Housing Fund Advisory Board for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Thank you all for your assistance. And this isn't necessarily the end of who we put on this, but it does get the board established. And we're likely going to add some additional individuals. I sent the resume around, but we didn't have time to vet it. So,
Well, we're about to schedule our kickoff meeting.
so I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And lastly, the resolution 42788, which is our fifth warrant. It's warrant number 5, capital number 5, CPF number 5, and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, that gets us to the end of the agenda. Is there any other business? Please say no.
Yes.
It's been a long town board meeting. I will make, hearing no business, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Get home safely, everybody. We are.